Intercentre broadcasting live from Burnside Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Kevin Hickland. Kevin, let's have a look at the men's post-section draw.
So in the men's this morning, we've got the semi-finals, Northland v Wellington. Northland yesterday defeated Nelson. Wellington defeated Taranaki. In the other semi-final, we've got Central Otago v Southland. And yesterday, Central Otago defeated Wanganui in their quarter-final. And Southland defeated, I suppose you could say, the defending champions, Auckland. Southland won it in 2021, Auckland in 2022. And it was yesterday, it was Southland who ran out the winner. So you'll see there, Central Otago, the deep south up against one another, Central Otago and Southland.
How interesting that the men's Central Otago team have made it through to the semi-final after the women won last year.
Yeah,
They've
correct.
gone, well, if you can do it, so can we.
I think what it is highlighting, Alex, is we've seen in the last few years some of the strength down there in that deep part of the South Island. Central Otago, in Queenstown, Alexandra, Clyde. There's a number of very, very good players out of there now. Put them together in a combination in a side.
Look what happens.
And look what happens. And they have done that now, both with the women, the previous national champion in the centre, and now this year, of course. And in the women's, we of course, the big game here, the big television game we'll be covering is that of the Bay of Plenty V team of the Bay of Plenty versus Nelson, and that'll be the game between Sue Hodges of Nelson and the Queen of the Greens, Joe Edwards of Nelson. Yesterday, narrowly, one shot, in fact, Bay of Plenty defeated Thames Valley in their quarterfinal. Nelson defeated Wellington, which was I suppose you could say, I'd say seeds 1 and 2 up against one another. Auckland defeated Counties Manukau, and North Harbour defeated Wanganui. So at the bottom of the centre, bottom of the draw, we've got the Battle of the Bridge. Auckland v
North before.
Auckland v North Harbour, and at the top of the draw now, televised game, we've got Bay of Plenty up against Nelson. In the Bay of Plenty side, we have got, of course, Sue Hodges playing the singles, Deb White and Mary Campbell playing the pairs, Ruth Lynch, Wendy Green, Minna Paul, and Lynette McLaughlin playing the fours. And in the Nelson combination, as we know, we've got Joe Edwards playing the singles, the pairs, Val Smith and Colleen Earl. And in the fours, Kirsten Edwards, Amy McElroy, Kay Hammond, and Barb Thomason. So very, very strong side, that Nelson combination. And a good crowd assembling earlier. There's Dave Edwards there, the coach and husband. The coach.
It's a place you spend a lot of time, isn't it, Kev?
And especially at Burnside as well, to be fair. Alex spent many times there with the New Zealand side. One of the great New Zealand coaches of that great era of the two, when we had the World Championships in New Zealand. Dave was very, very much integral part of the success of that New Zealand team. Sue Hodges, of course, those you may not know, Sue Hodges, formerly of Tyree in Dunedin, has won New Zealand Fours title and they moved a few years ago up to the Bay of Plenty and now playing out of the Bay. Very, very good player, very competitive player. As we watch now, I'm going to ask you a question pretty early here, Alex.
Far away, Kev.
Joe Edwards has changed the bowls.
She has.
Yeah,
it's interesting, isn't it? They've sort of like this, they've got a speckle on them.
Yeah,
it'll be interesting to know why.
Yeah,
although I mean, Joe could play with rocks and get them close.
Absolutely,
makes no difference.
And she's starting off laying 2 shots here in the race to 25 against Sue Hodges, 2 just lower the jack. Joe, of course, knows his Burnside greens so well. I was in years gone by a member at Burnside, played out of the Burnside club when Dave, in his role as the New Zealand coach, was based in Christchurch. And it was ironical, actually, when I think it was the second earthquake that came along and hit Christchurch. Joe had her bags packed and said to Dave, her husband, right, we're out of here today. And they went back to Nelson, the hometown of course, where they came from. There's our marker, Wendy Sutty. Of course, Wendy is, of course, an umpire as well, and has just been appointed as part of the World Bowls umpires panel to be when the World Bowls will be held later on this year over on the Gold Coast. And Wendy will be part of the International Umpires Forum, who will be adjudicating at the World Championships.
We had a lot of New Zealanders selected for that as well. There's an article on the Bowls New
I
Zealand website.
saw that
Kev.
article.
I think it's probably the most we've ever had
Yes.
at one time. Look at that from Joe Edwards. Her delivery has been the same. There's a video when Joe and Sharon Sims won the Commonwealth Games Peers Gold in 2002, two-ish. Her delivery hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed. And the other great thing is it's a lesson for all, really, with Joe's delivery. It is the same whether it is on carpet, whether it's on artificial, whether it's on 18 seconds, whether it's on 10 seconds. Her delivery hasn't changed. It's all about her point of delivery is what makes the difference. So here is Wendy
Sue Hodges.
Sue Hodges just slipping by with the called lime green.
I don't know. I thought they were white.
Oh, because you were no. Sorry,
okay.
Sorry, Alex.
They're different colours, which is good. I quite like covering the singles for that reason, Kev, is that it's easy to see. You can tell which bowls belong to who. But on that note, the top right-hand corner, of course, keep an eye on that the pairs match between Bar Plenty and Nelson, which is, of course, Deb White and Mary Campbell taking on Val Smith and Colleen Earl. That'll be a good game, and if you look at that head there, it's pretty well stacked up.
Certainly is.
As viewers, just keep an eye on that, and we will also be giving you updates of scores from sort of around the traps as we are down to that semi-final stage, and both sides, the men's, the women's sides of the draw. So you can expect updates sort of from about 9 o'clock, we think, as to how the other semi-finals are progressing and who we will see in the final of this National Intercentre for 2023.
Alex, you heard me. A lot of people heard me always talking about, that consistency of bowl back to the centre line, and as we watch this bowl of Hodges just get by. Joe Edwards is the classic coaching person to watch because her ability to continuously hold a line is what gives her consistency. And you'll notice with her delivery, everything's angled out. It's not angled in, it's angled out. So therefore, at the point of delivery, the bowl is going to travel outwards to get that natural arc back towards the centre line. As we watch this third bowl of Joe Edwards after scoring 2, just as I said that, she comes up short.
That's the curse of the commentator.
Thanks, Joe. But what you will see is throughout the match is the consistency of her bowls to the centre line, which is what we all those players try to perfect. Sue Hodges, another good delivery. You'll see the hand out, just making sure he gets that bowl out on that natural arc, and it's tracking well towards the centre line. As this bowl just depends how much it runs. Just going to go by, not far away. Joe Edwards asking the umpire, and you'll see very much a pre-shot routine. She just doesn't jump on the mat and play a bowl. Thinks out what she's going to play. It appears now with Joe going to the backhand, and we'll be quite happy to get some cover down towards those Sue Hodges bowls. And there's that. How's the weight as it comes down? I think it's going to get all the way down because there's a nice trail shot on here, just on the draw.
Yeah, it's just a big chance early on, isn't it, here for Sue Hodges? She's one down.
One down.
Yes.
Is she going to go the bowl?
Asking about the seconds, I just thought the 4-shot trail is just the touch of the bowl.
We'll wait and see what happens here. She's asked if she's got... Yeah, she's going the bowl. Okay, good call early on. Brave call early on. Looking to replace the shot bowl. Played it with minimum weight, just looking to sit. She would have set that out for a few. I suppose she had second, third, and fourth shot, so it was still a shot for 3 if she got rid of the shot bowl of Joe's.
So the question asked is this, Alex, is that you've just played 3 bowls on one hand. You've got very good consistency of where they've finished. Even if she'd been fortunate enough to sit on the back of the bowl, may well have turned it out for shot anyway. This is about the game management that we spoke about. It's elected to change the hand, try and play what I would say the more challenging shot down under the head to get to what was the shot bowl, not to beat. So a 1-2 Joe Edwards.
And 3 points now So Joe Edwards, the Nelson singles player. It is, of course, a race to 25. If you look at the scoreboard at the top left of the screen, you can see it first to 25. Probably the only singles you'll play in New Zealand now that is first to 25, or one of the only ones.
Correct. It's interesting, Val Smith and Debbie White now playing against one another. They were teammates only but a couple of weeks ago in the Somerset National Fours, of where they, along with Ashley Jeffcoat and Kimberly Hemingway, walked away with the gold medal, won the National Fours, and here they are now competing against one another in this Intercentre.
Very grooved delivery from Sue Hodges. Both nice and smooth deliverers of the bowl. She's walked away from that one though. Well, just running past a little.
Just missing just that yard of weight actually on both occasions, or the two ends to date. But as you rightly said, Alex, certainly got that nice arc in the bowl. Edwards on that backhand.
See how much this bowl turns back in on the backhand side.
Oh, this isn't going to be far away, Alex. Get past the front, we'll get down towards the jack.
Beautiful shot.
And literally covers the jack up. Sue Hodges quickly on the mat on the forehand. Her main endeavour will be to try and get a bowl close early on in this quarter-final. Edwards has managed to get the weight, I'd say, early on, which just helps. Just going by again, just that metre.
Yeah, it's interesting because at some point, just listen to this. So Joe just asking how far off the jack her shot bowl was. If you're Sue Hodges, at some point you're going to need to move the jack to score on this end, because
Absolutely.
the jack's like 3 inches away from the bowl. So the two back bowls aren't the end of the world, but probably if you're Sue, now is probably the time for movement on your third bowl.
Absolutely, third bowl counter, and Joe Edwards would be more than happy if she can just get him behind
Look at this
the
here.
head. Wow.
Magnificent. It just doesn't get better than that. That's brilliant stuff there from Joe Edwards. And now it's a decision, like, do you try draw a second shot, or do you spend two bowls having a little nibble at this if you're Sue Hodges?
Well, you can very quickly get caught in the Joe Edwards trap, I suppose, because she'll just keep putting there and there, and stay out on that wide side again.
Breaking back in though.
Great weight. Joe Edwards on the sprint, coming to have a look.
It was a lovely effort from Sue Hodges. So almost unlucky. If she'd been just a little bit narrower, she could have set a split up or made it easier for an
Could have sat on one of those bowls.
Well. That's sort of what she would have been looking to do, is make a shelf a bit bigger, because, I mean, Joe's two bowls, second and third bowl, are so good that there's literally a one bowl target she's holding two. So you think, well, can I make it more than a one bowl target?
Well, I suppose from Sue Hodges' point of view, she's now got a bowl on the inside of the bowl she can use to get in towards the jack. Is that familiar blow of the hands?
We'll see a sniff as well after she's played the bowl.
Head.
Same every time, and look down.
There it is.
And sniff.
And sniff up it comes. Definitely out on the wider side.
Probably thinking with a one bowl target, don't make it any bigger. So just cover the back in case the jack somehow gets there, I suppose.
Joe was, I remember somebody asked Joe years ago about best greens that she likes, the best greens to play on. And Burnside's always featured very highly with Joe of one of her favourite greens to play on. Well, she's won world titles on there, so I suppose that helps. Sue Hodges again now on that forehand, trying to get down to the counting Joe Edwards bowls. Needs to start working.
She might not be far away here, Kev.
No, she's working inside the
Look
paw.
at this here from Sue Hodges.
She's going to get
got
some
the jack.
contact. Well played. Well played. And Joe Edwards giving applause to that Sue Hodges bowl. It's a big bowl. You know, it's only early in the game, Alex, but in the context of the game, that's a big bowl. Easily looking at 5-0 behind. Nothing really on the head. And that's sometimes just a little confidence booster that one needs to start to for now. She's got the situation. She owns the mat. White sandals, you don't see those very often. Well done, Sue Hodges.
I'm still, that was just incredible. If I was Sue, I'd go back and watch that shot. Like that, that's such a hard bowl to play. You've just started, you're on N3, of a national intercentre semi-final. It's a cold morning. You know, you're still sort of getting limbered up. You're playing a world champion who's put 2 bowls within 6 inches of the jack. That's good stuff from Sue.
And the very good thing about it as well, Alex, was that little correction made from her third bowl where Sue Hodges just finished jack level and using that as her sort of jack line, and that was superbly played. And we'll see now how Sue Hodges capitalises on that opportunity.
That is the thing, isn't it? Because it's such a good bowl. Yeah, as you said, you get a bit of confidence from that. And you just try and run that little. You can run hot for 3 or 4 ends in this game.
Well, we saw that yesterday. Like Raymond Martin, for example, in 2 games that we've done, Raymond's had patches in the middle where he's had about 5 or 6 ends where he's sort of taken the game away.
Yeah. Great ball. Well done. Joe Edwards following Sue down on that forehand side. Both hands look nice, really, which is an indication. I mean, we saw at the opening of the show, the flags were not flying in the breeze.
No,
so
they were just sitting, no wind at all.
So, on the forehand again.
Sue Hodges, stays down on the bowl. She certainly, gives it, she not wobbles around the place or. It's going to be under the line though with this is second bowl, but will come up just lower the jack. Edwards just went past with it, indicating to the rink next door to her, you girls play, I'll wait till your bowl goes past.
And that's an automatic thing that you see in a lot of experienced bowlers, isn't it, Kev? Just an understanding of, you keep an eye on the rinks adjacent to you. If they're about to play, you don't hop on the mat until they've played their bowl.
And especially if you know there's a chance they're going to be on your line.
Yeah.
You just where you go. And Edwards now coming back to that centre line, and there it is, right in behind the jack. Travels by half a metre, but it's about effective bowls, really, Alex, isn't it? And consistency of them building heads. And Sue Hodges knows that you have to be right on her metal today. Got a better arc with this bowl. How far is this now going to come back towards the jack? Moving back now.
Can't be far away.
Just how far is it going to run by? Just going to sit outside the 2 Joe Edwards counting bowls. Now early pressure now.
Now's when the warning bells start ringing, because Joe's going to go, well, I'll be holding 3 with your last bowl.
Early pressure.
Joe didn't let that one go as
well.
Had
a bit of a bump at the point of delivery, and I think that in most cases, Alex, you'll see that takes a wee bit of weight off, which Julie has done, and that just got a. Joe knows that as well.
She knew the moment she let it go.
She did.
On the plus side for Joe, it's finished on a wide line, so Sue may be forced to switch hands.
Looks as though she is going to go to the backhand.
Taking it early on the mat.
Just so can have a clear run down through there to get to the shot area and not get tangled up on anything. Yeah.
She needs it to hold on here. The bowl's
how long is it
going
to hold up?
Walked away from the shot. Oh, that was such good weight, but it just, once it starts swinging, it doesn't stop here at Burnside. And
yeah, the sign of a very good bowler.
Joe's bowl's red.
Joe's asking how far that's short. So really, ideally, Joe wants to stay on her hand. Doesn't really want to change her hand.
And it would feel reasonably safe, wouldn't it?
Because that's she's doing.
Yeah, Sue bowl's sitting flat as well, the one that she just played. So it should be a reasonably simple opportunity for a throw. I mean, I say simple. It should be something that Joe expects herself to be able to do here, to draw a third shot. And psychologically, if she doesn't get 3, it's almost more of a win for Sue. He says as she draws for 3, so it's not. And 3 there to Joe Edwards, I think.
I would imagine just looking at the angles of the bowl. Did I hear 2?
It looked a bit short out of her hand, but from our camera angle, it looked like the bowl had run far enough.
Yeah, it is 3. Yeah, definitely conceded there. Now, a lesson there again for so often you'll see players. Joe Edwards asked about where that bowl was. A lot of players would change their hand because they think it's in the road. player of Joe Edwards' ilk says, no, I just hold my line and know where I have to finish to count. I don't have to be on top of the jack, and knowing where to finish it and playing on the hand that one's happy with. Bay of Plenty leading as we play in 3 of 18 in the pairs, and it is the Debbie White, Mary Campbell combination leading Colleen Earl and Val Smith by 2-1. 6-1. And it's interesting, Alex, I mentioned to you before we went on air, just looking how things can just change. So, we saw 2 games yesterday whereby it was a one-shot result in the pairs that has put the teams through the semi-finals. So, Evans, I know, will be determined to get her Nelson side off to a good start. How do you feel, Alex, when you line up 8:30 in the morning and, hello, I'm playing Joe Edwards?
I mean, I wouldn't be thrilled. These players, I mean, at National Intercentre, you probably got, there's about 50 singles players. That'd be 50 of the best exponents of singles that you'll find anywhere. And they treat it as a challenge, don't they?
Oh, absolutely.
When you get to that, when you get to an Intercentre level, I understand that Joe's, she is our most successful female bowler in the last 20 years, 30 years. So it was still treated as a good challenge. You go, I get to play Joe Edwards.
Oh, without doubt.
I'll do my best. I'll see if I can get this scalp.
And a lovely person to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything's done correctly, isn't it?
Yes, it's just really, a great advertisement, a great advocate for the sport. The whole demeanour, everything about Joe makes her a very special lady, not just as a player but as a person as well. And of course, Nelson have won the Intercentre, the women's. Have been successful on. I had the numbers here. I can't. Nelson, in fact, have won the Intercentre on 5 occasions. Bay of Plenty 3. Auckland, one of the semi-finalists. Auckland on 3, and North Harbour yet to win a women's Intercentre. So I'm sure North Harbour will be doing everything they can to get their name on the trophy for sure. Edwards holding 2 shots, leading 6-1 in this race to 25. Perfect conditions here at the Burnside Green in Christchurch.
And just consistently, Joe, just putting the bowls there or thereabouts, isn't she? I know it's only end 4, but we see there again 3 bowls within 2.5 feet. It's challenging to play. Sue Hodges now on her backhand side. Lovely delivery, and you see her first 2 bowls, one with good weight, one a little bit shy, so it's about
not far away here, Alex.
One.
Not far away here. Sue Hodges just deserves a good result.
Right.
And does so. Front toucher. Will we see Edwards now change a hand, try and play down the rest to the lime green bowl, get Jack, touch on the Jack, couple of shots?
You would think so, eh? Just on the...
It's a bowl and a half in front, so you call from Wendy Sutty, that marker, and indicating how low is the other bowler, Sue Hodges, which is the bowl of which that Joe Edwards needs to come under to get that. Asking my 1 down. Yes, you are.
So on the forehand side, Joe Edwards.
Well, just depends how far it works now. Might be just outside it.
Great try. She played with more weight rather than less.
And I was surprised at the amount of weight that she actually played, but in saying that, one would presume, Alex, is making sure that to hold up under that front lime green bowl.
Yeah, she had all the back bowls as well.
So it was the weight's going to make sure that it's underneath that bowl. And now Sue Hodges trying to make 2 shots of it. And this is a pretty valiant attempt from the Bay of Plenty singles player. This is well played by Sue Hodges.
Might have set away.
Yeah, Rice smile there from Sue Hodges. Knew it had to fall in, not out.
Great effort though. And 1 to Sue Hodges. So 2-6 now in this race, 25. And a good game, good quality early on, which is what we expected at this stage of the event.
Well, Sue Hodges, you know, with her drawing, hasn't really been far away. It's not as though they've been sort of spraying or anything.
Oh, she's been playing well.
They've been handing around the area. So, yeah, very experienced player. She knows how to make the adjustments, etc. Well, and I'm now seeing that F4N's gone down that Piers final or Piers semi-final, and it's 6-1 now to Bay of Plenty. It's Debbie White over Val Smith. Debbie White, Bay of Plenty, leading Val Smith by 6-1 on end 4 of 18. As we see Hodges on her forehand, Bay of Plenty. Now, being a Bay of Plenty man sort of yourself, Alex, is that a tui?
Yes, it is.
It's a tui.
It is.
It is a tui, isn't it?
Yep.
Now, what's the sort of? Is there some Bay of Plenty tui? Has it got some synergy?
It's just always what they've had. The indoor centre has a swordfish. So.
Oh right, well that's quite apt for that area because you know the game fishing is you know very prevalent in that area. Good opening bowl from Sue Hodges, just sits low with the jack. Joe Edwards going to be under the line.
Oh, great try there from Joe. Good centre, the Bay of Plenty centre, of course, spans quite a distance, doesn't it? In the
yes,
outdoor.
it does, because it encompasses Rotorua, of course, as well.
So on the forehand. And that is one of the most picturesque bowling clubs, of course, at the Government Gardens.
Certainly is.
Oh, look at this here from Sue
Well
Hodges.
played from Sue Hodges, right in behind
Great
the jack, right to the centre line. Her Marlene and I last year happened to be down in Rotorua, and the manager there of the club, with a lot of pride, showed us all around, and they're trying to, let's say, create some activity.
Oh, Joe on the probe early on. I like this from Joe Edwards.
Just outside the shot bowl.
She was saying there, I'm here. You can put too close.
I'm going to chase you all night. Also.
I'll get rid of it. That's the intent was brilliant. Just a bowl narrow, and so just going to plug away. You've got a 2-bowl target there already. You may as, she'll keep it a 2-ish bowl target.
Well, you may as well just keep putting in there, really, Alex. And that's exactly what she's going to do. It's going to be over the head slightly, but she'll be quite happy with that.
Yeah, it's a good 4th shot, isn't it?
Yeah, because Joe will no doubt attack, just to adjust her line really by 1 bowl. That was all. So that's all. She was away from it.
We're essentially looking for a kill here, aren't we, Kev?
Really, yeah, because the way how the bowls are situated as well, a bit of banging around. Is Edwards on the backhand, on the outside of it this time? Will she get the cannon? Well, got it. In fact, onto her own.
But stiff there. She took it sort of, if you watch where she played the bowl from when it left her hand, it was underneath the line, wasn't it? She took it sort of from the right or the left side of the mat as we see it, which means the bowl is going to track out all the way down the green.
Now here's a chance for Sue Hodges after that bowl. She needs to touch on the jack down through here. Needs to be under the Joe Edwards bowl to get that result, but there was the opportunity there, Alex, to be able to get down, get a touch on the jack. It'll be interesting to see what weight Joe Edwards elects to play here now.
It's intriguing. There's no real shot scoring opportunity on here, but she's probably not going to miss it by a metre and chip her own bowl out, so you may as well have a 3rd nibble at it.
And she is. That's exactly
She's closer here,
and
looking for it to track
got
out.
Side bolt,
Good
got
bowl.
1.
Good bowl.
That's confidence, really, Alex, isn't it?
And 2 claps from Dave. She got 2 claps from Dave Edwards there. But that was a good shot there. She was close with the first, further away with her second actually. That didn't come out of her hand as good, but just get down there, thought, I'm going to be within a couple of feet.
Joe Evans got the clap again from Dave then.
Yeah.
And it's good to see and Dave's, he's been at World Bowls, Commonwealth Games. Doesn't matter if it's your wife or not. That little bit of encouragement or a word here and there certainly doesn't go astray.
No, it makes a difference. It makes more of a difference than I think most people would realise just sitting from the sidelines.
And that's where I was a bit sort of miffed yesterday in that Dean Elgar Raymond Martin game. I would have expected someone from the Taranaki side to say to Dean, let's have we'll go to the bathroom. Because he was And it's interesting talking to Marlene about it last night, who watched it. That she said, you're just watching the expression of Dean Elgar. He was shot, and it can happen.
It's a fascinating game, Bowles, and it's as much about the psychology of it as it is about, you know, anyone can have a good delivery, but we can all struggle.
Absolutely.
On any green.
Absolutely.
Sue Hodges there. She settled in really nicely to her task here, Sue Hodges.
Correct. She's starting to get that in and around the jack area, isn't she? You know, and not, you know, sitting jack level with that her first bowl, trailing 6-3. 6-1, of course, in the pairs with Bay of Plenty in front. And the fours, of course.
And we do also have some score updates to share shortly, Kev, from around the other semi-finals. So keep your eyes peeled for that. Of course, this broadcast is the easiest place, really, to get the score updates as the games are going on. And if you can't do that, they'll be up very soon after the games have completed on the Bowls New Zealand website.
So Joe Edwards falling short, and as Alex rightly mentioned but a few moments ago, Sue Hodges now starting to get some consistency.
Well, a really nice delivery.
I was just going to say, Alex, you watch that delivery, watch that arm at the finish. Although she's brought a green in here, but certainly her hand and point of delivery is in a good zone.
Yeah, the bowl's released smoothly, you know, aiming in the right direction. And we see Jo Edwards here on her forehand side. Yeah, pretty good as well.
And of course, this afternoon we'll be bringing you the live action from the men's Intercentre final, whoever they may be. We're a long way from that point at this stage, but that's the game. We will be bringing you the men's final. So if you're wondering which game is going to be live this afternoon, it will be the men's final, as we see Sue Hodges holding shot, trailing 6-3. And got this bowl out on a better arc towards the jack. Just come inside a roam with a metre of weight through the head, holding one. Well, this has been this sort of the most scattered.
Yeah, the players sort of searching a bit. We see Jo's been short with her first two, so looking to make a correction here. 6-3, so much time to go in this game, in this race to 25. Jo watching this bowl. This is a reasonable good arc. It'll be interesting as the game progresses. Sue's clearly warming to her task and drawing well.
And that's the shot, the bowl of Jo Edwards. Sue Hodges, of course, had perfect green with her third bowl, just had a metre of weight.
On the forehand.
And we'll see shortly on that arc. Well, it's on the good line where that is, Alex. How's the weight that comes down towards, hasn't got the weight to get all the way down. And it'll be a one at this stage. Jo Edwards, chilling. Yes, there it is. The Wendy Sutty asking, checking how jack low it is, whether there's any danger of rolling that bowl in for shot. I'm sure player the experience of Jo Edwards will just hold a line to drift inside that lime green bowl of Bay of Plenty. And it's out on that good line. Coming down towards the centre line now. And needs to sit on something.
Oh, and just passing through.
Just passed through it.
So one there to Jo Edwards.
I thought, well, for a moment there, I thought it was one. I thought the other way around. I thought, my goodness, I know it's early in the morning, but I didn't think my eyes are that bad.
Just blink a couple of times.
That's 7-3. And I just heard on the other Piers Greenfeld Smith drew the shot with her last bowl.
So we see the jack delivered to a match short of the 2 metre mark, so reasonably full length end. And Jo just taking her time. It's got that same.
Everything's the same, isn't it?
Yeah. I do wonder if the model of bowl's different or if it's just the colour of the bowl. Maybe she's gone for a different grip or a different...
Or a new brand sponsor.
Yeah. They look like Henselites.
Good bowl here from...
Beautiful. That's a great... what a start from Joe Edwards.
Just nestling and touching right under the jack, sitting right on top of it. The marker, Wendy Sutty, putting the chalk on. Bit of a wry smile. Joe Edwards having a chat with her.
I think just saying, I don't understand how I've been that sort of 3 or 4 feet short with a few of my bowls. Or talking about a fishing story, perhaps.
I've had the pleasure of travelling 2 years in a row, in fact, to the Invitation Peers tournament in Australia with Joe and Dave and Marlene and myself to Kingscliff, where the tournament used to be they invited 12 men's combinations and 12 women's combinations, and 2 years in a row, Marlene and Joe Edwards won that Peers, defeated on both occasions, defeated Karen Murphy in the final in both years. But fantastic company to go away with, enjoys herself, and just to love her and Dave, just great company. And really,
Sue on the probe.
Early on the, well, if you're going to spend one, spend it early, I suppose, because in a couple of seconds' time, you're about to be 3 down. So,
fair enough. So she's showing the same attempt but different weight to what we saw Joe play a couple of ends ago when Joe was a couple down and went to try and kill it. It's a similar intention, but just a different way of getting there, isn't it? Sue with a less aggressive approach.
Yeah, and of course one has to be careful with that weight selection as well, because we do know that if you, let's say, I'll call them in-between weighted shots on these greens, unless you've got your line exactly right, you'll leave. And it is 3, asking how low the bowl is. We'll see Sue Hodges on her forehand will endeavour to reach under her own shorter bowl to try and get down to the counting bowls of Joe Edwards.
Oh, she's not far away here, Kev.
Well, this is the shot. This is definitely the
She's not far away here.
This is the right shot option. Well played. We'll get the jack. Unlucky.
Oh, that's unlucky. She deserved one out of that. It
Absolutely.
was a really well played bowl.
The jack just moved across to where that last bowl of Joe Edwards came in. But perfect weight, perfect everything, that bowl of Sue Hodges.
It was beautiful. It looked good out of the hand, didn't it? Joe's just going to ask Wendy a couple of questions. Asking if there's a gap between the bowl and the jack. And opting to stay on the backhand side.
So here is Joe Edwards holding 1, leading 7-3.
And we will have some updates for you at the completion of this end, Kev, of how things have progressed in the other semi-finals. Look at this, she's made it 2. What a bowl. And Sue Hodges rightfully coming up to have a look at that.
You don't get much better than that, do you?
Oh, that's such a great shot there from Joe Edwards.
Had to draw around the front bowl.
The danger here for Sue is she's got
big
one
danger.
one bowl on the head, so, and it's really close to the line that you need to take if you're going to be aggressive. So if you don't get it perfect, you could chip yourself out, drop a 4.
Very much so. And in these particular games as well, you do take note of the other scoreboards as well, of your other team, to see how they're faring, because you don't want to...
Taking it very early on the mat, far to her left, so that means it's going to hook late, and with a bit of, it'll be quite a dramatic late turn.
But it started off under the line, really. How far is it going to hold to her own bowl?
It could be okay.
Gets it clean. What a fantastic bowl from Sue Hodges. And, we don't yet know the result, but what a fantastic... Oh, got the shot. She said, oh, how's that?
She got 1. How good. I like the response.
And didn't know that she had the shot until she got down there. And that was well played under extreme pressure with that last bowl of Sue Hodges, but just got that roll onto her own bowl. and turned it into the head, onto the Edwards bowl for shot. And she'll be delighted with that outcome.
Well, it was lovely weight, wasn't it?
Oh, it was controlled weight.
Nice weight.
Absolutely.
Sort of weight that if you look at how far, and that's right, I said we were going to do some score updates, and here they are, Kev, the men's semi-final. You want to talk us through them?
Well, Northland, that I'm presuming it's Dean McMurtry up against Raymond Martin, and it is Northland who are leading by 5 shots to 3 in the race to 25. And then in the pairs, we're all locked up 3 apiece after 3 ends. And in the fours, it is Northland who are leading Wellington by 4 shots to 1. Now, no one's going to make any predictions at this point, but a promising start from Northland. Central Otago v Southland. Craig Merrill's in the singles for Southland. Jumped out to a 13-5 lead. In the pairs, it is 5-4 to Central Otago. After 5 ends, 5 of 18. And in the fours, it is the Southland side after 3 ends who are leading their neighbours Central Otago 4-1. Early stages, but it is Southland with their nose in front and Northland with their nose in front. And here in the Bay of Plenty Nelson match, as we know, it's 7-4, 6-4 to Bay of Plenty in the leading in the pairs, and in the fours, 4 ends gone, and it is the Bay of Plenty side, that's the Ruth Lynchskip side, who is leading Nelson. It's Kirsten Edwards who is leading by 3 shots to 0 after 4 of the 15 ends. In the remaining quarterfinal, North Harbour v Auckland, all very tight in the singles, and being 6-5, Selena Goddard leading 6-5, 3 apiece in the pairs after 6 ends, and 4-0 to Auckland after 7. Is that right? It can't be right.
In the fours, well, maybe they're going really, really fast.
Well, they've only scored, let's say Auckland are leading 4-0.
I think the score's definitely 4-0.
Yeah.
I don't think they've played 7 ends in that lot of fours, but some pretty close semi-finals shaping up, Kev.
Yeah, certainly is. And, you know, that Auckland North Harbour game, well, you know, that's nothing there, is there? So, all pretty close at this point in time.
And Sue Hodges on her backhand side, playing well. So indicate that the jack is quite short here based on the camera angle. Look at this here from Sue Hodges. Square onto that bowl.
That's 2 now.
Holding a couple. Now, do we get aggressive, Joe, or do we not?
Well, no, going on the draw.
She will have thought about it because she's indicated she's quite happy to have a nibble on this game.
Absolutely. And I just thought if she was going to do it, she may well do it with the 3rd bowl on the backhand. There's Joe Edwards, 2 down on the head. Certainly got it on the wider side. Doesn't like it. See the foot tap coming back.
Let's look at this late swing.
This late swing.
That is such a classy bowl. Oh, she was a roll, a revolution away. And Sue Hodges is going to have to switch to her forehand side now.
Holding one is Hodges, but my goodness, that got a big swing, didn't it?
The foot placement fascinates me with Sue. On her forehand side, if you look at where she takes the bowl from, she's in the middle of the mat. And on the backhand side, she's to the right of the mat as we look at it. I wonder, she must have, it must be a planned thing as part of her delivery.
Oh, is there a bit of luck here? No, there's not. Just nearly got the inside facing the bowl. Interesting, I just noticed Dave Edwards and Joe just having a chat in between bowls here. Whether it means they're going to play the shot differently. But as you rightly said, Alex, only 1 roll away was that Joe Edwards bowl from getting shot, leading 7-4 as Joe plays her last bowl. Of course, Ian's don't matter. It's just that race to 25. These women's semi-final of the Bowls New Zealand.
Look at that. Look at it come back. What a swing. And it sat down. That's just unbelievable class there from Joe Edwards to make that such a fine correction. Great stuff.
Well, that's, you know, they talk about Alex Marshall and the men. You can talk about talk about Alex Marshall with the men and their ability to draw around bowls, etc. Joe Edwards is exactly the same. She corrected her weight by 1 bowl.
Yeah, if there's room for a bowl, you're never safe, are you?
No,
you're just not safe.
Just 1 bowl in the. It's not as though Sue Hodges' bowl was a long way away from the jack, but doesn't it that just show, Alex, that, and it's great to see the confidence in one's drawing ability.
Well, for every singles game you play, so say Sue played 10 singles games and had that head, on 8 or 9 of them, she would have scored a point.
Yes.
Really good stuff from Jo Edwards, as we see on the forehand side. Is it going to run out enough this first bowl? Talks a lot about the first bowl effectiveness, just 2 bowls shy there.
Good thing is, though, Alex is just sitting low on the centre line, leading 8-4. And it's about the metre as well, isn't it? If you can get that consistency in and around that metre. So Sue Hodges now, who, let's not be mistaken, 8-4 behind, but still playing very, very well, isn't it?
Oh, and she's played some key bowls too. I've been very impressed by Sue Hodges. You can see it's unsurprising to me that she's won a national title.
Draws just literally jack level, tightening up now in that women's pairs as we play in 6 of 18. It's now 6-5. Bay of Plenty v Nelson. That is Debbie White of Bay of Plenty up against Val Smith. 6-5 now at Ian 6 of 18. Here's Edwards now on her forehand, head down. Has that little look. And again, coming in towards the jack now. Going to get to the jack or under it.
Got it square.
Got the jack on the draw. Moves it off the centre line right to the 2 metre mark. And not dilemma for Sue Hodges, but with her now short bowl there. Doesn't matter whether she comes around it or under it to get to where that line is to get to. Well, that's under it for sure.
Wellington, she may have enough weight for it to hold. She's staring at this one. If it holds, it's around. Oh, just at that last minute, turned across and she had perfect weight. Of course, Kev, I've just realised Bay of Plenty won the women's Intercentre in 2017. Sue Hodges was in that team, so that's not a new space for Sue to be in here.
No, I just wonder though, Alex, whether now Sue Hodges needs to change her hand to risk getting tangled up in the front, and I see Jo Edwards is elected to do that. And coming down now towards that, well, Jo's going to come up short of the target.
Holding 2.5. That there sort of means that Sue's going to probably start on her forehand side, I suppose.
Well, it's one of those sort of heads you don't like, really, isn't it? With bowls low of the jack. And literally in the draw here is now Sue Hodges on her forehand. Certainly got it out on that wider line. Doesn't want to get tangled on this front bowl. That's the danger. Gets under it and she's going to be close. Look at this from the Bay of Plenty player. Absolutely magnificent bowl there. Just drew underneath the low bowl, her own low bowl, and draws in behind the jack. That was a superbly played bowl by the Sue Hodges, the Bay of Plenty singles player. So, Jo Edwards asking Wendy Sutty how far behind, how high the jack is it? Edwards on her backhand, head down, trying to get down through the port or get to her own bowl to turn it in. Needs to get under this bowl clean. And just, well, wasn't that far away, really, getting a result. Can Sue Hodges now follow that same line as what her third bowl was, which drew just crept down under the low bowl and into the counting area? Will definitely be 1-8-4. On a wider line with this one. Come around her own bowl. Got a wee bit more weight on and we'll go by, but will we? Well, there was a magnificent bowl played by Sue Hodges, Alex, to
just
get
a great shot, wasn't
that
it?
Shot. But Jo Edwards and Coach Dave conferring with a smile down there.
Fair enough too.
It's interesting though, Alex, has been neither player, there's been no definitive length that they've sort of...
And they also haven't seemed to prefer a side of the rink either. And I suppose it's because, like we said earlier, there's no wind. It's essentially a perfect green. If you can see here, the coverage is all over the green.
Well,
there's no patches really.
Jamie Ferris, the greenkeeper, formerly of Gisborne, of course. But Jamie's done an outstanding. Not that the previous greenkeeper didn't. Well, in fact, the previous greenkeeper now is in Nelson. He's actually he's at Stoke. But these greens at Burnside are outstanding, and it was interesting earlier on this year when we were down there with the Burnside Piers. Of course, the Australians were there, and the Australians become really complimentary about the surface, the speed, having the cotulate right to the ditch board, and the other really big thing that they liked about it was that it didn't really matter on which one of the three greens that you played on. There was pretty much consistency of pace, and so they've got the greens of Burnside. Joe Edwards straight down to the jack.
So you see a lot of when you move the jack on your first bowl, it's quite an art to guts it, isn't it?
Oh,
it's
absolutely.
an indication of having good green to get it square instead of slicing it. As often you see players more in their junior years tend to be a little bit heavy and a little bit narrow. You're searching for the jack.
Sue Hodges here.
Slice it back a metre or so.
Just going to go by.
If it stops, it's a good bowl. Yeah, it's a good shot.
Now also about Burnside as well, Alex hadn't mentioned it yesterday as yet, but our New Zealand blind bowlers, of which Burnside's had a major involvement with, have just recently been playing on the Gold Coast at the World Championships, which got completed at the back end of last week, and they had a pretty successful trip to the Gold Coast.
Oh yeah, fantastic for New Zealand.
Was it 5 medals that they came away with?
Yes, it was 5, yeah.
5 medals that they came away from the World Champs on the coast. So well done to all of the New Zealand visually impaired and blind players, and of course their, what do they call them, their assistants, their
guides.
The guides that they have with them.
There was an unbelievable story.
That's
Anne Muir was playing the Piers and tripped over and damaged her ankle. And at the 11th hour, one of the Australian players had a spare wheelchair, as we see Sue Hodges here on the backhand, just passing through, not quite the shot, had a spare wheelchair, so Anne learnt how to, it's not Anne, it's too early in the morning, Sue Curran. Anne Muir was there watching and being supportive. Sorry, Sue and Anne, I haven't had enough coffee. Sue Curran it was, learned how to deliver bowls from a wheelchair, did so, was pushed up and down the green by Kevin Smith, who was there as a coach and supporter, and they came away with the win, Kev. Yeah. Just unbelievable. I mean, what a story. The number of things that had to happen there, just great stuff, and demonstrates the team spirit that was there as Joe Edwards.
Some Edwards now, how to get out of it. Well, Sue Hodges just the one, but Sue Hodges' chances, she wasn't far away. If she can hold that line to the white, it's all in her favour, but a very difficult shot. And
walking back for her picker-upper, bowls lifter.
The weight's more than likely going to defeat her. Is it? No, it's not. Hold all tickets. Just goes by, and was the weight that great line. So congratulations to our visually impaired and blind bowlers. And to the whole team, everyone with them, to walk away from the Gold Coast with 5 medals at the World Championship. So, and it was the other good thing, Alex, was their enthusiasm of keeping everyone back here in New Zealand up to date.
Oh, it was fantastic, wasn't it?
About what was going on, and sort of game by game reports, and they did a wonderful job, and congratulations to them all.
Joe now on the backhand side, picking the mat up.
8-5, holding the one shot was the indication from Wendy Sutty, the marker. 7-5 now, Bay of Plenty leading in the pairs at 7 of 18, and it'll be the one shot. You'll see Sue Hodges take it out. The jack level bowl is second shot. Yes, it is. So that is 9-5 to Joe Edwards. And Wendy Sutty putting the lollipops up. And of course, we'll be with you right throughout the whole day, bringing you because of these singles finish earlier, we'll move across to that the pairs match, Bay of Plenty Nelson match. And again, after the afternoon, the finals, we'll be bringing you live action from the men's, the men's final. We'll be bringing you live action from that Intercentre final. But of course, at the same time, being able to give you updates of the women's final as well.
And Jo Edwards leading off on her forehand.
Just going to dip slightly under the centre line. And then, of course, in about a week's time, Alex, all to be sorted out yet. But of course, there will also be live action back to New Zealand from the multi-nations, playing at various locations around on the Gold Coast, where we've got the New Zealand side participating, and we have also got the para combinations as well, correct?
Yes, yeah, it'll be a great exhibition of bowls, I think, and the players rearing to go, and some people, of course, it's a new blood in the New Zealand team, so it'll be a good week of bowls to watch. And Kevin, I misled you when you said, is it a tui on the Bay of Plenty logo? It's a huia, which of course is a beautiful extinct bird now.
Right.
So it's a huia on the Bay of Plenty centre logo, which I should have known, considering the fact that that's where I started my bowls, not a tui. So we were close, but not quite.
We got the back part of it right.
Yeah, well, sort of. It's a bird. It's a native. Just about there, but a huia, of course, on the Bay of Plenty.
And you'd be delighted, no doubt, Alex, with in that New Zealand side, which we'll be covering that one of your very, very good friends and a renowned indoor bowler will be making her New Zealand debut, and I know that Terry will be doing that with a big smile on her face.
Yeah, it's exciting, of course, for everyone, for Terry Blackburn to be donning the colours for the outdoor game as part of that para team. And I suspect the friends and family will be more nervous than she is. I'll be a bit stressed out. I think one of those games is slated to be broadcast, Kev.
Oh, right, okay.
Or potentially be a nervous wreck behind the mic watching that go on, but good stuff for sure.
Well, at the Nationals this year, Terry was very impressive, wasn't she? And so you would have heard there. Wendy Sutton been asked by Sue Hodges how low is that backhand bowl, and it's a bowl and a half in front. So Sue Hodges endeavouring to get just inside the Jo Edwards bowl. Will it do so? This is close. This is close. If it gets inside it clean.
Lovely bowl.
Turns the bowl through. Did it turn it through enough? Jo Edwards will ask, no doubt, as she is. And still the one shot. Wendy Sutty indicates that it is still the one shot to Jo Edwards.
She's got lovely weight control, doesn't she, Sue Hodges, with her bowls that we've seen a few times her rest the bowl out, or she cannoned a bowl up for one early on. Always seems to play with a nice weight. And Jo trying to play petanque there.
Yes. Well, Sue's been around the scene for a number of years, and of course, learned her trade on those very good greens in Dunedin. The weed greens of Dunedin before making the move to the Bay of Plenty, and just going to get to the centre line.
See the bowls move sideways at the end, don't they?
Yeah, they do. That may well count.
So she's holding two, and there's no future with weight because, as we can see, Sue's got no bowls at the back of the rink. So we'll just see a similar shot again, I suppose, Kev. On the backhand, Sue looking to promote her white bowl at 2 o'clock.
I think she's having a laugh. The girls that she's asking Jo Edwards, what shot should I play?
Jo say, play your backhand,
yeah,
Sue.
well, if she can get a roll or turn on her bowl on the backhand, may well get that good enough for a roll. And the shot on the backhand is no.
She's playing. It's not short. She could get a slice of fortune here. 3, 4, 5, 6 rolls.
And outside, not inside.
I mean, she had beautiful weight. She was actually, if she'd been an eighth of a bowl narrower, that would have rolled in for shot there.
So, looking at 2 shots here to Joe Edwards. Just waiting for Sue Hodges to get to the other end and confirm that. That's what the marker indicated. Yeah, it is 2. You heard them agree to that.
So, nearly double figures.
There we go.
Here's some more score updates, Kev.
So, very close in the Raymond Martin Dean McMurtry singles game, with Northland now leading 9-8. The pairs is also tight. Northland leading that 7-4. And in the fours, again, it is Northland leading 5-2 after 5 ends. So, promising start from Northland in that semi-final. And there in the Central Otago v Southland, well, in the singles, they're running away. Southland leading 20-6, and in the pairs now 13-6 and 8-3 in the fours. Southland leading. So the Southland Stags resume. Bagley Howley playing the singles, I presume, is it, or Craig Merrill's?
Yeah, that could be either, because of this format, hey, they can choose anyone. So I don't know. We'll see if they win the singles soon, and we see either Sheldon or Craig sort of wander around, we'll know the answer to that question.
And in the women's semi-final, as you say, it's Joe Edwards of Nelson leading Sue Hodges Bay of Plenty 11-5. In the pairs, it is Bay of Plenty leading by the single shot by 7-6. And in the fours, after 5 ends, it is Bay of Plenty, 15 ends, of course, the fours. It is Bay of Plenty who are leading by 5 shots to 3. So very tight in those 2 encounters. And then in the Auckland v North Harbour, singles, anybody's game. 8-7 to Auckland now in the singles, 7-3 to Auckland in the pairs, and 6-1 to Auckland in the fours. So promising start for Auckland in the pairs and fours, and the singles, anybody's match. It's still, of course, anybody's match.
Yeah,
but
it's tight stuff, isn't it, all around?
A promising start there from Auckland as Joe Edwards holding shot here now. Sue Hodges on her backhand with her second bowl. The Jack Low bowls definitely shot. How far will this bowl of Hodges come back to the centre line? Won't come back enough.
So the only concern for, I mean, Sue's played very well. The scary thing with Joe is if you blink, you'll drop a 4.
Absolutely.
Which would be, I mean, that's the concern, isn't it? And we see here Sue, and she has played well this game, but she's played 2 bowls that are sort of, they're okay bowls. She's got 1 short and 1 past. That's enough room for Joe to put 4 bowls in.
Well, she's just about to put a 3rd one in there right now, which is going to finish just alongside the Jack. Or just by, well, it's now become a very difficult hit.
That's great stuff. I mean, it would be tempting if Joe was playing this bowl to have a nibble on the forehand
to play
side.
Down the slide down on that forehand. And Sue Hodges trailing 11-5 and 3 down on the head. And just a lot of thought going into the shot option here. Obviously, just saw Val Smith play top bowl in the pairs. There's a lot of cheering and clapping going on. Sue Hodges here needs to sit on something, is giving it every attempt to do so.
Brilliant.
Look at that, well played.
Brilliant.
Well played from the Bay of Plenty singles player. Joe Edwards holding the 1 shot, but very good saving shot there from Sue Hodges.
Joe on the backhand.
So does Sue Hodges now, it looks as though she's considering it, Alex, play that forehand?
Well, yeah, I think she will.
Yeah, she's looking at that.
She has played with lovely weight, hasn't she?
She has. She's not going to lose a bowl. She's not going to go to 100 miles an hour. But there's a chance to play down underneath her own low bowl. And she's not far away. She's under the lines. You can see That shot was on. Another one to Joe Edwards. 12-5. But the good thing with Sue Hodges, she did set herself up with hole 3 to have a scoring opportunity, which wasn't there before, by drawing second shot. And she was looking at it was 3 down. So another one to the Nelsonian. And as we said, in those men's semi-finals, Southland are ahead really overall quite strongly. V Central Otago.
They're in a good position, aren't they?
They're in a strong position. And in the Northland Wellington match, well, that's anybody's. And as in the other women's semi-final with Auckland and North Harbour, that too is really still it's still in single-figure scoring. So it's certainly that match is there's no indication there at this point in time. Edwards now leading 12-5 in the race 2:25.
So we see Joe Edwards on her forehand with her first bowl. That men's semi-final between Northland and Wellington is an interesting one, isn't it? Because
it certainly is.
Pre-tournament, you would have picked, Wellington were probably the pre-tournament favourites, or up there in the sort of your top 3 picks. Northland, they wouldn't have featured in the top 3, and at the moment they're leading the singles 10-8, all square in the pairs, and leading the fours 5-2.
Well, you're correct, and you know, it just highlights that you can get in this provincial environment, you can get a group of players together, and they don't all have to be stars, but if they can all combine well, consistent, and it's all about consistency, isn't it? In this, because Dean McMurtry's in there, he won a New Zealand champion singles.
Yeah, I think there's a quote from some sports person, but it's something along the lines of a champion team will always beat a team of champions.
True.
And often I think that it's not wrong.
Well, we've seen it so often. For example, in bowls, at national championships, we've heard pre-tournament about the dream team, and yet when it comes to that last day and the bells are ringing, the dream team's at the airport.
Yeah.
So, and that happens on a number of occasions. Now here, is this a little turning point here?
She just got past that clean.
Lane 2 is Sue Hodges.
It is a 12-5 score, isn't it, to Nelson? So Joe in a comfortable position here, but Sue playing well enough, she'll still feel like she's got a chance if she can get to double figures.
Oh, if you
kick through.
If you can score on 2 or 3 ends, get a couple of consecutive ends under your belt as well, Alex, that can make such a big difference. But this 2 is going to be short.
Now, yeah, I think this is a big end here, Kev.
This is a really, this is I'm not going to say a match decider, but it certainly can have a big bearing. Joe Edwards played 3 bowls, all short.
Yeah, I think for Sue, how many chances are you going to get against Joe Edwards?
3 in the game.
To score a multiple on an end. It's not going to happen that often, and that's your chance to catch up. She's got, 7 points to catch up. She needs to bridge a 7-point gap first. So you're going to have some threes. Fascinating, this foot placement, just on the backhand side.
As you said before there, just right on the edge of the mat.
So ordinarily what that does is that because where you're letting the bowl go is slightly to your left, it tends to hook a bit later and a bit more. So this bowl, using bowls theory, should turn quite a lot at the end of its arc.
And we'll turn towards the jack.
Yeah, I'll claim that as me being right. If she'd had more weight, it would have turned more, Kev. So
well, another yard away, it would have been right to the centre line. So Joe Edwards now 3 down. Standing back off the mat. Doesn't want any interruption to a line.
How many times in her career has she been 3 down and played a bomb?
On the backhand, is that 3 swings. Feet always in that same position.
Yeah, so if you look at Joe, where she lets her bowl go, is underneath the line. There's probably 3 or 4 feet the difference. So they will be taking a different arc here. Joe on the backhand. It's turning away. That's a disappointing. That's a disappointing end for Joe Edwards.
Well, you saw the old head at the finish there. Joe was, delivered the bowl. Looked to be You know, on a good line and good chance of.
There would have been no point in that for like 20 seconds where Joe would have thought that she was going to drop a 4.
No, absolutely not. And Sue Hodges, the gate's been left open.
Oh, don't swing, Sue.
But
oh, the heart in the mouth there for Sue Hodges. It would have been a panic stations if she had knocked Joe's bowl up, but maybe only a 3 here, Kev.
May only be 3 now. And they're looking, that's the 4th one that they're looking at. Joe Edwards is going to say no, we're going to measure that one, but definitely 3 come out, 12, at least 12-8.
Call it 3.5, but a good in there from Sue Hodges. She just settled down, put 3 bowls close. There wasn't any shot play.
So if you're calling for the measure, you think you 4 down, don't you?
I would say so. So she's measured Sue's bowl. Now to Joe's at 12 o'clock. I think it's 4.
Umpire. Very close.
Fair
well,
enough.
the good thing about that, Alex, is let's not muck around. Let's just call the umpire instead of going backwards and forwards, Joe's conceded. I can't separate them. I'll go to the bathroom, get the umpire out here.
And on that note, while we're waiting for the umpire, I reckon now is a great time for an ad break.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
And I don't think the end break was long enough to cover the umpire taking the time, so we're just
still waiting there. Not still.
We can see David Conroy. That's just getting the line right there. The box measure.
Am I reading this right? I just see a posting here, Alex, that North Harbour woman going into this morning have won 18 games out of 18.
I think so. I think they've had quite a good they've had quite a good
unbeaten,
quite a good run
in all disciplines.
I can double check that for you if you would like.
It just seems quite phenomenal.
Where are we on this draw? I'll tell you.
12-9.
So what was it in the end? I haven't been paying attention. Was it a 3 or a 4, Kev? A 3.
12-9 now. And Nelson now in front in the women's pairs. 8-7 at the halfway mark as we play in 9 of 18.
So North Harbour finished with 10 match points, 15 game points, and a positive diff of 113 for their section. So that must mean there's sort of somewhere they didn't win.
Must do.
Still pretty, I would say.
Absolutely.
I'd say that's pretty dominant.
Now you hear looking at that backhand point on the mat there with Sue Hodges, just 1 foot really just on the mat. Certainly a different line to Joe Edwards' bowl delivery point, and Sue Hodges now drawing in towards the jack, going to finish right on the centre line. And certainly playing at a shorter length. And you'll see there's that backhand with Joe Edwards standing right in the middle of the mat, just getting that angle on her with the foot angle.
Yeah, I think Joe went for a little walk, which has again shown her experience after that. It was an uncharacteristic 4 to drop for Joe Edwards. She just fell short 4 times, really.
Which is most unusual. Well, there was literally and no correction on either of the 4 bowls.
So on the forehand.
And draws inside the port in front of the Joe Edwards bowl will be the shot itself. Yes, it is. I'm sure Joe Edwards will stay, on her backhand side. Knows that if she can... Oh, Dave's got the early morning sausage. Yeah,
I'm very jealous of Dave right now.
He's got they must have the barbecue going over there. So traditionally do it Burnside and get in. Well, that's well played from Joe Edwards, regardless of what the result is, to get past, get to the shot bowl. The sausage sizzle is quite not unique to Burnside, but it's always there. And Dave just having his morning tea on the job.
Oh, right, so it's important coaching stuff. Although, for me, you need to have a lot of onion on your sausage sizzle.
Well, they normally do have onion there on the barbecue at Burnside. They do a wonderful job.
So here we go. Jo Edwards on the backhand again. She's just... the game's tightened right up. It's 9-12. She dropped a number, a disappointing number for Jo Edwards. So it's about getting back on track, refocusing on that backhand side. Her bowl's just sat down, which is probably good, actually. It gives a bit of room. That's good stuff from Jo Edwards.
Closes this, just going to slip by. And that bowl really now for Sue Hodges, that last bowl, that's the target bowl now for Sue Hodges. It's that last bowl of Joe's on the forehand side. It is jack high. If she can draw to the inside of that bowl, certainly be a counter on the forehand. Is the Bay of Plenty singles player, but has narrowed that line up, doesn't like it.
I can confirm that North Harbour is absolutely undefeated, Kev. They won 15 out of 15 in qualifying and then 3-0'd their quarterfinal. That's pretty dominant performance, isn't it, so far from the North Harbour team? And of course, they are at the moment playing Auckland in the women's semi-final, and they lead 10-8 in the singles. They trail 6-11 in the pairs, and they trail 1-7 in the fours. And you don't want to have done all that work to not make it through to the final. So we'll keep you up to date as that progresses in the next couple of ends.
You don't want 18 to finish on 19, do you?
Yeah. Great Intercentre thing.
So looking for the shot bowl as Edwards might
inside out.
Here just goes by.
Could have just got a feather, but got it slightly too thick.
It's that Rise smile on the way through 12-10 now, really tightening up now in this singles encounter. That's an amazing record of North Harbour through section play, Alex, regardless of what happens. To go through, 2 days of section play and not drop a match is...
absolutely.
That's a wonderful achievement from the North Harbour women's side. Under the guidance now of Trish Coote. Very, very hard-working and passionate North Harbour. A good bowler in her own right, but an umpire as well now, and very, very...
And she does a bit of commentary every now and then as well, Kev. I commentated the Auckland Women's Fours like 5 years ago with Trish.
Yeah, she's very, very passionate, Trish, and is very good for the sport. Sue Hodges now. Home tightening right up, 12-10 on the forehand. And this is a pretty good opening bowl. Just going to go by the jack, get to the centre line.
It's really a story of Sue has been playing at a pretty reasonable level for this entire game, hasn't she?
Absolutely.
She hasn't got worse, she hasn't got better. She's been pretty solid the entire time. You just put your 4 bowls there, a couple of reaching shots, and we've seen Jo start off really good and just in a little bit of a slump at the moment.
Yeah, there's just been that mid-game sort of lack of consistency from Jo, but well, here we go.
It must be an interesting challenge when you're as good as Joe, or those top bowlers. If we think back to the 4 that she dropped, like if you gave them that head 20 times, they would get away out of it 19 times.
Now, just to make a quick point here, Alex. Now, if that had been Joe Edwards, then she wouldn't have played that bowl.
Yes.
She'd have waited.
Yeah.
Would not have played it.
It's the awareness of
it's
the
awareness of where the line and where everything is. And Sue Hodges, you can see that, and she's got a wry smile on her face. But we've seen Joe Edwards 3 or 4 times during this match hold back. That's the reason why.
No, it would only have hit if it had been a good bowl, Kev.
Yeah,
it's only when they're perfect out of your hand that they hit.
Yeah, and Joe is one of those players whereby she wants to own her vision, her line to the jack, and so now on the backhand, 2 down is Sue Hodges.
Very smooth release.
But as Alex rightly said, she's been fairly consistent, and we're going to see it again here now. How far is it going to break down towards the jack? Hasn't got the weight now.
Pressure's sort of building
now.
here.
Remember, we had an end before, sort of like this, and managed to draw the shot, another one, second shot. So she won't be too phased about the whole thing. But what she will be disappointed in is the looseness of the head at this point in time, and literally giving 3 shots at the change. And here she is, 3. And I'm sure Sue Hodges here would be more than happy if she could get second shot on the backhand. It's the Bay of Plenty singles player.
Oh, this is a loose bowl.
Certainly out on that wider arc. Come in now.
Willing it back in.
Well, it needs to be inside the Joe Edwards bowl. In fact, fell outside it. And I think Joe will just get confirmation from the marker. I think she's laying 3. She's confident. Now this becomes a big end in the context of the game when you just fight your way. Just picked up a 3.
Well, psychologically, yes, because we've seen the game. You know, Sue got into double figures for the first time, trailed only by 2 to Joe Edwards, and was looking the better player for that little stretch of 2 or 3 ends. Joe Edwards just putting a stamp of authority back on this game,
and
that's a good 4, isn't it? Look
Absolutely.
at those bowls.
Shocker. Well, I come back as well, being pedantic, I suppose one could say. And there, behind the ring, is the great Mari Watson and Ken Watson, of course, the Nelsonians.
Mari, a dual international, Kev. Did you know that? Played indoor for New Zealand and outdoor for New Zealand. And I think she was the first female bowler to win the Canterbury Indoor Open Singles.
Oh, really?
In the very late 70s or early 80s.
Fantastic player, you know, Mari, the Mouse, as she was called, you know, Huri, you forget the 1990, of course, Commonwealth Games. Her and Judy Howard, but, you know, Mari, she was the queen of the greens, and Joe Edwards, I know, is let's say, is both in Nelson, and it's great, formerly of Christchurch, of course. Her husband Ken played out of Linwood, won the National Fours when playing with the great Morgan Moffat. Ken played in that side along with Sonny Calder. I can't remember who the other player was. So Ken, a very, very good player in his own right, played for Canterbury for a number of years, former fireman, and then moved to Nelson. And of course, son Gary, very top player in his own right. But well, Mari was the Joe Edwards, I suppose you could say.
Oh, she was unbelievable. She won. I think she's the most successful, or maybe the most successful equal female bowler when it comes to national open singles titles.
Absolutely, would be, yes,
I
would be.
I feel like she had a 3-peat as well, which one might not have been repeated, or at least a back-to-back singles.
Well, she played in that era of the great Millie Khan, Judy Howard, Marlene Castle, the Adrian Lambert, And it was just the 3.
Cool. And just for viewers' information, if you look at the top right, we now have the women's, the 4s between Bad Plenty and Nelson on the picture-in-picture at the top right. So we'll be flicking between the 4s and the pairs. And I suppose, do you think it's time for another score update, Kev? We may as well.
We'll go for an update. They're doing a great job. The sort of, I'm not going to put in the backroom now, the main crew. So here we are, Northland, Wellington. Northland now leading 14-9 in the singles, 8-7 in the pairs, 6-3 in the 4s.
There's a story developing.
What do you say, Alex? What do you say? You know, the pre-favourites, Wellington, behind in all 3 disciplines at this point in time to the guys in the far north. Early days, of course, but I'm sure the Northland guys with that 14-9 buffer in the singles, they'll be going for it. Central Otago now 23-12 in the singles to Southland. They're all but home. 14-11 in the pairs after 12 to Southland. 8-5 in the 4s. Well, those pairs and 4s, Alex, have actually tightened up, haven't they? The singles is very dominant with Southland, but the other 2 disciplines have tightened up. North Harbour in the singles lead Auckland 10-8. In the pairs, it is Auckland leading North Harbour by 11-6. And in the 4s, it is Auckland leading 7-1. So singles, anyone game, and Auckland looking relatively strong in both the pairs and 4s at this early stage. Well, at this halfway stage, I should say.
And of course, we know here, of course, in the semi-final that the singles is 15-10 to Nelson, the 4s is 7-6 to Nelson, and I can tell you that the pairs is 9-7 to Nelson.
So a lot going on.
Joe Edwards lining up on the back end.
Thank you, Brett O'Reilly. Just reminding me that Glenn Miller, who was the former greenkeeper at Burnside, now of course at Stoke, was the 4th player in that Morgan Moffat side that won the national 4s.
I've seen a picture of their return to their club because Kevin Smith, who's working for Bowls New Zealand, was a member of the club at the time. And they were on the shoulder, the 4 were hoisted up on the shoulders of some club members, and there was lots of hydration available, and everyone looked, there was great merriment for sure.
I'll never forget the great. So we see Sue Hodges. What a great bowl with the first. I remember Sonny Calder, who did a lot of coaching in those days in the Canterbury area, and Sonny had this little tendency that he used to dump his bowl up, but it had a little throw that he used to. And I remember at something talking to Sonny Calder, and his response was, "If you do the same thing every time, everything's fine." Joe Edwards now getting down to the Hodges bowl. Look at this from Edwards.
Oh, what a bowl!
Sits inside it, back toucher.
It's just great stuff from Joe Edwards. See all the bowls in a perfect line green-wise, and good to see, and as you said in the background, a growing crowd for this National Intercentre final.
Certainly is. So you see Sue Hodges on the search for that jack trail underneath to the Edwards bowl. Joe Edwards will just asking how far behind is the bowl. Well, there it is. It's 3 inches, Alex?
Yeah, something like that. Not very far away. Wendy Sutty.
But again, it just highlights the confidence that Joe, it's about ability of what she brings with her draw match, the draw game that, you know, see Muriel Bell standing there behind Dave Edwards, Muriel, one of the, and her husband John from the Stoke Club, 2 of the real great workers down in the Nelson area for our sport, do a wonderful job.
So Joe just covering the squeeze of the jack there, really, isn't it? Because if the jack does squeeze, it's probably going to that side.
Well, hold the shot, hold the board, lead 15-10. You've got to play the shot to really suit. She's got this bowled out on a wider arc than what a third one was, trying to get down to the Joe Edwards bowl, going to go by. Doesn't do so, and it will be a 1 to Joe Edwards in the semi-final of the women's Intercentre.
We see Wendy Sadie cross over with the lollipop up. One to the blue.
So 16-10, so we're back on the pairs over there now. 9-8 to Nelson. 9-8 after 11 of 18, or playing 11 of 18. Going back to that men's scenario, Alex, that Northland Wellington game, there's always a surprise that arrives. The last time we hit the Intercentre, it was Wairarapa with a surprise, and won their way through. And by goodness, the boys from the north, they will certainly making Wellington battle for every shot, obviously, aren't they, at this stage?
Absolutely. You know, it's one of the great things about this Intercentre. Everyone's capable. You know, you pick 7 good players. They're all capable of beating everyone else. So you just see how it all shakes out on the day, and it could be really exciting.
So under the head, well, Sue Hodges, I think it's fair to say Southland, well, it has tightened up, but Southland got a convincing lead in the singles. And of course, once you get just that one match, you need to win after that, isn't it? And Joe Edwards didn't like that one out of the hand. And we can see why, because it's going to be on that wider side, go past the Sue Hodges bowl. But it'll stay up past the 2 metre mark. That's fine.
There'll be no complaints there, will there? So you can hear the sound of something in the background, a motorcycle. Passing through. Sue Hodges on the back end again. Very grooved delivery. Late was pretty good with the first bowl, so it's just about correcting the green.
Well, from Sue Hodges' point of view, she's got to start scoring.
I can tell you, of course, Kev, we asked a question earlier about who the singles player was for the men's Southland team. It's Sheldon Bagri-Howley, the New Zealand singles champion, and the 2 Craigs, Tinker and Merrilees, are playing the pairs.
It's a very strong upfront combination. You know, if you take the pairs and Sheldon playing the singles, and you know, we know so well in that final of the New Zealand singles where he defeated Shannon McElroy. He, to me, really came of age in that final, whereby he was struggling early on in the match, but then was absolutely outstanding in the latter stages of that final and drew some amazing shots. And Sue here starting to get into trouble.
Just a bit reaching. This could be steering down the barrel of a 3 shortly. Jo may opt to switch to her backhand side. It looks more open.
Well, it may well do, because there's nothing to run into, is there? She just, if she gets to the centre line, she's got a counter.
Absolutely. Of course, the other thing, when Sheldon won the New Zealand singles, he sort of defeated different generations of good singles exponents, didn't he? Because in the semi-final, he defeated Peter Sain, who's won the New Zealand singles, I think, on 2, maybe 3 occasions. And then in the final played Shannon McElroy, so he couldn't look at his draw after he finished and thought, well, I got one of the easier runs through. He had to do it the hard way.
And did it well.
Now, Sue Hodges, 3 down. This is a big bowl. She trails 16-10. She can draw the shot here. That would keep her well and truly alive. If she drops a 3, you start to question whether there's a way back.
Well, this is more than likely the best line to date of her 3 bowls.
Very close from Sue Hodges. She's been good under pressure.
How far is it going to run?
She's good under pressure again.
How's this? How's this? Draws a back toucher. Well, didn't have a bowl with literally within 5 feet of the jack, and then draws a back toucher.
She's here to play, Kev.
Yeah, well played from the Bay of Plenty singles player. It's a 1.
I suppose you never know when you're in these positions if there's going to be another chance to be in this position. You're in knockout play of a national event, so you leave nothing.
You don't
leave nothing, do you? Everything's put out on the green. You know, a great shot from Sue Hodges there to keep herself well and truly in this game. 11-16 in the race to 25.
Perfect conditions. There's just a touch of a slight breeze, but nothing really. And Mary Watson and her husband Ken, they've now got a quite large camper van. So they do quite a bit of travelling around the country and watching the various events, etc. And it's great to see Murray and Ken here at this down here at Burnside of this Intercentre, because Murray Watson's certainly one of those.
Oh, there's some great bowls couples out there. The Southland team here. You've got Winnett McLaughlin and Winston McLaughlin from South Otago, another great bowls.
Absolutely.
A bowls couple.
And they've certainly clocked up the kilometres
similar things
over the years. And although they're both passed away now, but two of the real great supporters of New Zealand bowls, and they travelled nice. And when I say they travelled the globe, they did travel the globe. That was Ethel and Joan Brown. Ethel, in fact, the World Bowls might have been the 2000. I can't remember which one of the two it was in Christchurch, but they were in the retirement village at that point in time. Didn't have the best of health. They actually brought a nurse with them. They actually travelled they got on one of the cruise ships and went down to Christchurch, booked into a hotel for the fortnight of the World Championships, had a nurse with them for the duration, and watched the World Championship. We had a function at the Onehunga District Club, I think that's what it's called now, and it was when Kerry Clark was still involved, and we made a presentation to Ethel and Joan, and they both got given a New Zealand shirt and a numbered. They got a cap.
That's amazing. I think that was 2016, by the way, Kev. I have a recollection.
Yeah, I was fortunate. I emceed the event for them at the Onehunga Districts Club, and I can tell you that when we used to go and visit Ethel and Joan in their retirement village, they were scrapbook keepers, and they had everything there. And I always had the pleasure of toasting Ethel for his 100th birthday, and he passed away, as did Joan. But they were the two followers. They followed wherever the New Zealand team played in the world. Ethel and Joan would be there, and yes, they travelled to Christchurch on a cruise ship, booked into a hotel, bought their own nurse, and they were there for the 2 weeks of the World Championship.
That's great. Oh, what a great story. Thank you for sharing that, Kev. And there's so many wonderful people in our sport, and certainly deserve to be spoken about and remembered as well.
Well, Ethel, of course, as well, was one of the great advocates for the Kitty Hawks. And so in the old days of the Kitty Hawks, the Easter singles tournament, the first prize was a trip to the Gold Coast, and which Ethel and Joan took care of. They were the donors, that one could say, of that, and they had an apartment. And Joe Edwards and Dave, I know they enjoyed the hospitality there. Marlene and myself certainly have. They had the apartment at Burleigh, and that was their contribution. And Shannon McElroy, another one, the recipient of the generosity of.
Here's a big end here, Kev.
Yes.
Saw Sue. She didn't even, I wouldn't say that's cracking under the pressure. She played a reasonable bowl, pushed it a bit wide, but on this occasion, she's been unable to salvage. I think we're going to see a four here.
Four here. I'm pretty sure we're looking at 4.
So we'll see Joe Edwards go to 20. And on that note, I think very shortly we're going to see some more
19.
Score updates. Oh, yeah. Joe.
Yeah, 19.
What are you doing? Okay, 19. I fully expected a 4th shot there, but unable to make it 4. So we'll just have a look at the scores from around the place.
19-11 now to Joe Edwards, 12-8 to Nelson. Now here we go in the men's semi-final. Now 16-11. She's changing 16-11 to Northland. in the race to 25 in the singles. Changed now in the pairs. 11 Ian's gone, and it is Andrew Kelly, I presume. Andrew Kelly skip combination, who is now leading by 11-8. And in the fours, 7-6 to Wellington. Still anybody's match there. It's yeah, it's pretty tight all round with that Northland Wellington match. Another men's semi-final. We have got Central Otago. Well, that's one game is over. Sheldon Bagley Harley has won his singles. Now this could be interesting. He's won his singles 25-13. It is 16-13 in the pairs and 8-6 in the fours. Now, those could still...
They're anyone's game,
Alex, aren't they? So, yes, we've got one in the bag. We've only got to win one more. But Central Otago are still very, very much in the hunt in both the pairs and the fours and those other two semi-finals.
And then there's a women's...
The Auckland playing North Harbour.
That's the one, which we will see shortly on the screen.
As we see Joe Edwards just drawing low of the jack. Trying to get home as quickly as possible now is Joe Edwards. So we'll just update you in about a moment of the Auckland North Harbour women's semi-final, which will come up on your screen in about a moment. There it is, and 14 apiece. Now, in the pairs, North Harbour jumped to the front. They were behind at the last cross. 14-11 now, and 11-1. Auckland lead in the fours. Can't call that one either, Alex.
It's going to come right down to it. I think that's... I mean, if they say the same, it's going to come down to the singles winner, isn't it? And that's 14 apiece.
14 apiece. So, no, can't. It was looking good for Auckland. Our last cross changed around. Fours is still looking good. Pairs is changed, and singles, well, it's anybody's.
And of course, we know in this one that the Bay of Plenty is trailing Nelson in the singles 11-19. If you look across to the top right, you can see that Bay of Plenty is trailing Nelson 8-12 in the pairs. And I can tell you that in the fours, the score is 9-7 to Bay of Plenty after 8 ends.
Well, so Nelson holding the advantage in 2 of the 3 matches, and Joe Edwards holding 2 shots. And what's happened at this back end of the game, Alex, which we shouldn't be surprised really about, the dominance of Joe Edwards at crucial stages of matches. That's the class, isn't it?
Absolutely. Just sort of the timing, I think. As we see Sue here on the forehand.
Trying to rest. Just going it well. Well, more than likely, may well be 2. Was Joe Edwards having a look at to see what that number looks like, what it is. And I see another great South Island supporter of our sport sitting, standing there watching Jan Gallop from Marlborough, of course. Lloyd, the Gallop family, Lloyd, Matt, like Kevin, they sit being tremendous in the Marlborough area for our sport, and good players in their own rights, of course.
Absolutely. The Joe pre-shot routine.
Nothing changes.
Place the hand on the bowl.
No wind, absolutely perfect conditions here at Burnside in our finals day of the Intercentre.
Came out smooth. Joe Edwards on the forehand. Holding 2 there, 1 at 12 and 1 at 6 o'clock. Sue Hodges with third shot at 7 o'clock to the jack.
And here that bowl comes, Alex. It's going to get all the way in towards the jack. No, it won't. I see that Bay of Plenty just secured 2 shots in the pairs. It's a 12-10 now, Nelson leading that women's pairs match.
Yes, in the fours game, as I was saying it, Bay of Plenty scored some points, so it's 13-7 to Bay of Plenty in the fours. So they're a chance here at Bay of Plenty.
There's nothing, the singles at the moment strongly favouring Nelson. anybody's game in the pairs, only 2 the difference, and a mini break for, you can say, a mini break for Bay of Plenty in the fours.
Yeah, they've taken a 6-point lead in the fours after 9 ends, so they'll be feeling okay about that, I think. As we see Sue here, she's playing with weight on the forehand side.
Trying to get down to these.
She's very close here, Kev, looking just to sit down off either of the
Either
bowls.
of these two
sit
gets
down off that
inside
one.
it and falls.
Brilliant.
And will make shot of it.
She's played that weight in particular. She seems to play really well. It's a very well played shot from Sue. And they're hard bowls to play, aren't they, Kev?
Oh, very hard to play when you're playing that. You're trying to play that yard of weight through the head to that target, knowing as well that you know, each time she's played them as well, she's been under severe pressure, you know, on the head. Not as though she's just one down to try and get a result. She's been multiple numbers down, and she's now played on about 3 occasions. Has played the shot to convert, and now trails by 19 shots to 12. Now, at what state is so? Are we at no time now, Alex?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So just play out the ends, and a kill is a kill.
Not that I think with the time limit that it would make a great deal of difference, really. I did notice though, and yeah, I noticed yesterday, and it highlights to me certain players, and that was in the Auckland v Counties match in the singles, where yes, Counties won, but they only got to 22, and
yeah, that would indicate that the time,
yes,
the time rate out on the mare, but a rare occurrence.
Well, that singles player for Counties, I would say, is not the quickest player. Leanne Paulson's a very deliberate player. As we watch Edmonds again, back to the centre line.
Good shot.
But it may well have been as well, Alex, that because in that, yeah, Auckland had already won the pairs by 17 to 10 and the fours by 21 to 9. It was a non. It didn't matter really anyway.
Yeah, yeah. So 19-12 the score, so the equation for Joe, 6 more points. Sue needs 13. So she needs to score at double the rate that Joe is from now to the end if she wants to win this game. And she's shown signs, she's shown a lot of ability, and she's played some good balls under pressure. It is hard to see a future where that turnaround happens though, Kev, I think. If things stay the same.
I never want to say that no one's going to win a match or lose a match, but what's happening? It's about the consistency and bowls effectiveness now, which Joe Edwards is putting pressure on the head of Sue Hodges, and this now becomes also a difficult head. That last short bowl of Joe Edwards is making the head quite. Joe Edwards is telling me how short it is. In other words, very short. Murray Watson with a wry smile behind her there.
That's very good from Joe. That's funny. So Sue, her backhand delivery is actually suited to this, to get around the short bowl and hook late. Oh, she's not taking an arrow green, but let's just see what this bowl does at the end of the track.
Has to move back a long way.
There's that sideways movement. Great effort from Sue Hodges, really. She wasn't far off.
Came back a long way. I know this is an early prediction, Alex, but this whole match could come down to that pairs game.
Oh, for sure, absolutely could. It could if we take the scores as they are at the moment.
6 in front, I think the fours were, the Bay of Plenty fours.
That's right, and the singles game being won by Joe, it could easily come down to that pairs game, which we of course will be switching. We'll be switching to if the singles game finishes first. Joe on the back end.
Holding the shot is Joe Edwards. Will endeavour to get just inside the lime green bowl.
She's got the weight, it's perfect.
And has done so. That's the counting area right there.
Beautiful shot there from Joe Edwards, holding 2. And Sue just needs to make the smallest of corrections here on her backhand to draw the shot. She was within,
more than likely only a
bowl.
bowl away, really, of getting the draw to that inside of the Joe Edwards bowl. There it is on its backhand. Certainly out on that wide side again, trying to get to come all the way back.
Down to the weight now
here's
from
this
Sue.
last bowl magic again is Sue Hodges. Is it? Is it? No, it won't be.
She deserved the shot there, really.
Certainly in the scoring area. I just see Kirsten Edwards played a top bowl. I heard all the applause in the 4s next door. Murray Watson, I'm pretty excited with it. I see here is Joe Edwards endeavouring to make 2 of it. Needs just to get past her front bowl. Is she going to? Yes, she will. Will it get all the way down? Don't think so.
So, 1. So Joe on 20 points.
One it is.
If it was a normal game of singles,
she'd want 1 shot.
She'd need 1, but it's not a normal game of singles, and she needs 5.
A lot of deliberation I can see going on in the Colin Earl-Val Smith match over there.
Yeah, they've been quite packed heads if you look at that top right thumbnail. The green's been good from all the players. If there's, I'm not sure what the bowl colours are. By the time we get there, we'll have figured it out. But potentially there's like a plant on the front.
I can see when a Val Smith bowl, the multicoloured up the front. I can see. That's the only bowl that I can recognise really.
Here we go, Joe Edwards on the forehand side. And set down. Oh, not quite, but maybe a 1.5 feet past the jack.
Sue Hodges. And the beat just fade away under the line. May finish jack level still and will be shot. Just lower the jack. Joe Edwards now just endeavouring to draw inside her own.
Willing it to run, willing it to keep running. Joe Edwards here on 19 points, according to our scoreboard.
Not going to quite get as far as
Sue here on her forehand side now. I think it's going to...
some luck on the slide. Alex not going to do so.
Yeah, she had the same weight as her first bowl, but just on a slightly tighter line. Not ideal.
Joe Edwards needs to correct slightly. Well, it's certainly on a different line. How far is it going to come back now? Now it's coming back, but it's going past fairly quickly. Jack sitting right on the 2 metre mark.
Yeah, great camera angle there from what the players can see from their end. You can see that Joe's had essentially the perfect green for all 3 bowls, which is nothing new.
And Sue Hodges also appears to be going quickly.
Just overplaying that bowl a little. The right green. She's fought hard to stay in this match, but it does feel like it's just slipping away from Sue. She's played lots of good bowls under pressure, but Joe's, barring the 1-4 she dropped, has usually had 3 bowls within a couple of feet of the jack every year.
Well, yeah,
she's done that twice too. But a petanque from Joe Edwards, just pulling herself off the mat and starting again.
If we come back, Alex, to that, 80-85% effective bowls, which if we're talking playing international bowls, is what you're sort of looking for. Well, in the main, Joe Edwards has done that. And how far is it going to run? Just going to go by again.
Had the right green all 4 times. Look at that. Just slightly overplayed with her second 2. And to be fair, the bowls at the back probably had the same green as the bowls that are shorter. They've just gone a little bit longer, so they've turned.
So Sue Hodges now trailing by 20 to 12. 14-10 now in that pairs match. Nelson scoring on that last end. 14-10 now as we play end 14 of 18. And Sue Hodges is going to stay out on that wide side. I'm assuming, Alex, that the Jack Lowe bowl, the limey green bowl in front, is in fact shot.
You would think so, wouldn't you? So it should be 13 points to 20 now.
And 14-10 in the pairs to Nelson after 14 of the 18 ends. So nice, well, just a slight buffer there for the Val Smith Skip Pearce side.
We'll just have another look at the scores around the place if we can in a second, just see how things are progressing. Of course, there's semi-final stages, so there's the men's semi-finals and the women's semi-finals all going on at the same time as we see. Here we are, Kev, read it out.
So in the singles, Northland are leading Wellington 18-13. In the pairs now, Wellington have started to turn things around. 13 ends gone. Wellington leading by 14-10. In the fours, it is Northland leading 8-7 after 9 of 15 ends. Anybody's match.
Absolutely.
There's nothing in that match at all.
A lack of fingernails for supporters, I would say.
As we know, the Central Otago Southland game, well, it looks comfortable now for Southland, knowing that Sheldon Bagley Harley had already won his singles match by 25-13. The pairs now leading Merrilies and Tinkler, now leading by 20 shots to 13. And the fours after 10 of 15, the South side leading 12-6. So looking good for the Southland Stags to be there this afternoon.
We could just about say they are our first finalists, couldn't we?
And North Harbour now in the women. Well, it's changed. Well, 17-14, Selena Goddard now leading in her singles match. In the pairs, it is North Harbour now leading by 14 shots to 11. And in the fours, it is Auckland who are leading 12-4. So one could say slightly now favouring North Harbour, Alex?
Yep, yeah, no, that's a fair call. Slightly. I mean, by the merest of margins.
But you know that it's 3 shot differences in both the singles and the pairs.
Absolutely.
So you know there's still there's the Watson clan, Gary, Mum, Dad, all there behind the head. And
I can tell you, of course, in this Nelson Bay of Plenty match, we know that Joe Edwards is leading 20 points to 13. We can see the fours on the top right, 14-7 now to Bay of Plenty over Nelson. And that all-important pairs match is 14-10 to Nelson after 14 ends.
So, again, one could say, yes, Nelson have got their nose in front. Yes, they have, but it's certainly far from over because, again, as you said earlier, Alex, there's every likelihood that it's going to come down to that pairs encounter.
Although Sue Hodges, she's not going away in this game. She's trailing 13 points to 20. She's got the shot. She may just about make it two. She may make it two. What a, just about
tips.
Genius, but not quite. That's an interesting question. And where's the jack going if it's tapped?
The other thing as well, Alex, that with your pairs and four still going, the longer that Sue Hodges can keep the singles game going as well, it just sort of...
The pressure. That's the pressure because it's still an unknown. Joe Edwards going for a lovely little shot here on her forehand side to pop the jack. You can see the jack is sitting at 4 or 5 o'clock onto the bowl. It'll move in that direction towards Joe Edwards' bowl.
Just going to fall
just under the line. That's where the jack's popping. And you'd think that Sue Hodges may play the backhand here.
So 14-7 as Alex said, 14-7 in that fours match now in 9 of 15. 6 to go. No time limit, of course, as was mentioned earlier.
Sue's going to play a shot. She's going to try and get rid of Joe's second shot bowl.
So, I imagine down on the backhand side, trying to get to the Joe Edwards bowl.
This is a time where you would move to the right on your mat.
Correct.
On the backhand, Sue Hodges looking to remove Joe Edwards' shot. She's not far away here.
This is a great effort.
She's not far away here, Sue Hodges.
Effort. Going to be unlucky, got one.
A good shot.
Well played. Well played by the Bay of Plenty player.
Oh, that's a really good bowl there from Sue. A brave bowl to play, but at the time of the game, you need to find a space to score some points. That's good.
Well, she was only less than half a bowl away of getting, getting the perfect result.
Good stuff from Sue. And she got the confidence to do that, because I heard her speaking in the background to Gail, the coach of Bay of Plenty. She said, can I have a go at it? And Gail said, yes, you can. So I think that's impressive from Sue and the managers from the Bay of Plenty side to think about that shot.
Well, it keeps everything going, doesn't it? Which is also important.
And Joe on the backhand.
Oh, it's interesting.
I don't think it's going to come back enough.
I'm a bit surprised actually that she did play the backhand, but obviously on the dead draw feels more comfortable. Another 1 to Sue Hodges, 2014.
Still in it. And I think Sue having the confidence to play that bowl, if you're Joe Edwards, Joe, I suspect, and I don't want to, I can't read people's minds, you probably wouldn't have expected that from Sue. No. Based on how the game's gone, you would have thought, I'm going to get another chance just to bump the jack towards my bowls. Sue probably
wouldn't have expected her to play that shot, but, that's...
So now Joe's thinking, well, if I get something a couple of bowls close, what is Sue going to play? It must, it'll be interesting to see how that plays on the mind.
So Sue Hodges just waiting for the next rink, which is the Piers. Does the little dance.
And setting up on that forehand side, trailing 14 points to 20. She's done well in this game, kept herself in it. And really, it's probably, she dropped a loose 4. What could have been?
Well, short and head here. Now, we'll see in that Piers match. I heard quite a bit of applause going on. Good opening bowl there from Sue Hodges. And it's Bay of Plenty in the women's fours. I see as we play N10, who've got the mat again. They've taken the mat a long way up as well. And they're leading at this point 14-7. Joe Edwards now, and it was Bay of Plenty who also scored in the Piers. So we're in for a grandstand finish, I think, Alex, in this women's semi-final.
It's getting exciting, getting to the pointy end. Sue Hodges on the forehand again. She's played one brilliant bowl, looking to make it 2. How's your weight, Sue? This is close.
Yeah, won't be far away. Gets down to the jack, sits on one side.
Showed a lot of grit this game.
Certainly has, and that's good for her teammates playing on the rinks next door as well. Our singles player certainly doing her utmost too. So here is Joe Edwards now, 2 down on the head.
This is a perfect green. How's the weight here from Joe Edwards?
Looks pretty good.
Look at this class.
Looks pretty good.
That's just class, isn't it?
Now, Sue Hodges here on her forehand can either...
Oh, no, she's going for aggression.
Oh, well, I don't think she had to, Alex.
No, well, it was one of the... Yeah, she could have just stayed on the forehand.
A little bit. Touch the bowl, jack. The B flew by, doesn't it?
So Sue's committed. Well, she played a run shot with her third bowl to try and remove.
Now there's that Piers game now. Sorry, Alex. 14-13. the Piers match. 14-13, Nelson leading. As we watch, Ed turns her own bowl once, then shot.
Great bowl there from Joe Edwards. You could draw it back for three.
Well, to me, that's still the best shot option.
On the backhand side. See what Sue opts to play. She may talk to Gail again.
So 14-13, and that Piers to Nelson as we play in 15 of 18.
Needs it to hold.
Needs it to hold. You're right, Alex, to get to the shot bowl.
Perfect. It's perfect weight. Look at this. She's going to
ideal
move that
weight
one.
to get the shot. Well, sits in amongst her own bowls. I think Joe will be quite sure we're playing on the widest, safer side here, no doubt.
Yeah, you think to yourself, oh, pretty happy with one. You know, you start the scoring again, you're dictating the terms.
Absolutely.
She only has to score 4 more points in the same time that Sue has to score 11. So that ratio of 2 to 1 still about the same as it has been for the last half of the game.
And definitely staying out on that safe wider side. We'll take the 1.
Yeah, I think Joe probably decided one was good fishing.
21-14.
Splitting her bowl on a little bit. So 21 now for Joe Edwards in this race of 25. 4 more points to go if you're a Nelsonian. 11 if you are supporting the Bay of Plenty singles player.
Yeah, this is going to get very... Yeah, as we predicted, Alex, it's going to come down to the Piers. I just heard, did you hear that, Alex?
Yes, I did. I think Sue just talking about her third shot and the speed that was used there.
Yeah, her comment was, I played silly weight.
Joe Edwards on the backhand. I can tell you that Southland is our first finalist in the men's Intercentre, Kev.
Well, they're defending champions, aren't they? Oh, no, 2021 they won.
Yeah, they technically they're almost the defending champions of this format. So
yes.
The last time it was played in this way, where you have all the centres and then post section, they won that, and that was at Wilton.
Wilton, correct.
Wilton and Wellington. And last year, Auckland won the Intercentre, and that was played under the old regional format due to COVID restrictions.
Yeah, that was a COVID one, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're back to this. So Southland, no stranger to this stage, where that was the first time they'd ever won the Intercentre.
It was well played there. Sue Hodges, Joe Edwards drew a good shot, but not to be outdone. Was the Bay of Plenty singles player. Draws just in behind.
Joe Edwards now on the back end. I've been really impressed with Sue. I mean, and she's a singles player, so you expect that she's going to play well, and she has played well in this game. Kept herself right in it. There's been quite a few occasions where Joe Edwards has held 3s and 4s and had chances. But Sue always been able to find a way. As we see Sue on the back end. Again, trailing 14-21. So she wants to win this game. Can afford for Joe to score on maybe two more ends. If we presume Joe gets 2 2s. So 3 if you keep it down. So for Sue, that's in the back of the mind. She probably has to score on 7 or 8 ends while Joe scores on 3. We see Joe Edwards here on the forehand side. That delivery hasn't changed in 20 years. Watching this bowl on the forehand side. Oh, she doesn't like that one. See a bit of frustration from Joe Edwards there. And Sue Hodges with a chance to draw a second shot on the back end.
And I see in that Piers match, Alex, that Bay of Plenty up looking at the head to looking at the thumbnail that looks as though it's the Val Smith bowl that's actually shot, the multicoloured bowl.
Yes, it is. Sue Hodges here, how much
Needs
is this
to
going to
get
swing?
clean underneath, fall in, not out.
Oh, that's unlucky. That's unlucky from Sue.
She's only half a bowl away. It's just the one shot. she was only half a bowl away from getting a very good result there. Was
I thought she had it perfect,
Sue
to be honest.
Hodges.
Now, Joe weighing up her options here. Dave Edwards looking unconcerned in the background.
Or
is Joe waiting for the bowl?
Is she waiting for Debbie White to play over there? Onto the mat now.
So on the forehand, Joe with her new bowls. Be the first change she's made in a few years.
Oh, absolutely, yes. She's been pretty loyal to her previous bowls. How far is it going to come back? Working now. Is it going to work all the way?
Feather off that one.
No, it won't. A 1.
So how important is it here for Sue to make this count?
Yeah, it's all. This is starting to get now very tense all round.
It's a bonus bowl opportunity here for Sue Hodges. She's got a chance to make it too. You don't get many opportunities for multiples against Joe Edwards. Now, when's it going to turn?
This is more generous, isn't it? No, it's not.
Goodness gracious me. She played 2 very good bowls.
Absolutely.
There but only the one there to Sue Hodges, and she's keeping herself in this game, eking forward.
15 now. She's not out of it, Alex.
No, like I was saying, I think if we think Joe Edwards has 4 points to score, and Sue's got 10 points to score. So for Sue, you would think she may take 3 ends to win the game, right? So Joe would score on 3 ends, she wins.
Lost the jack, I think.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yes, she has, yes.
So all Sue has to do is just keep plugging away.
Well, no time limit makes a big difference as well, Alex, doesn't it? You know, that if you just score singles.
If she wins 4 or 5 ends, she should be in the 20s. And then who knows? Who knows what will happen from there? Of course, Joe Edwards will have a different plan.
Absolutely. So we're just seeing that Piers game there, just kicking the bowls back. Colin Newell's got the jack. I was sure it was 1 to Val Smith, the Val Smith bowl. We'll see that board, that thumbnail change in but a moment. It's a very important end. 14-13, Nelson leading. Colin Newell on the mat. And we'll just pick up in a moment what the score was on that particular end, knowing that the last crossover in the fours, Bay of Plenty were about 4 or 5 shots in front. It was Joe Edwards leading here 21-15. So it appears we're 16-13. There it is, 16-13. It's it means nothing really, but
nah. Gonna be an exciting finish.
We know, as Alex said, Southland have won their way through again to another Intercentre final. And will it be Northland? Will it be Wellington that they line up against in the semi-final, in the final? Sorry. And with the women's, well, it's anybody still at this point.
Oh, it absolutely is. I think that's. Oh, as we see a bowl zipping across the screen there from the fours. I think that's a good time to have a nosy at some of the scores from around the traps. As you said, we know Southland men, they're through to their second final in 3 years, and here's the rest of them, Kev.
So Northland leading 22-7. Oh, this is anybody's now. This is really tight now. So Northland leading 22-17 in the race to 25. 15 Ian's gone in the pairs. The Andrew Kelly Skip Wellington side. 5th, all locked up at 14 apiece. Northland jumped to a little buffer after 10 ends, 10-7 over the Blake Signal Skip side. So, wow.
That's anybody's, and what a mighty effort from Northland.
Oh, outstanding.
The little centre from up north.
Outstanding.
In the first ever National Intercentre, Northland made the final, and they lost to Canterbury.
Really?
Yep. I learned that only yesterday. I wasn't there.
So Central Otago Southland, we know the result there. We know that Southland are through to the final. We've got one of our men's finalists found. The other one is certainly anybody's. Is the other. That's the Wellington Northland match, and now in the ladies match, right, North Harbour leading in the singles, 17-14. After that, in the race to 25, that's Selena Goddard. In the pairs, it is now North Harbour leading 14-11 at 13 ends. And in the fours, it is Auckland leading 12-4 after 11. And again, it looks as though, well, the singles are still, no, I'm not going to say anything. The singles are still anybody's, and there's still ends left.
Yeah, I'd be stressed out if I was either Auckland or North Harbour.
Yeah,
you know, it's anyone's.
It's anyone's.
We know the fours is probably going to go to Auckland.
Here she comes again. Sue Hodges is not just going to fall short. Joe Edwards holding the one, I would say, going to the marker.
Yeah,
When to study and indicates, yes, it is the one.
Now Joe scored on this end. It means that Sue can afford to lose one or maybe two more ends if she wants to win this game instead of being able to lose 2 or 3.
And here is Joe Edwards trying now to get holding one, trying to make it 2 and get 2:23. Remembering the pairs are now leading the Nelson pairs.
Oh, we've got an update in the North Harbour Auckland women's semi-final, Kev. Look at that, 18-18, 14-14.
Oh. Wow.
Goodness gracious me.
You're a brave person. Anybody's game.
Yeah, I couldn't call it. That's what I love about this National Intercentre. You know, it's anyone's, and we see Joe Edwards there pick up a couple and just eking closer. I think we're at the point now where something pretty remarkable is going to happen if Sue is to score 10 unanswered points.
Well, this now comes from the Nelson point of view. It really, you know, it lifts them all up. They know that Joe is now only 2 shots away. Our peers, we're 3 in front as we play in 16. You know, it just makes psychologically, Alex, it just, you know, you just it's get a deep breath. You just, you know, just got to get second shot. Just got to do a job. Don't have to go hunting shots.
We see Joe Edwards here on the backhand side, looking to finish this game off. She is on 23 points, so 2 to go. Here's one of them.
Been very impressed, well, always impressed, but very impressed with the consistency again that Joe Edwards has shown. But it's only really been that one end, Alex, that you spoke about, where she dropped a 3, she dropped a 3, but she played 4 bowls, which were, I would say, Val Smith's just played. I see that.
Bit of excitement.
Well, I can see the Nelson Fours side along one ring along. They're applauding whatever the bowl was that Val Smith played, and there was a lot of cheering going on.
Joe on her backhand.
Oh yes, I can see a Val Smith bowl over there actually, Alex. I think locked right on the, locked right in behind the jack. So 2 shots here to Joe Edwards. It's starting to get to the real time of, well, are we running out of ammunition?
That's the thing.
Sue Hodges, though, she's going to be close here, trying to get inside the Joe Edwards bowl to sit on it for shot, and will do so.
She's not going away, Sue Hodges, is she?
Certainly not. I mean, you know, let's not even look at the scoreboard. Played exceptionally well. Now, as Alex just mentioned a few moments ago, the Northland Wellington men's game, anybody's. The Auckland North Harbour other women's semi-final, definitely anybody's game. And knowing that Southland are already through after defeating Central Otago in the other men's semi-final.
Absolutely, and we'll continue to bring you updates for as long as this broadcast lasts. But if we finish before the end, just pop off to our Facebook page and we'll put the remainder of the updates there. And of course, all the results will be available upon the completion of the games very quickly on the Bowls New Zealand website at bowlsnewzealand.co.nz. And what a final we're going to be in for both the men's and the women's a bit later on today, Ken.
Absolutely. And, you know, the excitement for North Harbour women, of course, to make the final, remembering that North Harbour have yet to win and the women have yet to win the Intercentre title. So, great opportunity for them. got to win yet, of course, got to win their way through, but certainly, you know.
It's exciting times all around. And Jo Edwards here, she's on 23 points. Looking to get to 25.
Just going to finish outside the bowl of...
Oh, not quite.
Fell back.
So here another it's really important for Sue to make this bonus bowl count. No right of reply. You have to make it 2. Just get as close as you can. And as you said, Kev, keep this game going. As long as this game is going.
Yeah, absolutely. Psychologically, you keep now. See, Nelson have secured the mat again in that women's pairs semi-final women's encounter. They were leading 16-13. It was definitely a Val Smith bowl that I could see that was looked to be the closest to the jack. 1 to Sue Hodges. She moved now to 23-15 and now 17-13 as we play in 16 of 18. This end in the pairs is literally the deciding, I would say, is the deciding end of the tie, the whole.
That's how it's looking. So just keep your eyes peeled on everything, folks. There's lots to watch. 23-16 in the single, 17-13 in the pairs, and the fours, of course, is 16-9 to Bad Plenty. So they've played 13 ends. It's looking like Bad Plenty is probably going to win the fours. Probably going to win the singles for Nelson. And the pairs here for the difference in the penultimate end. There's lots to keep an eye on.
So, what happens with the pairs tie?
I think it stays a draw, maybe.
Correct.
I should have read my conditions in place.
So, so then it comes to differential, is it?
I will. I'll wait until I'm informed before I start making any sort of wide statements. I can see someone's about to send me a message, so that's good. Thank you, Crash. As we see Jo Edwards here on the forehand.
Because the reason why I raised that point, Alex, is because the score in the Jo Edwards game could become an important factor in the whole outcome.
Extra end.
Extra end. Thank you. Did that come from Mr. Lander, did it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Which is brilliant. Thank you, Crash.
We don't have to discuss it any further.
No, obviously that's what I was going to say. It's the difference between having section play and post-section, because in section play you're obviously you're getting matching game points. So there's an extra end played, so every game must have a winner. So that means you're going to have two or three wins to one centre.
It highlights that. Well,
the only thing you can't have a tie in is the singles, which is first to 25.
No, you can't have a tie in there.
Jo on the forehand. Looking to finish this game off. And if she can win this game before that end of pairs is finished, that gives a bit of a wave of sort of... It's hard to explain the psychology.
Oh, but it does. It makes a difference, Alex. It does make a difference. You know, we've got one locked away in the safe deposit box. All of a sudden, for the pairs point of view, it sounds ironic, but you're playing a second shot game.
Absolutely.
That
went well from Sue Hodges there, promoting her bowl into the head for one. So for her, she's just keeping this game alive as long as possible.
Certainly is keeping it along, and that's good for the rest of her team as well, that she's, hanging in there right throughout 23-16.
And if you keep it in there and the pressure really turns on, if she could get to, say, 20 and Joe's still stuck on 23 and the fours wins and the pairs is close, it could turn around on a dime.
One end can change a whole lot of things around, and as they change over in that pairs game, I'm pretty sure it's Mary Campbell that's holding shot. So here is Edwards, Jo Edwards, getting down to sit inside the shot bowl. Is she going to? Yes, she will.
Just
gets
class.
the touch.
Look at that from Jo Edwards.
And had perfectly lined, perfect raw weight just to get that little movement.
While we're waiting, or maybe at the end of this end. No, we'll do it now. It's exciting. We'll do some score updates, Kev, because there's been a little bit of movement sort of going on. So have a look at this. Northland and Wellington
So here we go. Northland now leading 24, all but 24-19 in the singles. In the pairs, it is Northland now back in front. 15-14, 15-14 as they played 16. And in the fours at 11 gone, and we're locked up at 10 apiece. No winner there.
It's amazing stuff happening, Kev.
No winner there at this point.
The stress levels will be rising.
Singles looking good for Northland. And do you know about the Southland match? We've got that game. We know that Southland are through. Of course, the other big match was out of the Auckland North Harbour one, and here we go. It is now Auckland leading in the singles by, well, Auckland now leading in the singles 2018. North Harbour leading 17-14 in the pairs. Auckland leading 13-6 in the fours. I'm not going to call that either.
And Joe Edwards here shunting her own ball up for two, and the win in the singles game.
There it is. It's all over. Joe Edwards, Colin Earl, I see in the next ring, clapping there. So it is a couple to Joe Edwards. She's jumped to 25. So there's one of the wins, one of the rubber for the Nelsonians.
So don't go anywhere, folks. What we're going to do now is cut to some highlights, and when we come back, we'll watch the end of the Bay Plenty Nelson pairs match. And we are back here at the Burnside Bowling Club. Look at the crowd gathered for this semi-final stage of the National Intercentre. And this is the pairs match between Bay Plenty and Nelson. And it's an exciting time, isn't it, Kev?
Well, to me, it looks like Val Smith combination up against Debbie White. I think that it's two Mary Campbell bowls who are counting in front as we play in 17. Here's the New Zealand player and current New Zealand fours title holder, Val Smith, on her backhand, endeavouring to get down to the shot.
Close
How long is this going to hold up for? She gets one of these, she'll be happy.
And it's sat in.
And sat in. Well, a magnificent bowl there from the New Zealand player. And I can see she's got one bowl in behind, two bowls in behind. So
Nelson is the black bowls and the black and white bowls.
Correct.
Bay Plenty is the blue bowls and black bowls. So I think they've got the blue stickers. So at 6 o'clock, you must be able to see Debbie White's bowls.
Well, don't look at it for half an hour, Debbie, because there's one shot to play, and it's trying to play through the middle of the three bowls and play the Val Smith bowl out of the head to sit there for three shots.
Yeah, that's what they'll be looking at there. That's the indication. So the question is, how do you get rid of Val's bowls? That's interesting. I think it has to be on the forehand side. Or maybe drawing for 2 on the back end.
Yeah.
They'll make a decision. We'll wait and see.
Well,
what they
the
do.
deepest bowl on the rink is Mary Campbell's, all right?
Yes.
So you play with weight. You have to score.
Oh, for
They've
sure.
got one.
It's, the score's 13-17, isn't it?
So
for the difference.
Where can I get?
Oh, that's good.
Now calling the manager up or go Melrose or someone up, and I still think that shot is through underneath to the centre line.
It depends which ones. Oh, it does. It depends which one's a Debbie's bowl because there's too many black bowls around. But you should be able to get rid of Val's bowl square, shouldn't you?
Good on. This is a bit of games. Good on Val Smith. Val's the side, but if you're going to have a conference up there, I'm coming up as well.
Fair enough.
And having a look. No disrespect at all, Alex, but sometimes you can just put too many shots in your head.
It's fine to have a conversation as long as
absolutely.
Debbie walks back with one shot in mind. It's easy peasy.
Well, she knows she's got to dislodge that. She's got to get rid of the Val Smith second shot bowl.
So that'll be the conversation they're having here, is that they're trailing by 4. They know they've lost the singles bad plenty. They know they've won the 4s.
Yeah, 18-9 in the 4s. You'll see there as they play Ian 14 of 15. And
so they may already be holding one.
They're holding one.
So that would make it a 3-point.
Yeah, all I'll say is, play the shot. At the moment, there's about 3 shots that they're sort of talking about.
Oh, I saw a couple of claps. So Debbie's indicated what she wants to play.
And to me, I think that playing through underneath, trying to get to the bowl. Now, okay, you might dislodge your own shot bowl out, but look, are you a chance of scoring 3? Yes, you are. Do you want more than 1? Yes, you do.
Well, we'll see what she's decided in a second. It's a very important pairs match.
It's the rubber, isn't it? It's the match.
The winner of this will decide the winner of the semi-final. Deep White on the forehand.
And that's the shot that we spoke about.
2-time New Zealand champion.
And we'll need to play with, I think, more weight than that. That's not going to.
I think the two black bowls at 6 o'clock must be opposition bowls. They must be Nelson 1, Debbie White. Clean run. Oh, just about enough to sit it up and over. You'd think that Bad Plenty's going to score a 1 on this end, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's no bowls left now. So 17-14 to the combination of Colin Earl leading and Val Smith up against that of Mary Campbell leading and Debbie White. And remembering, of course, that we've already seen Joe Edwards in a really pretty tight encounter. Just run away, not run away at all. That's unfair to Sue Hodges. Run out the winner. I think it finished 25-18. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, Sue sat in it really well. But Joe was just a little bit too consistent for Sue in that game.
Now in the men's, we know that Southland are through to the final, and in the match between Wellington and Northland, that's anybody's. In the other women's semi-final, that's the match between the neighbours Auckland and North Harbour. That too is anybody's at this point in time.
We'll endeavour to run through the scores at the end of this game as they sit. I know that the Northland and Wellington men's semi-final is very close to a conclusion, and the other semi-final between Auckland and North Harbour and the women's is very close to a conclusion. So with a bit of luck, we'll be able to leave this broadcast with the results.
So Colin Earl playing just about 2 metres underneath that 2 metre mark and is going to draw. And of course, at this stage of the match, last year, Alex, it becomes a game of checkers, doesn't it? Make sure you beat that bowl to beat that bowl to beat that bowl. So you're reducing the number likelihood. And Colin Earl with that bowl has negated the first bowl of Mary Campbell. There's a good bowl here from Campbell, though. Touch on the jack. And it'll be shot. I see the big measure going on in the women's fours. But so here is now Colin Earl, long-time Nelson player. I mean, the ditch hand. Val Smith looking closely at it, just going to over the head slightly, and you want to, ideally from the Nelson point of view, they really want to be in a situation where every one of Debbie White's bowls has got to count. Really,
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
isn't it? That's what you're looking for, and of course Mary Campbell wants to make this bowl count.
What you can do,
not going to do so.
Short. All they need to do is score a 3 here, because then there's an extra end, isn't there?
That's right.
So that's all they'll be trying to build. Bay Plenty with the blue bowls and the black bowls will be trying to build 3 shots.
Colin Hurl didn't like that one. You could tell straight away out of the hand. It's out on that wider side, but it's coming back now. By goodness, it's working back now off the ditch hand.
Must be some older bowls.
And it came back a long way. And Val Smith taking a look whether it's 1, whether it's 2.
Cool. So the 4s is finished. Bay Plenty has taken the 4s win, so it is down to this pairs game.
1 apiece.
I think we're nearing a conclusion in the men's semi-final as well. So upon the completion of this end, we'll do one last run through of scores, Kev, as they stand. And I think we'll be waiting a little while for the...
Oh, look at that crowd around there now, Alex, around the bottom of the clubhouse.
It's only going to grow.
It's, we're coming down. This is what it's all about, last end. And as it's turned out, the other matches as well that are still in progress are all in the same environment, where it's coming down right to the last end, last bowl. Debbie White now on the mat, the Bank of New Zealand lady, won New Zealand singles, and of course played with Val Smith this year, winning the New Zealand 4s on the forehand, on the ditch hand. Mary Campbell encouraging this bowl as it breaks down towards the head now. How much weight has it got on the way through? This will be the shot itself.
There from
well
Debbie
played.
White.
Debbie White draws a shot. Val Smith, very deliberate player. On the mat. Stands upright on her forehand. Knows these greens well. How far is it going to come back now? Is this bowl of
Val Smith here.
Smith needs to try and get to second shot. Holding it, we know now at least 2.
Well, Kev, we talked about Bay Plenty needing a 3 to force an extra end. I can tell you that Auckland, I think, picked up a 5 against North Harbour in the pairs. They're going to an extra end. Wellington picked up a 2 in their pairs semi-final. They're going to an extra end. There's extra ends left, right and centre with these pairs matches.
A 5 they picked up.
Auckland and the women's, yeah. So they're going to an extra end, and so is Northland versus Wellington.
Wow.
And I'd love to see an extra end here as well. And Debbie White's doing everything she can to make that happen.
She's certainly trying here to make it count. Will it count? Is it low? You can do it, mate.
Oh, this is just incredible stuff. Incredible stuff happening, Kev.
Val Smith on the mat.
He's played at a high level for almost just about 30 years now.
On the forehand. World champion, of course, in years gone by. And
how's your weight, Val? Willing to turn back
start
in.
Working now. Now it's working. Now it's working. Now it's working. Now it's working.
Oh, Val Smith.
Wow, is it 1? Is it 2?
I think it's 2, and I think Debbie just needs to add a bowl's weight to make it 3 here. Force Val to play her last bowl. We know Bay Plenty has won the 4s and they've lost the singles. Yeah, Mary's saying up and over on your bowl, or just underneath is fine.
Yep. So Debbie White making her way back to the mat. As Alex said, confident that they're holding 2 shots is Bay Plenty. Remembering that Bay Plenty have already won the 4s. And Nelson have won the singles. And we're not even going to talk about, and Central Otago have been defeated by Southland with one men's semi-finals, and the rest we're just not going to talk about right now because there's extra ends all over the place.
Absolutely.
Uwait, last bowl, holding 2 shots, 17-14, trying to get to the tie. And another extra end on her forehand.
Taking her time, Debbie White. Good under pressure. One the New Zealand singles, one the New Zealand fours. Looking to make it 3 here.
Just wonder about the line. Is it under the line fractionally going by? In fact, with weight.
That's that.
It's shake hands time, and it's Nelson through to the final this afternoon, where we don't know who they'll play yet, and a really tight encounter there. We think it was 2 to complete that for the Nelsonian combination.
Yeah, so
of Colin Earl and Val Smith, and not to be for the Bay of Plenty side. So we know now that one of our finalists in the women will be Nelson, and we know in the men that the Southland, here we go.
So we'll hang around for a little bit. So you read it out, Kev.
So all home for Northland in the singles. They've won their singles by 25-20. The fours the pairs after 18 ends, 16 apiece, extra end, 13 ends gone in the fours, and it is Wellington leading 15-10. So there's the extra end there. The pairs will most likely be the deciding factor in that Northland Wellington game. Now to the Auckland North Harbour, 20 apiece in the women's singles, in the pairs 19 apiece with an extra end, and 13-8 to Auckland in the fours as they've played 14, one more end to go. Wow, that's an extra end and all locked up at 20 all.
What do you say? That's incredible stuff, really. And we'll just, if we can, hang around for a couple of minutes because there should be a result coming through. That pairs rubber between Northland and Wellington, they're on an extra end. You would think that the winner of that will take out the thing. And what we can do while we're waiting for that, actually, we may as well, let's cut to highlights of that pairs match, and upon our return, hopefully we'll have some results for you. And what an incredible pairs match that was, Kev, as we just await some results of the men's semi-final.
Wow, the real, to me, the big turning point. Well, there's the Northland game, 25-20, 16 apiece, 15-10. We await the outcome of that pairs game, really, which is an extra end, as we know.
Yeah, and we'll hang around. We probably won't be able to bring you, well, it depends. So the situation is in the women's semi-final, between Auckland and North Harbour. North Harbour have essentially lost the fours unless they prove me wrong and pick up a 6. But they're having an extra end in the pairs. So if Auckland was to win the pairs and the fours, we know that's been decided. We'll have to wait around too long in the singles because it's 20 apiece. So
Correct.
We'll let you know the pairs results essentially, which we're waiting on between Auckland and North Harbour in the women's, and then in the men's, this one here between Northland and Wellington.
So Alex, was that was it a 5 on the 18th end that they picked up, or the 17th end? It must have been.
Yes, in that in the women's semi-final, the North Harbour Auckland match, 5 for the Auckland women's pairs to force an extra end there.
Unbelievable.
Oh, just some staggering stuff going on around
All right,
the place.
Here we go. 19 apiece. There it is in that pairs. The fours 13-8 to Auckland with 14, 20 apiece in the race to 25 in that of the singles. So, well, there's absolutely nothing. Well, what it is really, it's come to a one-shot whole rubber.
Oh, it's just
that's what it's really.
I mean, as a bowls watcher, if you didn't have a vested interest, you couldn't ask for much more interesting. But if you're someone who's a supporter of these teams, I would imagine that it's quite a stressful time, Kev.
And it's not as though they're playing for millions of dollars of prize money. It's just the sheer honour and joy of paying for your province to try and and for North Harbour in this here yet to win a women's Intercentre final.
Yeah.
This is
and we can see there the fours has been updated. So Auckland has won the fours, 13 points to 12. And
they cut it close to the wire in the finish, didn't they?
I was just about proven wrong, and it wouldn't have been the first time. But 13-12 to Auckland in the fours. The pairs are playing an extra end now. So if Auckland can win the pairs, they will be through to the final of the National Intercentre, and they will take on Nelson. If Auckland lose the pairs, it comes down to the winner of the two singles.
The singles match of which we know is Selena Goddard for North Harbour, and we are presuming, is that correct, Alex, that we are presuming that it's Linda Ralph playing the singles for Auckland. The pairs for Auckland's Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield, and the Auckland forward side. Oh, that's skipped by Ashley Jeffcoat.
That sounds right. I'll trust your.
Ashley Jeffcoat, Estelle Hickey, Lisa Prideaux, and somebody else.
I'll see if I can find it while we're waiting for those results to come on through. I just have the squad, not the teams.
Yeah, not sure.
There's Paris Baker, Catherine Bien, Olivia Bloomfield, Sue Curran, Estelle Hickey, Ashley Jeffcoat, Lisa Prideaux, and Linda Ralph. And the pairs in the Northland Wellington thing is down to the last bolt, so we will see an update in the men's pairs coming in very shortly. Just bear with us.
Well, because that Northland have already won the singles.
Yes, Northland have won the singles 25-20, and they are losing the fours 15 points to 10.
So it's just again that pairs result.
Yes, and I think if we switch to those pairs results in a second, we have an update on the pairs.
And we'll have that up on your screen in but a moment.
The moment they've put the results in. I know a last bowl's been played, but I don't want to spoil it for anybody. But I can tell you that there is a result that'll be through very shortly for the men's semi-final. If we switch to it now, it should be up.
Countdown.
You need almost that countdown music, don't you? And here we go.
There it is.
So we have Northland have won the singles 25-20. They've lost the pairs 17-16 on an extra end. So it comes down, and we won't hang around for it, but it's going to come down to that fours. And Wellington looking like they're in control. 2 ends to go, leading by 5.
Well, what an amazing effort regardless for Northland. Absolutely outstanding effort, really. Dean McMurtry in the singles and just going down on that extra end in the pairs. locked up, one apiece. As you say, 15-10 at this point to Wellington, 13 of 15. Would favour them at this point in time, but after what we've seen this morning, Alex, I'm not going to go predicting anything because
Nothing
we
would.
just saw the Auckland women's pairs side, as an example, pick a 5 up to go to an extra end in their match. So no,
Nothing would surprise me.
No, I'm not going to say anything in that regard, other than it's one apiece at this point in time.
And we will just wait. We'll wait for that women's pairs result to come through, and then we'll sign off. So if you want to find out the results, just keep your eyes peeled on the Bowls New Zealand website and Facebook.
And we will be bringing you this afternoon the live action of the men's final. Is what we'll be. It's the games that we'll be covering, but of course we will be, as we've done throughout today, we will be updating you on the other final and the various rinks of what's going on around the green.
So while we're waiting, Kev, I suppose we'll just talk about a little bit of the history. So the men's event, of course, was known as the Rothmans first and foremost.
Correct, it was.
It was first played in 1917. I was saying, we're actually on here, I think. I was doing some research on it, and that first ever final, Northland made the final and were defeated by Canterbury. Do you know anything? The women's one started 13 years later. Well, that would have been under the control of the New Zealand Women's Bowling Association, wouldn't it?
Yes, they, for a long time, they had, it was like the Nationals, as the case in point, Alex. They were at different times of the year, and they didn't really have what I would say a Rothmans, as we would call it. And it wasn't until later years that introduction came in, and what a fantastic introduction, because you want the sport to be all encompassing, and we've now got that. And it was the Rothmans in the early days. And they used to come around, Alex, and put packets of cigarettes in your bowling bags.
Those days are long gone.
And there used to be a Rothmans caravan always on site, because the Nationals as well, were Rothmans as well during the Christmas Nationals. But yeah, always as you got to the latter stages of the Rothmans Intercentre, there's packets of Rothmans dropped in the respective bowling bags. There was no such thing as non-smoking on the green or anything like that. And it's interesting, if you go back to the dominance of some of the centres, which we've seen, like Dunedin winning the men's Intercentre 13 times, Canterbury 12, and then Taranaki next was 7. If we go through that era of the 70s and 80s, the strength of the South Island was absolutely immense. The Scotts, the Dougies, the Kevin Darlings, Gordon Jolly, those players out of Dunedin and Canterbury. Ken Watson, who was there before, Morgan Moffat, Wilkinson. They had an abundance of really, really top players. And remembering in those days as well, Alex, those were the days before Cotchler greens, and we were playing on grass greens of South Island. Traditionally, you're looking at 20, 21 seconds. You hear the bowl.
Just unbelievable, isn't it?
You used to hear the bowl crinkling up the green. It would come to its resting place and then turn around and roll over. So it was, it was a completely different game to what we play now. Different sorts of bowls as well. So, and then we had like the Manawatu, who showed a lot of strength at one stage when they had Phil Skoglin, Vic Sellers, Bill Broughton, Kevin Wing, Ted Everly. They had those were in those days. They were household names. Taranaki, literally, or they were Ken Murder, John Murder, Bruce Bellinger, Jim Christie, Morris Symes. They literally had everybody in the Taranaki. Well, Ken Murder didn't, but so many of those players had won New Zealand titles. Here we go.
No, we were tricked. We nearly have an
Nearly
update.
had it.
I believe the as we're waiting for that Piers result to come through, 19 all after 18. I believe the extra end was killed on the last bowl.
Oh, was it?
So we'll get that result through. We'll get that result through shortly, and then we'll sign off for a little bit after that, and then we'll be back. But in the meantime, let's just keep talking a bit about the history of the event.
Well, of course, there used to be zonal. That's what it used to be in New Zealand. I think we were divided into 8 zones. I think that's what it used to be. So you would play your round robin within your zone. And in most cases, I remember in Taranaki when it was hosted at one stage in Taranaki, to even things up, the host centre had 2 sides in the in the centre in the Rothmans, as it was known, and then came together for a national final. It wasn't until later years that it became, let's say, a nationwide event. There's been all sorts of experiments of other formats in between.
You were telling me that the singles was a set system.
Yeah, it got kicked out real quick. If I'd only lasted 1 year, there was a rebellion. Yeah, that didn't last. And then, of course, besides that, we had, which was introduced, it would have been in the early 2000s, I think, round about. The Super 8s were introduced.
Yeah, can you talk to me a bit about that? Because I've seen it in our archives,
yes, well,
but I've not been around long
so
enough
the
to
Super
know what it
8s
was.
were played at what is now sadly a club which is no longer in existence. When the Super 8s first started, it was the brand new Hamilton City Club, right opposite Rugby Park in Hamilton, and they had 3 or 4 greens. I can't remember what they had there, but anyway, New Zealand was split up into various zones, and we had so it finished up with eight zones. So Auckland, we had changed. Well, one stage it was Auckland and counties, and then there was the North. There was North Harbour, Northland, and Far North, and the Bay of Plenty encompassed the Bay of Plenty, Thames Valley. So we had the Super 8s ran over 4 days. It used to be played. Paris Baker, hello, here we go. We're live here.
We've made it to the piers. This is the extra end here.
Now, I don't know whose bowls are whose. I know that the North Harbour lady's got pink bowls. It looks. What colours bowls are Paris Baker's?
Pink. Does that help? We'll just see. Well, let's look for the body language here.
That'll
see
tell
Weedy
us.
Jensen in the background. And great work to our camera people for getting a camera onto this game.
Well done. Paris Baker down, looking at this Olivia Blomfield bowl. Obviously trying to get a result here as Auckland, one would think.
It's an extra end.
By goodness, short.
Up and over, get one clap. The body language would indicate that... Oh, I don't even know what it indicates. Let's just wait and see.
I see Michael Feek there, E&D, and I see 3 of the board members of Auckland Bowls. Good to see them there cheering their team on.
Oh, apparently Paris has purple bowls. I suppose we shouldn't have asked me as a colourblind person. Oh, that's...
Gone.
Oh, what's happened? There's... Oh.
I don't know what's going on here. Wendy Jensen's
It's a pantomime.
Clapping.
There's a roller coaster of emotions. One down.
North Harbour got the shot.
One down.
And this will be the last bowl for Olivia Blomfield.
Just can't have a look at this head. So Paris indicating she'd rather Olivia play on the forehand side. The singles, of course, 21 apiece. Just deciding what to do. We'll just go on body language.
Is it a situation, Alex, really, like, to draw the shot's very difficult? Do you go for the kill?
Yeah, and if you've got enough seconds and thirds, you might also get a miracle result.
Absolutely.
You may as well. And Olivia is very good, a very good exponent of the aggressive
Certainly, 21 apiece there, isn't that, singles? 21 apiece, 19 all, extra end. Now, yeah, there's the singles players. So that was Linda Ralph that went by. They're not playing anything until they see this.
Yes, because if Auckland is to win this game, they are through to the final of the National Intercentre. If Auckland can win this, if they don't win it, it's going to come down to the singles. Olivia here on her forehand side. And the crowd goes quiet.
Surprised with the weight that She is playing.
No body language from anybody. Nobody's saying anything.
No. Needs an inside slide.
Just passing through.
There it is. North Harbour have won that on the extra end.
So it's going to come down to the women's singles.
And it was, I think, did we look 21 apiece? Is that right?
It is 21 apiece.
Well, girls, get your bowls off the green. So Auckland won the fours. North Harbour will win the pairs.
Oh, very good. So it's going to come down. So we know one of our finalists, of course, the women's Intercentre, is Nelson. And they will be playing either Auckland or North Harbour. And it's going to be the winner of the singles match between Selena Goddard and Linda Ralph.
Well, I just saw the Auckland girls clapping there. Does that mean Linda Ralph might have just drawn the shot next door?
We're going to hang around and wait and see who wins that singles game, Kev.
We know that it was 21 apiece. There it is, 21 apiece. We know now North Harbour have won the pairs by 20 shots to 19, and we know that Auckland have won the fours by 13 to 12. So now it all comes down to the Selena Goddard / Linda Ralph game, which we're not sure what happened on that last end. Bit of breeze now getting up at...
Here we go. So we're going to hang around and watch the end of this. We'll see which centre gets through to meet Nelson in the final. Of course, there's still a fours game going on in the men's semi-final between Northland and Wellington. That's 15-11.
Linda Ralph scored, not the match.
Oh, here we go.
So, thanks to our camera people. What a wonderful job.
Brilliant job, absolutely.
23. It was 2.
Exciting times. And I can tell you, Kev, that we now have a finalist, our 2 finalists in the men's side of the draw. It's going to be Wellington taking on Southland in the men's Intercentre final. Wellington defeating Northland 16-11 in the fours, 17-16 in the pairs, and losing the singles 20 points to 25. And what a mighty effort from the Northland Centre.
Oh, absolutely outstanding effort. So there's the crowd in behind there now. I can see a number of Auckland officials there. Now, Linda Ralph, who is a very good singles player, underestimated singles player, Linda Ralph. Doesn't get disturbed, just a draw player. Jack's been delivered right down to the 2-metre mark. This is a pretty handy opening bowl by Linda Ralph. Very good opening bowl, in fact.
What a shot from Linda Ralph.
Sits just in behind the Jack, leading 23 shots to 21. Current New Zealand player.
And the current New Zealand singles champion.
New Zealand singles champion on her forehand.
So look at that crowd gathered there. Selena Goddard.
Just going to go by.
She's up for it too.
Just goes by, sits on the bowl.
And here we can see the final scores of that other men's semi-final, Kev. As I said, 25-20.
Yes, and 17-16, just a single point, and 16-11. It really came down to, as we see, the pairs, one shot.
Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff, but when you look back on these events, there's always lots of unbelievable things that happen.
Oh, it certainly is.
Games that come down to just this finest of margins. Linda Ralph here again.
Well down again is Linda Ralph here, going to sit on the line, is it? And it's another handy bolt. Jack right down on that 2-metre mark.
So remember the score in this game, 23 points to Linda Ralph.
Holding 2.
21 points to Selena Goddard.
Now we know we saw Selena Goddard in that New Zealand final, certainly more than capable of playing the big bowls. Breaking now towards the Jack underneath it, sits on the
set
Ralph.
though. She should be in for, you'd think she's in for second.
You would think that second shot.
One
it is to Linda Ralph, leading 23-21. Playing her third bowl.
On the backhand side.
Somewhat strange delivery.
Yeah.
It's sort of staggered, but it works for Linda Ralph and has done for many, many years.
She's one of the most consistent players in New Zealand, Linda Ralph.
Oh, absolutely.
One of the best records of anyone you'll find when it comes to getting down to the pointy end of tournaments.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Just unbelievable.
Look at this.
Unbelievable.
Right in behind the jack and a toucher. Laying 2 shots, laying game, laying the rubber for Auckland. What does Selena Goddard do here?
Under massive pressure. Third bowl. She may follow this one up. She's trailing 23-21. Last game going.
Trying to get down to the counting bowls, and you're right, Alex, following the bowl up is Selena. Is it going to be get all the way down? Will it? Won't it? Now, Linda Ralph, what do I do here? I've got 2. I've got the match.
Don't make a target.
Go out to where Selena. Go out to. I'll be changing my hand and get,
she's listening.
And getting out to that other side where any movement of the jack's going to be. Oh my goodness! Don't fatten this up.
Linda on the backhand side. This could be her last bowl.
I'm sure she'll be happy if she's over the head, Alex. That's my viewpoint. Linda Ralph on the backhand, holding the win for Auckland and holding it for them to go through to the final this afternoon to play Nelson.
I just saw a slight shake of the head there from Linda.
Well, so what? It's over their head.
This is massive here. Selena Goddard, game down.
Remembering North Harbour have yet to lose a match.
They still haven't lost the match.
They haven't lost the match. They've lost 1 game, that in the 4s just but a moment ago. Have gone through everything else undefeated. Is she going to drive this? Looking to see what counts next. But I can't see an advantage, though, in actually doing that, Alex.
Neither. I don't think she will, but, I mean, we know that she has a very good drive shot now.
She has.
Well, she always has had one.
Yes, but certainly the last couple of seasons, her drive has matured significantly with some very good results. And the other good thing about Selena is, and it comes about from playing international and playing in big events, she's not panicked. She'll just go through her normal,
absolutely, totally capable.
Go through her normal routine, her shot routine of how she plays things.
Here we go
on the mat.
This could be the last bowl. On the backhand, Selena Goddard to keep North Harbour's hopes alive at this National Intercentre.
Linda Ralph just nonchalantly picks the mat up, so nothing I can do about this. And there it is. I think it's home run for Auckland. Going to go past.
Oh, no.
1.
No, it hasn't. She's cut it down to 1.
Looked as though it's just going to breeze past that bowl of Linda Ralph's. Didn't do so.
And so we continue, Kev.
Well, Linda Ralph was very generously about to give the mat then to Selena Goddard. So well played from Selena. Saved the match. 24-21, the hardest shot to get out. That 1 shot to go out. Put them through to that, and put Auckland through, of course, to another Intercentre final. Remembering, of course, the last time Auckland won this was back in 2019. They won the Intercentre final, and North Harbour yet to get a W next to their name in the finals. So Linda Ralph.
This is such an incredible finish to this. Last game going.
Remembering we saw Nelson just get their way through by winning the pairs pairs match after Jo Edwards had won her singles. Here's now Linda Ralph. Well, it's a pretty handy opening bowl, Alex, I think, is it not?
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Just seem to keep going. And she's a bowl low of the jack there, so forcing Selena to switch to the forehand. 24-21 to Auckland. We know our men's finalists, Nelson and Wellington.
That'll be
Not Nelson.
Wellington and Southland.
I've become all excitable under the thing.
That'll be a great final. Selena not far away here though. How far is it going to go to the jack?
Brilliant.
Gets the jack, moves it.
I mean, you can't overstate the pressure that these players are feeling.
Not for me right now, thank you, at my age.
It's just, you're the last game going. Everyone is watching you. You have your teammates, your coaches, your friends, your family, all, sitting there. You want to win for them. You want to win for yourself.
Well, who says bowls is not an exciting game, Alex? There it is, So here is Linda Ralph down on the head, leading by 24 to 21. Breaking down towards, I'm not out of it yet, says this lady. I'm not out of this, young lady. And draws on top of the bowl, rolls it over once. We'll see what the indication is, because Selena would definitely ask who's got shot.
Now, we're on a funny camera angle, so it may look easier to play the forehand than it does from this angle for Selena. Or she might switch. As it looked easier to switch from where we were, but we were on that sort of cross angle. So Selena going to the backhand anyway.
So on the backhand is Selena Goddard. We're not 100% sure of who's got shot.
She's on the right line, Kev. How's
Certainly
the weight here from Selena Goddard?
Running dead towards the jack. This is high quality here. Just going to get past the Ralph bowl. Sits in a line of 3.
Of course, Selena and Linda will be former clubmates as well, both having played at Carlton.
Absolutely.
Or Carlton.
Oh, it's a measure.
Fair enough. Now, this is where Linda is well within her rights to come and have a look at the
Absolutely. Measure's been caught. She can go and have a look. Third bowl. If Selena's going up, you go up too, Linda.
Absolutely. They must both be.
There they are. Both going up.
It's a good call. Yeah, it's just been, a bit of common sense there from the players. Linda makes her way up to the head. Her mother, of course, a Commonwealth Games gold medalist in the 4s.
Absolutely, she was.
And you could see the family resemblance as well.
The great thing about Linda Ralph is that nothing really phases her. She's very much the same all the time. Who knows what's going on inside? Obviously, you're a bit tensed up, but a very, very, and as you rightly said before, Alex, it sort of goes under the radar a bit, but a very, very consistent player, Linda, isn't she?
I mean, I think there was one a couple of 3 years ago. We worked out a list of players that had performed at national events, and Linda topped it. She just consistently makes quarterfinals, semi-finals,
absolutely,
finals of events. I think just always there or thereabouts.
So here is now Linda Ralph on the backhand. She's been down to have a look at the head. Not sure. Looks quick, but we're a long way away, obviously. But no, it's not quick. Breaking now, coming back towards the centre line.
When's it going to stop?
And goes by. Falls in, not out now. Whether Selena will ask whether that's made any change, don't know. They know who's got the shot. They've both been down to have a look. One bowl left after this for Linda Ralph. Remembering, of course, they're tied up 1 apiece here in this North Harbour Auckland game. Out on the wider side is that bowl of Selena Goddard's. And remembering, Auckland winning the 4s and going down on an extra end in the pairs. Now we've got Auckland leading 24-21 in the race to 25 and a spot in the final, and we don't know who's got the shot, Alex.
It's exciting times.
So on the backhand is Linda Ralph, and it's out on that what now. I'm going to ask you the question, Alex. Is this on the? Oh, this is tracking pretty good. How's the weight here? How's this? How's this?
Great shot from
How's
Linda.
this? Well, what's the marker going to tell us? Anything? Well, she doesn't have to because she doesn't know what's going. So Of course, we've moved our cameras around, so it's very, very, just about, well, it is impossible to get down to exactly over the head to see what's going on. But, and we're not quite sure how that last bowl of Linda Ralph's. Well, if Selena's looking at this other hand, Alex, I'm picking she's down.
She must be.
That's my
She must be.
punter's viewpoint. She's looking at that forehand down there. I think she's down.
Really taking her time here.
Remembering, of course, North Harbour to this stage of the event. North Harbour women have been undefeated throughout this event. So here it comes. Is this the last bowl? Does it give that result for Selena? Crowd all in behind. Yeah, she's looking. I think you and I might have punted right on this, Alex, and we'll see with what hand she plays determines it.
Here we go.
And definitely looking as though it's going to go. It's going to the forehand. And that indicates to me that it is the Linda Ralph bowl which is shot. So here is.
Again a bowl.
24-20. Auckland leading. Linda Ralph playing with down on that forehand is Selena Goddard. Nothing's moved at this point. We'll watch the bowl go. It looks to be on that wide side. It'll be a measure, I can tell you that much. Going by, or is she going to shake hands?
Covering the back. No one's clapping. No one's doing anything.
So it's a measure.
A measure. She
It's
said
a measure. It's obvious it's a measure. Yes, out it comes.
Oh, that was the bowl I thought was the closest.
So did I. That was yeah. So.
Oh, dearie me.
Selena's measuring. I think Linda thinks she's got the shot.
To the side, whether another end is played or whether Auckland is through to the final to play Nelson a bit later on today. That's it.
Shake hands time, and it is Auckland who are through, and it is Linda Ralph who has defeated Selena Goddard by 25 shots to 21. What a fantastic finish, Alex. And, you know...
I mean, if that's the semi-finals, I don't know how much I have left in me to watch a final, Kev. That was just unbelievable.
So we'll be back here this afternoon, and we'll bring you the action in the men's final, and that'll be the final between Wellington versus Southland. And in the women's final, it will be Nelson up against Auckland. We're going to have two fantastic finals. We'll be covering the men's final this afternoon. But in saying that, there will be live updates regularly right throughout the matches. We'll give you all of those results, not end by end, but you'll be certainly kept up to date with what's going on in the finals this afternoon of the Bowls New Zealand National Intercentre Finals.
And of course, I can say that you have time to go away for a cup of tea, because we'll be back at 12:15. So make a cup of tea, get a biscuit, and settle in for an afternoon of what's going to be some great bowls.
There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. Moving on, we're moving on.
And welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the National Intercentre competition, broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club. I'm Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Kevin Hickland. Kevin, it's been, what a day it's been. Can you just take us through the women's post section? What happened?
Well, what happened? Yes, there we go. So we had Maya Plenty in the first match up against Nelson. Joe Edwards winning the singles for Nelson, and the Bay of Plenty side winning the fours. Then it came down to the pairs match, and we saw a real nail biter between Val Smith and Debbie White, and Val Smith just running out the winner to make her way, get Nelson through to the final. Now, Auckland North Harbour, well, what can you say? We saw the Auckland Pierce combination well behind, pick up a 5 on the last end to go to an extra end, lose the extra end, giving North Harbour one win. Auckland won the fours. Then it came down to the singles between Linda Ralph and Selena Goddard, and they were all locked up at about 21-22 all. Can't remember it was that tight, but it was on a measure. It was Linda Ralph who ran out the winner, defeating Selena Goddard, thus putting Auckland through to the final, and North Harbour having their first loss of the whole event. So there we've got our finalists in the women. We're in the Nelson side, very good, strong Nelson side. We'll be up against the 2019 winners, Auckland, in the ladies' final this afternoon.
And whilst we won't be broadcasting that directly, we will have regular updates from that final.
We will have updates right throughout, and our concentration, of course, will be on the men's. There we are in front of us, where we saw Northland up against Wellington, and goodness gracious, Northland so close.
A mighty effort, wasn't it?
So close to being there this afternoon. Came down to the pairs and just not quite to be for the men from the north, but what an absolutely outstanding effort. Wellington would have gone into this event as the number 1 seed. They scraped their way through really into the final. They're there this afternoon. Earlier we saw Southland really quite convincingly defeat Central Otago, and Southland, of course, the winners of the 2021 Intercentre, they'll now come up against Wellington. And Alex, it's fair to say these are two very, very strong sides in the singles game, of which we'll be covering, of course, that of Raymond Martin up against the current New Zealand singles title holder, Sheldon Baggy Howley. And I'm going to say it debut, really. I know he's played one game. And both Raymond Martin and Sheldon Bagley Howley are literally making what I would say their full international appearance at the
about a week and a half.
A week and a half at the Multi-Nations on the Gold Coast, which, of course, we'll be covering, and plays underway. And there is Sheldon Bagley Howley and the Southland Maroon, the Southland Stags. Two very, very good young players.
Oh, this is going to be a really exciting game of singles to watch, Kev. I'm looking forward to it. Although, Ray Martin coming off the back of a loss.
He did, and that was, playing against, of course, in his match today, he played against Dean McMurtry, of course, who won the New Zealand champion in champion singles.
Yes.
A
so
couple
he's gone
of years
from the
back.
New Zealand champion of champion singles winner to the New Zealand singles winner.
Right.
It's not going to get much easier.
So, but I'm sure, Raymond Martin knows what all this means, and he's played on this rink before, and I'm sure he'll be right up to the task on the backhand. There's Bagley Howley, and the green running at around about 16 and a half, 17 seconds. There was a bit of breeze got up this morning, nothing major, just a light breeze as Sheldon Bagley Howley just draws low of the jack with his second bowl. Would be laying 2 shots. Our marker for this particular match is Vincent Cheer. He's the man that will be the lollipop man and keep us fully up to date. Raymond Martin endeavouring to get just inside the bowls here, or tip his own into the head, jars on it, falls in. Not sure if it. Vincent's got 2 markers, or 2 lollipops there, just the one there. You'll see the one shot indicated with the blue lollipop.
As we see Sheldon Bagley Howley here on his backhand side. Just pausing for a second. I'm really looking forward to this game of singles. Of course, we will, as per normal, have a thumbnail at some point in the top right covering the pairs. And because it's just 2 finals going on, we should be able to give you some pretty good updates for the women's final as well, going on between Nelson and Auckland. And we'll see how, as that progresses. I mean, if the semi-finals are anything to go by, Kev, we're in for some heart-stopping action.
And the Wellington pairs combinations out of Andrew Kelly skipping with Stephen Ditfit leading up against Craig Merrilees and Craig Tinkler, the two Craigs, two very, very well-performed players from Southland. And in the fours, it's the Wellington side of Blake Signals skipping Finbar McGuigan, Caleb Hope and Robbie Bird, as Martin trying to get in towards the jack, just not going to quite have the weight. Blake Signal, Finbar McGuigan, Caleb Hope, Robbie Bird, and they're up against the Southland side of Elliot Mason, Shane Elliott, Nick Butter, and Dan Fiveash. Of course, Nick Butter, formerly of Auckland, won a New Zealand Force title, playing with Bruce McNish and Chris DeLeve. Now, in fact, living in Queenstown, but playing for Southland and playing in that Fours side. And of course, at his old original club, his father, of course, was the former New Zealand coach and taken away at a very young age, tragically. And of course, Stu Butter, the name Butter is very synonymous with Burnside. The Stu Butter Piers, of course, which we cover in January. It's in memory of Steve Butter. So young Nick knows these greens fairly well as Raymond Martin makes his way back to the mat. Indication from our marker Vincent Shear that it is 1-2 Bagley Harley. Raymond Martin just endeavour to improve. Doesn't improve much on his last bowl. Here he is on the forehand out of the Victoria Club in Wellington. And this is on a pretty handy line. Will need to get underneath the bowl to get to the shot. Doesn't do so. Falls lower the jack by about 2 foot, 2'6". And Sheldon Bagley Howley quickly deciding, I'm going to have the mat. It was 2. It changed from the original call was. So it was 2 shots to Sheldon Bagley Howley to open his account for the Southland side. Of course, when Southland won this event in 2021, that was Southland's first win in the Intercentre finals. First time they had claimed the trophy. And Wellington, quite surprising really, Alex, have only won the Intercentre on 2 occasions.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's historically
since 1970.
A very strong centre. So we see that first bowl there from Sheldon Bagley Howley on his backhand side. Sheldon and Ray, there's a few years between them, but they will have come up through similar development.
Similar paths come
pathways.
Up through, absolutely. Secondary school, Kitty Hawks come through that same development, under 25s, all those sorts of sides. They would have played their way through those stages to get to where they are. And just an aside, I can tell you in the Queensland Premier League, Alex, both Shannon McElroy playing for Helensvale and Gary Lawson playing for Broadbeach. They're through to the final stage. Not the final yet, but they're still going, still alive in the Queensland Premier League finals being played at Musgrove Hill, as we see a toucher come in there from Sheldon Bagley Howley. One thing without doubt, Alex, to me, the last 18 months, the maturity that I've seen, the growth and maturity in Sheldon Bagley Howley's play has been somewhat outstanding, because I'm not saying he was a flyer before where he would drive at everything, but he certainly, was a pretty attacking player, but it was so noticeable in that final of the Somerset Nationals playing against Shannon McElroy. Look at this as he gets down
Great
to
bowls.
the jack again.
Three close, starting off well.
The triangle, but the discipline and maturity that he showed, I thought, in that final, to me, confirmed that this guy's arrived. He's there. So on the backhand is Raymond Martin, and he's still going to be 3 down. He's disappointed with that.
Bowl. And the issue is he's got 3 bowls that are short and essentially in the line. So if you play with weight, that's real easy to sort of
Absolutely.
and making it challenging for yourself to try and get through without just chipping off and being very ineffective.
So I'm going to ask you, Alex, as we're about to, after this event, of course, we will be covering out of Australia, the multi-nations event. Who plays the singles for New Zealand?
That's a good question. I'm sure the selectors are pondering that for themselves right now. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw multiple people play singles for New Zealand, because, of course, the multi-nations is an event where they have, how many they selected? 8 players? 7 or 8 players? 7 players to fill less than that number of in a quota for the events. As we see, Sheldon Bagri-Howley, he's holding a good 4 here on the second end. This is big stuff already. I know it's early on in the game, but Ray Martin under all sorts of pressure at the beginning.
Absolutely. Early on the backhand is Raymond Martin need to improve with his weight, and he is going to improve with his weight with this bowl here, but he's going to sit. No, he might get a sit, won't make any difference. It's a 4.
Big start.
So I'm going to disagree with you, Alex, insofar as that I think that we should take the punt and crown a new singles player. Sheldon Bagri-Howley won the national singles, and to date looks pretty good, to be going pretty good here. My view is give him the opportunity.
I mean, I'm sure, yeah.
That's, and I'm not saying for one moment that Shannon McElroy and others are out of the equation going forward. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying for this event, if we want to see, to look at options of our singles, we know that Caitlin Inch will be the singles player for the ladies, and rightly so, of course. So do we decide, right, well, let's give some confidence to a particular player, and you're our singles player for this event going forward, and let's see how things go from there.
Yeah, why not? It'll be interesting. I'm looking forward to that event, and it must be playing on, or you'd imagine it'll give these people a bit of confidence when we look around at this final stage, and we've got Sheldon Bagri-Howley and Ray Martin here, who are both essentially new caps. Sheldon played 1 game for New Zealand 4 years ago, but essentially new caps in their full international debut, as you said, Kev. They've made the final of the National Intercentre. They're going away in a week and a half. You've got to be feeling okay about your bowls.
Andrew Kelly, same thing, isn't it? Because he's part of that side going away. Interesting, Sheldon Bagri-Howley. I think it's just a try it. He changed his hand with the second bowl, and I just feel there is a bowl in front, but I'm going to try this hand out and see what it looks like. Leading 6-0 is the Southlander, Sheldon Bagri-Howley. How's the weight from this bowl from Raymond Martin as it tracks down towards the jack, as the Bagri-Howley bowl just falls over, is going to run out to jack level.
Sheldon on the forehand side. Good deliveries all round here, which is what you would expect at this level.
And Sheldon will be now trying to adjust that line from his second bowl, the first bowl that he played on that hand, but no, he hasn't. He's dropped that weight off again. He's urging it on, and it may well be Vincent going to have a look. 1 down is the call. And I'm not sure whether he was signaling that is the front bowl, that is the shot. But anyway, he's certainly indicated 1 down.
You'd imagine Ray may even follow this bowl up wearing the Wellington shirt. It is interesting that you said they've only won it twice. Perhaps, I know they were a dominant centre when bowls sort of started. We might not have had a centre.
Well played here.
Real good. Look at that there from Ray Martin.
Well, yeah, I suppose if one goes back in, when bowls was at its, I would say really at its peak in those late 70s, 80s, Wellington had the players like Norm Lash, Lou Kensian, George Benvenuti, Murray George, They had a number of very, very good players. John Earls, Baggy Howley.
On the probe. This is a sign of confidence here. Little feather and the jack in the ditch.
Jack. And we'll have lay shot with that bowl. You can see down under number 10 metre or so. But you're right, Alex. Early confidence, and that wasn't just a charge. He was confident of what he was playing for the Jackal shot bowl after Raymond Martin drew all but a toucher with his third bowl. Remembering, of course, the women's final will be between Nelson and Auckland. Here is Raymond Martin and Sheldon Baggy Howley encouraging on his teammates. Needs to get past this front boulders, Raymond Martin, to make shot down towards the 2 metre mark, and will stay up right down towards the ditch.
Sheldon was a little unlucky, really. I suppose it's the weight that he played, and when you play with that weight, if you get any feather off a short bowl, your bowl shears off at a bigger angle.
Well, he was looking for it to go straight through, just run onto the jack and run straight through into the ditch with it, which it could well have done. So 6-1, Raymond Martin now underway. And the pairs, I know that first end was killed. You see the thumbnail up into the right of the screen there.
We see Ray Marston here on the backhand side. Six one, so he'll be happy to have scored a point, really.
Well, he's underway, and he has this line as it comes down towards the centre line, right on the, just going to drift past the jack, but a very, very good opening bowl from the Wellington singles player. Just finishes in behind the 2 metre spot, 2 metre mark. Sheldon Bagby Howley on the backhand, quickly into his work.
They won't muck around either of these players, will they?
No, they're not. No. Look at this from Sheldon Baggy Howley, a toucher, and rolls back. More than likely, still one shot to Raymond Martin. And these two would have no doubt, Alex, over various events that are played by another a few times, I would imagine.
Absolutely, they'll know each other's game really well.
Under the line here is Raymond Martin. So Sheldon Bagby Howley, a touch-up with his first. He'll try and just get down past his own bowl on the backhand.
Looking very focused as we see one of these Southlanders just sort of pop his head around the corner for a second.
Oh, this is pretty, just going to go by, just drift past the jack, but it's over the head. He'll be more than happy with that.
Good bowl.
So, a lot of questions asked there but I'm sure it is Raymond. I'm sure it's the blue bowl.
It always fascinates me, and I think it's probably a good learning if you're just starting bowls. If you watch these players, like the proper good bowlers, and just listen to how they frame their questions to the markers.
Yes.
And the information that they're getting from the market in relation to where bowls are sitting on the head, if something's high or low, all that sort of stuff is so important to understand.
And if you take that women's singles game this morning, Joe Edwards, although in most cases holding a good position in on the head, but continuously was asking questions. The questions were more about the distance from the jack to the bowl or behind the head, or it was, and for these really good players, that's where they know they're trying to get their improvement or adjustment.
Absolutely. If you miss a metre heavy with the bowl, it's good to know that your bowl was a metre heavy.
That's
right. You get that when you ask your marker, how far past the jack is my last bowl, please?
So Sheldon Bagby Howley just standing back for a moment, Looks as though he's going to play down on the forehand. Yes, he is, to try and reach that shot bowl. Here he is, the Southland player on the search, trying to get down to that counting jack level bowl.
If he gets the front one square, it's going to work anyway. Here comes the cannon. Oh, it didn't work.
Oh, there was a double cannon there to get to both.
Yeah, could have just about cannoned his bowl.
Oh, here we go. There's the women's finals underway. I can tell you in the singles, it's Linda Ralph leading Joe Edwards by 2-0. In the pairs, it's the Olivia Bromfield leading Val Smith 5-0. And it is in the fours, only one end gone, of course, and it is Ashley Jeffcoat leading Kirsten Edwards 1-0. So Auckland, long way to go though. It's just they've only just finished playing the national anthem.
And what we are going to do, we'll keep those scores up for the entirety. So they'll just live update
the
scores
they'll
for the
just
women's
roll
final.
in. So you'll be able to see right throughout the afternoon what's going on in that women's final. So Raymond Martin now endeavouring to make a couple. He'll be disappointed with that.
I think Sheldon's going jack in the ditch on the forehand.
Because the gate was left very much open there for Raymond. And he could have literally drawn half a metre behind the head and still really counted. And you're right there, Alex. I'm sure that we're going to see that forehand runner. So Southland Piers. You'll see it go in a moment. 2-1, and you're right. Here he is looking for the jack in the ditch, under the line all the way. And
it's because he didn't want to miss wide, did he?
No, it certainly didn't want to be on the wide side. 6-2. 6-2 now. Sheldon Baggy Harley leading Raymond Martin of Wellington. And remembering this event, of course, started way back on Thursday, where 26 centres lined up in the men's division, and 25 in the women's, and they had section play Thursday, Friday, and part of Saturday. We had quarterfinals yesterday afternoon, today semi-final and finals, using 7 venues around the Christchurch area. Thank you to all of those clubs, volunteers, markers, all the people that bring these events together. And we've been blessed with fantastic weather as well, right throughout. Had no interruptions for weather. And Burnside, as we can see here, turn on again. Fantastic facilities, superb greens, as they are all around the Canterbury region. But Jamie Ferris and his team of workers at Burnside, thank you yet again, once again I should say, because they've certainly put on a first-class facility for a first-class event.
Oh, absolutely, it's great stuff. And it's also really, really good to see a good crowd gathering. I'd imagine that a lot of them come from the teams that haven't made it through to this stage, coming to watch and see who wins, but wonderful to see that crowd, and the atmosphere is always second to none at these events.
And I can tell you the disappointment of losing as well. I've seen some comments just since the semi-finals relative to the North Harbour women's side. Let's just say they're bitterly disappointed.
And understandable. It means so much. You're playing for your district, and you're not only when you're not playing for yourself, and you're playing for other people, and these people's their clubs and centres are right behind them. As we see this bowl, slightly overplayed.
Well, I noticed when Raymond,
for it not to go through your head.
When Raymond was just about to deliver his bowl, whether it was something that flew by or whatever, he sort of came up quick, flicked his arm. But it was a good metre and a half. Bagley Howley, sunglasses on the cap, sitting perched on the top of the cap on the backhand. The mauve and white multicoloured bowls.
Had them for a while now.
They've been, yes, they have. They're well known around the greens now, just like the Val Smith multicoloured. The flicker, the black and whites.
Who'd have a multicoloured bowl, Kev?
Oh, well, wait till we get to Australia. Well, I might be wrong, but I did hear that Australia were going to be playing with literally an issue of bowls.
Okay, that'll be interesting.
Yes, it's well, was it not for the Commonwealth Games? There was issues.
Yeah, that's the way of the future for international events too. I think
Yeah,
the countries will build a stock of bowls.
I don't know if it's right or not, but I just heard that
That's a wild one there from Sheldon
certainly
Beckley
was.
Howley. Now,
so that means that we won't have to see the pieballs of the Aaron Sheriffs and co bowls.
praise the Lord and pass the ammunition for that. Here we go. That's Linley O'Callaghan there to the left of the screen.
Sitting there with Sue Hodges, of course, who played Joe Edwards earlier on this morning in the semi-final and put on a good fight as well. Raymond Martin, he'll be
such a loose head.
Yeah, he'll be very, very disappointed. I just wonder, the question was raised to me, in fact, this morning, Alex, when we saw Raymond Martin and Dean Elgar playing there yesterday in the afternoon, but it was a lot later. Whether the conditions on that rink changed considerably, I don't think they did. To be fair.
It's an interesting conversation. I think we're sometimes a bit quick to jump to saying they're good players and they're not playing well. It must be the rink. I think sometimes good players just don't play well.
Well, I just think
it's nothing to do with the green at all.
Well, I just think Dean Elgar completely lost his way yesterday.
It happens, and
of course it happens.
Bowls is one of those games. It's such a fight. You're trying to get a condensed ball of plastic, 35 metres on a bit of grass to go near a target. It doesn't take much to go wrong. I could have a sore shoulder or a twinge.
Oh, absolutely.
Anything could happen. You could start playing not as well as you would like. So, a bit quick to go to the green sometimes. And one conceded, and that's I think Ray will probably be pleasantly surprised that it's just a one.
He'll be happy to do what you to just be the one. And as Alex rightly said but a moment ago, you'll see in that the corner there of the screen, you can see the updates which will be rotating throughout the final of the women's final, that between Nelson and Auckland. There you'll see them 2-1 to Auckland in the singles, 7-0 to Auckland after 3 in the pairs, and 1 apiece after 2 ends in the fours. So that will be rolling over throughout the afternoon. So you'll be able to see and enjoy live updates from the women's final, as well as we see Sheldon Beckley Howley draw just in behind the jack. A good opening bowl from the Wellington singles, from the Southland singles player. Raymond Martin just sort of struggling a wee bit to find his line and weight, etc. Just struggling. And we saw that, to be fair, Alex, we saw, was it yesterday or one of the days anyway, when we had Raymond on, that he did go through a phase of the game where he was struggling to get consistency.
Yeah.
Then got onto it, and just could be a bit of a, I don't know, mental block. I don't know.
It's biding your. Well, it's not biding your time. I think both Sheldon and Ray, they know each other really well.
Absolutely,
they're both the sort of player that can just for 6 or 7 ends even in a row do what Sheldon's done here. We saw Sheldon do in the national singles final.
Absolutely.
He was struggling a little bit, and he one end where I think he drew a back toucher to start with, and then just put like 3 bowls next to that, and that was him. 5 or 6 ends, just didn't miss.
And away he went, didn't he? And was quite outstanding actually. So, and holding 2 shots here is the Southlander.
Yeah. I think my point is I don't see Ray being out of this game until he's out of this game, because they're just quite capable. Both players are quite capable of just going, I'm here to play now, and good luck.
Because this morning Raymond Martin did lose his singles game to Dean McMurtry, but as Alex rightly pointed out, this guy's more than capable. It's just sitting on the outside of what is the shot bowl, just be the one at this point. I'd be happy to have that bowl there with Raymond Martin. And you'll see there in the pairs, it is 2-1 to Southland as we play in 3 of 18. So Sheldon, Maggie Harley.
Taking his time. But a Dynasty, the Dynasty apparel shorts on as well. Of course,
Yes,
they are great supporters of Bowls New Zealand.
They are, certainly are. And also from a Southland point of view, the generosity, and you've been down there, Alex, the trust.
Oh, it's brilliant.
Down,
Oh, look at this here from Sheldon Beckery Halley.
3 shots.
Bowl. What a bowl
And
there.
turned it back around.
Yes, the ILT.
They do a magnificent job down in the south for all sport, all sports, all activities.
They have a in Southland. Their indoor bowling centre is on an old ice skating rink.
All right.
It's a levelled concrete floor, and it was purchased in the 70s or 80s. And they've just redoing their roof now. And I believe the ILT was a big. I believe that they were of a lot of assistance in redoing the entire roof of their indoor bowling centre.
They do a wonderful job down there.
It's great to see in those regions the support that different sports and organisations can get. As we see Ray Martin steering down the barrel of another 3 down here, and it's 3 good bowls from Sheldon Beckery Halley.
Here is Martin on the backhand. It was Roseanne Muraway. I see sitting there, plays out of the Wairapa, but also a member of Victoria, and needs to just drift in now, trying hard. Will it cut one out? Fell out, not in.
That was a well-played bowl, though, wasn't it?
It was. Raymond just gave the old big sigh there.
Another 3.
3 it is. That's 10-2.
Essentially raced out to an early 10-2 lead.
And 7-1 in the pairs to Southland. Another early jump.
It's interesting. I think for Sheldon, his mindset will be make hay while the sun shines, because it's not going to be this easy to get 3s off Ray for the entire game.
No,
it's unlikely that he's going to get to 25 before Ray clicks onto his game of bowls.
You know very well, Alex, that things can change around and will change at some point in this match. Will most likely change around. That's what happens. But from why I made the point about Sheldon playing the singles in the multi-nations is he's on a high in that playing that discipline right now. He's enjoying it. He's matured to the, as you showed in the nationals, he's matured significantly to it, and so that would be my pick.
Certainly got the right attitude towards, doesn't he? And he's a mercurial player, and he gets up for. Look at this here from Ray Martin.
Well played, Raymond Martin. There it is, back toucher from the young Victorian player. And
Ray will be thinking, I'm here now.
I'm here, I've got one.
It's often all you need. And just a reminder, of course, underneath the Piers thumbnail, we do have a live score update of the women's final. That will be there for the duration of this game.
And the team, Tamara and the team, doing a wonderful job, not only with the camera work, but being able to bring up all these updates right throughout the afternoon of what's going on. It's fantastic that we're able to, for our viewers, that you know exactly what's going on. You can't watch every game, obviously, but it certainly enables you to know what's going on around the various rinks.
So we see Sheldon on the backhand again.
The women's final, Alex, that's a significant jump. Olivia Bloomfield and Paris Baker against Colleen Earl and Val Smith. 4 ends gone, and 11-0 to Auckland. That's
They'll be pleased with that after 4 ends.
Yeah, that's a great start.
Did he indicate weight here? No. I thought I saw his arm move. I thought she might be having a little fly at it.
So trying to get down to the Raymond Martin shot bowl. How far is it going to come back? Trying hard. Just going to go by. Here's the chance for Raymond Martin now to to own a pretty good scoring head on the backhand. Definitely holding 1. Is it 2? Not sure.
We'll call it 1.5.
We'll see what the market indicates after this bowl of Raymond Martin's.
On his backhand side, willing this bowl back down into the head. It should have a late swing. It just depends when it turns.
Just going to turn by past the bowl. So Vincent Chair.
It was probably from a space of him not wanting to leave a target, wasn't it, Kev?
Yeah, I think it's 2.
We'll go for 2. It makes it more interesting if it's 2.
I think it was 2. It just disappeared out of view.
Sheldon Bagri-Howley on the backhand side. Let it go. It looked wide out of his hand.
Yeah, well, it certainly did. But we saw the last one come back a long way, and this is coming back as well. Coming back now to the jack. And does it get much better than that?
And what do I know, Kev? He was actually narrow. Brilliant.
And it's also Raymond Martin rightly coming to have a look at, because difficult head now to play it. I think he's got to follow that bowl more than likely with a yard of weight to try and chip to the bowl, and it might get some movement onto the jack as well, because he's got a bowl in behind there as well.
That's another one of those times where most games are singles. Ray would have scored on that end, and now he has to play a bowl.
Has to play a big bowl to get out of it.
So important. Good shot, Sheldon. Ray just making his way back.
But it's also showing how good Sheldon Bagri-Howley's playing.
Proper good. And on the forehand, Ray Martin now trying to salvage this head. He's 1 down.
Yeah, that's a shot to play on that forehand.
Such a hard
It's
bowl.
going to be... I thought he might have played with a wee bit more weight to that, to be fair, Alex, but 11-2.
And Sheldon, look, quickly into his work. There'll be no mucking around. Again, making hay while the sun shines.
I
Playing
like
a bowl,
it. I like
bang,
it.
bang, bang.
To me, and we spoke about this before, like the Australians, and this is how we can play our game. Like Sheldon can manage his game. You've seen Aaron Wilson, for example, in action. Well, he's just absolutely lightning. Well, how Sheldon plays, yes, it's quick, but it's good for us, because we're not going to fall into traps of, as we've seen in the past. And
it doesn't give the opposition a chance. You blink as an opposition.
Correct.
And suddenly you're 11-2 down. He's just all he did was blink. It's 11-2 as a score.
So again, this is pretty. He's been very, very consistent, has Sheldon Bagri-Howley. It'll be interesting to see. I don't know how his record so far in this event stacks up in games played, but I would say his win ledger would be pretty high.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think if we looked at his singles game in the last 2 seasons, he'd probably count the losses he's had on one hand.
Oh, he's been very, very consistent, and to me, he's I just say this, that Caitlin Inch has put her hand up as a New Zealand women's singles player, and I think this guy's got the ability as well.
Oh, he's always had every shot in the book and then a few that they don't write down.
Well, he's given a lot of those away.
Now he knows when to play them as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And, we saw, as an example, we saw Shannon McElroy come in as a young player, as our New Zealand singles player. Sooner or later, we have to, there has to be a replacement to that. And ideally, I'm sure you'd agree, Alex, you don't want to have a singles player where you're swapping in and out. Like Joe Edwards was the New Zealand singles player, for such a long period of time. It just sort of, I think, it allows you to build the team then around it, not trying to find positions for players.
Sheldon on his backhand here. He's 1 down. Ray Martin desperately trying to gain a foothold in this game to stop the rot. Look at this as it swings in at the end. Good bowl.
And what I also like now is Sheldon, if you watch him following his bowl, he's intense, he's really encouraging, he's just matured as a player so much in the last 18 months.
And look at this here from Ray Martin.
And I saw Sheldon Bagley clapping that bowl early on its way down the green, and a toucher.
Do they just both go, or does it not work? Oh, maybe you
They
could.
both go.
Maybe he'll tap it instead on the backhand, because Ray's just played a great bowl there for a toucher. Because the two blues are touching each other.
I think.
It should be that you hit one, they both disappear.
Well, I think wait to the 2 metre mark would just about get that jack movement.
Yeah, you get jack movement then as well. Excitement all round.
Yeah, a bit of applause there for the Southland boys. Elliot Mason, no doubt, that they were referring to. We'll see whether the same thought pattern as we had with.
So it's just a wait decision here for Sheldon Bagley Howley. Yeah, good call, Kev. So he's looking almost more for jack movement on the shot bowl, and the jack sitting at 7 o'clock is going to pop out to our left as we see
Absolutely.
it. That was a lovely shot selection there from Sheldon Bagley Howley.
And perfectly weighted.
Yeah.
Perfectly weighted.
Yeah.
Yeah, could have got a result. Was a bowl away from getting a result. But what he's done, he's sort of built the head now to negate 3 shots.
And it's indicative of an 11-2 lead, isn't it? Because he was 9 up, so there's no need to wind up or even to play.
Doesn't have to hunt.
No. I like this. It's good. Obviously, I mean, they're mates, aren't they, Sheldon and Ray?
Well, that have played on the indoor scene a bit as well.
Yeah,
over that, over the years in the PBA, etc. They
absolutely.
So Raymond Martin, of course, we're about to become for the first time next week blackjack teammates.
On his forehand side. Is he looking to make it a 3 here?
Well, if he's really exact, and
if he's got the weight right, he's close here, Kev. This is close from Ray Martin. In for 3.
How's this? How's this? Oh, 1 bowl away. What a fantastic attempt. 1 it is. You heard Sheldon. Oh, I'm going to have a go. There you go. Raymond Martin says, I'm going to have a go at this.
Just about need the calipers on the measures for this one.
Well, just call the umpire.
Yeah, just give him something to do.
Don't you reckon?
Ray Martin plays a lot of indoor bowls, so he has played a lot of indoor. So he'll be.
Does he still play? I know he used to play indoor bowls.
Yeah, he's a good dabbler. He defeated me in post section of the national singles this year. Ray Martin.
Really?
Yeah, that annoyed me. But he played well to do it. He's played sort of Intercentre for his chosen centre for indoor, so he'll know how to use the calipers. But when we use calipers in indoor, they don't have they're not controlled solely by the twiddly thing.
Right.
You can sort of set them, and then you can
set them, and then right.
Just speeds it up a little.
Yeah, it was the right idea that you and I discussed right from the start. Let's get the umpire.
This is Steve Sargent, the umpire. And he's chocked the bowl, so there's a bit of it can relax him a little bit there.
So Steve's the Wellington man?
Yes, yeah.
And he's also off to the World Bowls, isn't he?
Yes, I saw his name on the list.
His name is one of those umpires, and he's umpired a number of events on the Bowls New Zealand calendar. We know that definitely that he's got 1 shot. We know definitely has Raymond Martin.
Just measuring that blue bowl of Ray Martin's at 12 o'clock to the, what did you call it, like a split bowl of Sheldon Bagley Howley's. It sits at 6 o'clock to the jack. Well, he's passed through both, so that doesn't help us make that decision at all. It's interesting because Sheldon was pretty quick to say 1, and Ray said, I'm going to have a go, and I think we can see here that it's because it's pretty close.
There was
2.
It was 2.
Nice.
Oh, there we go. Wow. 11-4. That was
Good stuff. Double to score has Ray Martin now.
Ray Martin, of course, the manager of an indoor sports centre in Wellington. And Sheldon, well, if you didn't know, you could have 1,000 guesses to try and guess Sheldon's occupation.
And even then, you still wouldn't. I don't think you'd get it.
No, you wouldn't get it. So, would you call him a restorer or a mechanic of old aeroplanes?
Is it a turn one situation?
I think so.
Yeah, and he also he's quite handy. So the New Zealand National Force Shield, which is quite a hefty thing now.
Correct.
Sheldon created an aluminium.
That's right.
Riveted box for us for that.
That's right.
Which is wonderful. He did a great job. It was brilliant, and I wouldn't be surprised if he if he might be employed to do a couple more boxes, because we've got a few shields now to carry around the place.
Yeah, no, he did. Does he fly himself? Do you know, or has he just got a thing about planes? Or
I have no idea.
No,
question. I think he's been working there for a while.
Oh, he's been there for a year. Definitely has. And good opening bowl from Raymond Martin. 11-4. And that'll give him some confidence scoring that too.
Yeah, he'll be happy. Look, he started off well again with his first bowl, just a foot away from the jack. And he'll be thinking, look, it's my turn to go on a run of 3 or 4 ends in a row now.
Oh, and he's drawn that good bowl here. That's what he's done so far in the matches that we've done. And he's just drawn in behind the jack. And he's got the bowl out again on a pretty good arc. Out of the hand, it looked to be on it. How's the line, the weight going to be? Not needed another metre of weight, really.
There's 2 or 3 revolutions shy, and Sheldon making a correction now on his backhand side.
And certainly on a wider arc. How's the weight though as it comes down towards? No, it's not. Short again.
Well, it's probably his worst end so far from Sheldon Bagri-Howley. And a longer jack, I suppose.
It is a longer jack, but it's important here now. He's got 2. Now, it's really important that Raymond really clinches this.
I think a backhand shot here from Ray Martin. Just tighten it up a little bit. Oh, it didn't come out of his hand as smooth as it could have. See where it ends up. Just down to the weight now. Needs to get past the front stuff here.
Well, that delivery might have lost a metre of weight as well, actually, Alex. And there you'll see on that thumbnail, you can see that update of the Auckland women v Nelson in the final of the women's Intercentre.
The mighty battle going on there. And what a game it's going to be between Joe Edwards and Linda Ralph in that singles berth.
Looks like, I think it looks like single scoring at the moment as well, looking at that scoreboard.
Sheldon Bagri-Howley, does he have the weight to get past the front, Kev?
No, just going to flip in, so it's 2.
It's so frustrating as a player when you bog on a bowl square like that.
Well, this is the bowl now where Raymond Martin's really got to, in my view, get to the jack, lay 3, and really put the pressure on that last bowl of Sheldon Bagri-Howley's.
Well, what you want to do is guarantee that you're going to score 1, don't
Absolutely you do, for sure, because, and no disrespect to Sheldon, but on this particular end, he's allowed that position to be there for Raymond Martin. Raymond doesn't have to try and convert or anything, it's there for him just to draw to.
Get as close as he can with this bowl, just guarantee that 1 point, and then you get a ball. Well, we saw Joe Edwards do a couple of patonks.
Saw some movement there on the other ring. We saw the side view of the camera there as well.
As we see now, the 4s is in the thumbnail at the top right. The 4s game between Wellington and Southland. We will be switching between the 4s and the pairs in that top right corner as this game progresses, and then if this game finishes before them, we'll stick with it till the end, to the death for this National Intercentre. As Ray Martin here on the backhand needs to get 1 closer.
Well, it needs to break now and is doing so, but how far is it going to run past?
He's breaking.
And it'll sit inside. Well, that's
good.
That's good.
It's not great, but it's good.
I'm not saying it cements one shot for you, but it certainly means that Sheldon Bagley Howley really has to draw a foot.
You've
literally.
reduced the target area again, haven't you?
So the counting area for the counting area for Sheldon Bagley Howley has become a foot, and the reduction area, I suppose you'd call it, is about 3 feet.
So Sheldon now leading 11-4. We'll be thinking it'd be nice to score here just to keep that momentum up. How's his weight?
Ducking now.
Oh, I think it's gone.
Ducking now. Well, rolled the front, but I don't think it'll make any difference, Alex. There's 2 that I can see.
And there should be 3 to that
3,
roll
that
at 12.
front liner to the jack there. I think that, and as I heard 3, yes, it was 3. So all of a sudden, 11-7, changes around.
Do you think that was to do with the jack length? Do you think the 2-2 just threw Sheldon off a little bit?
Well, Sheldon played on a consistent weight with 3 of those bowls, really, didn't he? He wasn't really, got to the, well, he got to the centre line, but it was a metre short all the way.
Do you think we'll see another? You'd expect another 2-2 metre based on that, wouldn't you?
Well, yes, you would. I see now in that.
Thank you, Ray.
Nelson, don't lose it.
Stop, he says.
As it's stopped.
Good weight control.
So 4 apiece in the singles. Linda Ralph v Joe Edwards. In the pairs, that is Olivia Bloomfield leading Val Smith 12-2. And in the fours, it is Kirsten Edwards, the Nelson skip, leading Ashley Jeffcoat, the Auckland skip, by 4 shots to 1 after 4 of 15.
So we see Ray on the back end.
So that's a metre. That's fine. And sometimes as well, Alex, you can capitalise on if your opposition struggles on a couple of ends. You can just get that scoreboard draw back to you, can't you? Which we saw then. And this is going to go by. It'll sit still plenty of room though for Raymond Martin. Jack sitting right on the 2 metre mark. And remembering, no time limit. Just first to 25. No time limit in any of these matches. And how long is this going to hold Jack level?
That's the question.
And we'll hold enough for shot. That's slipped by, but will be shot 11-7. It is Sheldon Bagley Howley leading. On the back end is the Southland singles player. And of course the current New Zealand singles title holder. And trying hard to get all the way up. And well, maybe it will be shot, in fact. Lower the jack, sitting at 11 o'clock. And we have been blessed the whole 4 days at Burnside with outstanding weather conditions. Wee bit of wind, but nothing to say of any real significance. So the weather conditions have been magnificent, and Raymond Martin will be disappointed with that falling. Certainly got out on a wider arc on that backhand delivery. Didn't have the weight to get back. Front bulk shot.
Sheldon now on the forehand side.
Well, it gets past his own. Will count, urging it on. Hurry, you heard him call.
1 or 2, Vincent.
Just the one is the call from the marker, Vincent Cheer. Raymond Martin asking him what the position was. Here's Martin now close into the body on his forehand. Indication that he's 1 down. Trying to get through on the deep draw. Needs to stop now and will do so. Well played from the Wellingtonian.
Should be enough for one, you would think.
I think that's one sitting just alongside the 2 metre mark.
So, what do we do here? There's nothing really on, is it? It's just
No
about trying,
shot
just
number,
try
no
get-
shot number on really.
Come down there, mate. You finish this side of the head, it's good.
Get the shots. Really get the shots. The remedy, isn't it?
Yeah. So we hear the Southland Burr. Oh, there's Wilson. Wilson in the background on the.
Oh, right there.
You
There's,
see?
yes, yeah.
Sorry, I just got distracted. Wilson, the what do you call it? It's like the
mascot.
The mascot, Wilson. Yes, brilliant.
So Sheldon Bagley, how they're trying to get through this port or get to the bowl.
This'll do.
He's going to get it. Turn the bowl. May have turned that one too far. Fell over.
This collision ball may have followed through.
Yeah, may have. I saw some applause there on the. I'm not sure whether that was from Raymond on. He was carrying the mat up, and it was one. Made the shot. As you rightly said, Alex just got to that bowl, and got a turn onto the bowl and made shot of it.
It was a well played bowl, really, wasn't it?
Well,
Sort of in the area, nice weight.
I'll go back now again to Sheldon. It's now what I've noticed in the last 2 seasons is the maturity in his play. He didn't try and fire at anything quickly or drive the shot bowl out. Just played with draw weight to get it turned into the head onto the bowl, and that's a sign of a backing his own ability, confidence player, and gets rewarded accordingly. 12-7. Joe Edwards now leading in the women's singles final. The Nelsonian leading 6-4 in the race to 25 over Linda Ralph. In the pairs, it is the Auckland combination of Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield leading Val Smith and Colleen Earl 12-2. And in the fours, it's the Kirsten Edwards skip side who is leading Ashley Jeffcoat by 4 shots to 1 as they played 4 ends. And the Raymond Martin bowl just falls over. That'll make shot.
He's just battling away here. It's good. I think Sheldon was 11-2 up, and now he's 12-7. So the momentum.
Well,
I'm hesitant to say it's shifted, but certainly Ray more competitive now.
Well, he brought the game into normality, really, hasn't he? Of what you'd expect with these two players, to be fair.
4 or 5 points. You'd be surprised if one of them doesn't get to 20.
Absolutely. So here is Martin. And that's certainly on a wide, it's on a generous arc. How's the weight to get all the way down to the jack, though? Has it got enough to get down? No, it hasn't. It was certainly on a very, very much a wider arc.
I think the pairs, which we don't have in the picture-in-picture at the moment, but the pairs for South and Wellington, Southland's got out to a pretty good lead there, Kev, 13-1 after 6 ends.
Oh, it's a pretty handy...
So what that means is that there's going to be a lot of pressure fall onto the singles and the fours, which are 2 close games at the moment.
Certainly is. That's.
I can remember the year when we commentated a singles match between Andrew Kelly and Shannon McElroy. So it was Nelson and Canterbury.
Yes.
Gary Lawson's pair was defeated within about an hour and a half. In that game, and they sort of, once the game was gone, they knew it was gone, so they got it over and done with quickly, and then Gary and his lead barracked for their team for the rest of it, and sort of, you get on board the bandwagon, don't you, if a game's gone, and they won on that occasion. So if Wellington does lose the pairs, it's not the end of the road for them.
No, it's not. It's just, you just got to, well, as far as the singles player is concerned, you just got to, the big thing for Raymond Martin is, I want to get level pegging, and then we can go from there. That's the, because you can't let him get away, and that.
Now Sheldon is addressing the mat with some purpose here, Kev.
And
that would be why. Beautiful out of his hand on his backhand.
Going to the front bowl.
Just drifted. Even if he got the shortest bowl on the rink, there's a chance that could have peeled both out.
Well, it was a no-risk shot, really. And,
anything was good.
Yeah, so...
He could have hit the shot bowl, he could have hit the bowl at 12, he could have hit his own bowl at 11 with that sort of weight, and things could happen. But he pushed it wide in the end. So we'll see Ray Martin now with the bowl to make it 9-12 in this race of 25. Just a reminder, the fours game is in your picture-in-picture in the top right. 8-3 to Southland, and of course the women's final, all three games. Live updates will be here for the entire afternoon on your screen just underneath that.
So Raymond Martin holding one, trying to make two of it, trailing 12-7, guaranteed at least 12-8. This is coming nicely towards the head. Has he got enough weight? No, he hasn't. And it'll be 12-9 now in this race to 25. And in the fours, it is the Southland side. Elliot Mason, Shane Elliott, Nick Butter, and Dan Fiveash up against the Wellington combination, Blake Signal, Finbar McGuigan, Caleb Hope, and Robbie Bird. And it is 8-3 to the Southlanders.
So you see the jack delivered. Ray will be aiming for one on the 2 metre mark again. That's where he started to settle down and score some numbers. Well, not necessarily settle down. That seems to be where Sheldon is less comfortable.
Well, I was going to say it's where Raymond seems to be more comfortable with that length. And that's where you go to when you get, once you get the jack, that's where you go to.
We see Ray on the backhand side.
And we noticed yesterday as well, Alex, that for a period of time there's a track, let's say it's 6 feet, where it doesn't seem to be much movement, just seems to hold fractionally and then come back at the finish. Baggy Howley, you see he's inside the line of Raymond Martin's backhand delivery. Let's see how far it cuts back, and there comes right back to the centre line.
Lovely shot.
So he was just not, it might have been a foot inside that Raymond Martin line.
Absolute focus on Ray Martin's face there. Willingness bowl back in. He can't be far away if he's got the weight right, Kev.
Yeah, well, that's the
Beautiful
line.
green.
That's the line for sure. But just missing that metre of weight, Alex. That's the Baggy Howley can want to early on in this head capitalise on that position on that backhand side. And is he going to do so? Yes, he will. And this very quickly now, with his third bowl, Raymond Martin needs to get down a lot closer towards the jack, even if it's second shot.
It's incredible how quickly the pressure can just pop on in these games.
It certainly can.
Ray's barely blinked, and Sheldon's put 2 bowls within a foot, and now Ray has to make this bowl perfect, and he may have made it perfect.
Oh, it's a great bowl here from
perfect.
Martin. Touch up on the way through.
Great
Just
shot.
sits on the back of the jack. Well played, Raymond Martin. Sheldon Begley Howley endeavouring to reach that shot bowl, not going to do so, just goes by, head reaching weight. So Raymond Martin now.
That's such a good bowl. Such a good bowl from Ray Martin. Even if it had sat down, it was bad for him. If his bowl had sat down, the jack probably would have sprung to Sheldon's.
So does he, the point here for him, does he really want another bowl on the head?
I would be scared to go near it.
You
know,
I was just looking at, do you want another bowl there? Because he's got one left and he can jar down there. Joe Edwards now leading Linda Ralph 7-4 in the women's final in the singles. The pairs, it is Auckland. It's Virginia. That's Bloomfield leading Smith 12-3 and 4-3 to Kirsten Edwards. 4-3 after 5. Kirsten
It's a clean
Edwards.
run.
Well, it's a pretty good attempt, really.
Yeah.
She was literally half a bowl away of dropping inside that Sheldon Bagley-Howley bowl, and Bagley-Howley will endeavour to reach down. Oh, I see what you mean about those pairs. Yeah, 14-1, Alex, at end 8. That's the mountain's pretty big, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a what you would call a healthy lead, I think, to Southland there.
Yeah.
Race them with it, and they'll want to finish it as quickly as possible at 14-1. Sheldon Bagley-Howley he looked like he was playing with a bit of weight upon release here on the back end. Needs his bowl to turn. Don't think it's going to come back.
No, not from there.
Almost the sort of shot you play when you've got two things in mind.
So 12-9, another one to Raymond Martin. And the pairs combination, yes, of Craig Merrilees and Craig Tinkler sort of really got out, put the green lights out.
They are a
all
very
go.
strong pairs combination.
Yes, they are. They played on the carpet together as well, don't they?
Yes,
those
they
two,
do, yeah.
the two of them.
A very, very strong pairs combination in the Southland area. They've won the Southland pairs, I don't know, a handful of times, and sort of play a lot of bowls together. So it's unsurprising that they've gelled well. And if they can finish that off nice and quickly, it's a good start to the Southland.
Absolutely.
The Southland effort at winning this event for the second time in 3 years. Want to be the top district, the top province in New Zealand.
So definitely Raymond is favouring, that longer length. Jack, there's a 3/4 length on the forehand. Is Raymond Martin trailing 12-9 in the race to 25, and just going to go by, kind of metre and a bit, 2 metres in fact over. Howley on the backhand, and to everybody at the Burnside Club and the clubs of Christchurch, but Burnside, thank you to green staff, catering, kitchens, the people around the greens, all the jobs that get done, wiping down scoreboards, wiping down seats. They do a wonderful job, and to all of the Burnside as headquarters and the other venues around Christchurch, thank you.
Oh, for sure. They all always step up, do a wonderful job, and make it. The competition doesn't exist without so many people doing little bits and pieces.
No, it does not. And there's the shot drawn by Raymond Martin, just low of the jack. So one would think, as you rightly say, I think, Alex, this is going to come down to a fours v singles, and singles final.
That's how it feels, and it'll be really interesting because for the Wellington team, if they end up losing this, it's the difference between playing a competition and a rep event, because Andrew Kelly and Ditfit are going to have to chirp up and be really positive and supportive of their teammates.
Absolutely.
And they can make a difference doing that. Like I said, we saw
Absolutely.
it. We saw it when Canterbury won the Intercentre.
Yes.
With Lawson, and I think it was I can't remember who was playing pairs with him. Sorry, it's 4 years ago. But they were really supportive of their teammates, despite the fact that they had just been soundly beaten. So that's the sort of stuff you have to do, and it's the different dynamic to a rep game as opposed to a tournament.
Well, it's Gary Lawson. It's one of the, besides his ability on the green, one of the great attributes Gary Lawson brings is when it gets to on the green type thing in a team environment, he's very good. He's, in that regard, we all know Gary's had his issues and demons and problems, and I'm not going to talk about those, and no concern of those, but insofar as supporting, motivating, being with a team at big events and trying to get the best out of them, he's very good at that.
I think, it's something I really enjoy about the interclub format and the intercentre format is it sometimes takes a different sort of player and a different sort of attitude, because it's about a side, isn't it? A tournament player and a
absolutely.
representative player, two different sorts of people sometimes. And we see Ray Martin here on the forehand. He's built a good head here. He's holding 2 in this game. Like you said earlier, Kev, this is more what we expected score-wise. It'd be surprising if they both didn't get to 20 points here. And Ray willing this bowl on.
No, needed to be inside the Sheldon Bagley-Howley bowl. That was the ideal. I think Bagley-Howley's looking, I might be wrong, at that swoop down under his own.
On the backhand side. He's giving it a steer. He plays with a lovely weight. There's good options there if he gets sort of that staggered split.
So, walking back, looking at it.
I'll wait to this. I'll pose you a question in a second, Kevin. It's not a serious question. It's just something that just occurred to me.
So Bagley-Howley now, Sheldon Bagley-Howley had a good look at the head on his backhand.
Using his mat, he's on the left of the mat.
And playing that shot that we just spoke about.
Essentially looking for in off that split. He's very close, or even the cannon's good. Even the cannon's good.
Cannon gives the result. Not that result,
He's
though.
3 down.
How did you punch your own bowl out clean from there?
I don't understand.
How did that bowl go out without touching a thing?
Well, what he successfully managed to do is defy the laws of physics there, Kev.
It did, because it went, it went clean out through the...
Wow. I mean, that's essentially, he played for that 2-bowl target. And
Absolutely.
he would have looked at the plant and gone, well, the plant worked, so it's okay from wide. But it didn't, and that's
Are we all locked
surprising. And we are all locked up. 12 all now. Sheldon Bagley-Howley Canada his own bowl out of the head somehow without moving anything else.
No, just the 2.
Oh, 11-12.
Good as locked up.
Goodness gracious. Now, my question, Kev, was I was watching some old bowls footage from the 80s. It was in the Northern Hemisphere. And when they played a good bowl, they shook hands. They'd shake your hand, be like, oh, you've played a good bowl. Was that ever something we did in New Zealand, or is that like confined to the Northern Hemisphere?
No,
bowls?
more than Northern Hemisphere in the main. I sort of, it's just a bit of a bug of mine that and I use the Australians, is, the only thing they don't clap for is the national anthem. A bowl can be 6 feet short, 6 feet wide, whatever, and you'll see them. They'll still clap the bowl, and it's more
easily pleased.
Yeah, but it's more annoying than anything, than anything else. We tend to be, New Zealanders tend to be pretty reserved. And I remember we had a debate over on the Gold Coast one year of one of the international events and it was to do with the women, where the Australian women, Kelsey Cottrell, Karen Murphy and co, world-class players, and they were congratulating the ice cream man in the corner. And we just tended to be very sort of clap, sort of subdued, and it's just the nature.
I think it's part of the Kiwi attitude. If we look at how we approach all bits of, just the way we approach life.
Well, you'll see when we get to Australia next week. The Pacific nations, it's every bowl's a party. They and they play, like Fiji is a case in point. Always played unorthodox, but they encourage, they clap, they sing, they do. Malaysia, very, very quiet. Scotland's more than likely the most sort of, not saying in your face, but they are very, very, Burnett, Alex Marshall and co, they certainly, they let you know that they're there, that's for sure. But they can back it up with their ability as well, that's for sure. We'd be one of the more subdued.
Yeah, and that's always sort of been the way, isn't it, in New Zealand? Sort of.
Well, our eyes got opened up here in New Zealand when Morgan Moffat, because Morgan Moffat came over here, played in the 1974 Commonwealth Games representing Scotland, went back to Scotland and decided, right, I'm moving back to Christchurch. I'm going to take up residency in New Zealand, which he did. And of course, won a New Zealand fours, played for New Zealand, and we'd never experienced this sort of, this on the green. You know, he was just non-stop. He was following bowls, clapping, doing all. It was just
madness.
yeah. Well, it was unheard of. It was, you know, because those were still the days. It's fair to say that, except for Nick Unkovic, who told everybody about every shot he played. Well played, Sheldon. That's.
He's saying, don't sit down. Please don't sit down.
Sits down. Jack could bounce back.
Walk carefully around it. Again, like I said, I think the other day, an indoor, when you play indoor bowls on the mats, and it's like that, you make sure you avoid the floorboards.
I can imagine.
Otherwise, your bowl's going to go sitting down.
But the likes of like the Phil Scoggins, Rowan Brassey's, Peter Bellis's, Mike Kernahan's, they never used to. They were very subdued. But in saying that, if there was one player who had the uncanny knack of getting into players' ears, opposition players' ears, was one Mike Kernahan.
Oh, I'm unsurprised.
He was legendary.
Here comes big weight. Here comes big weight from Ray Martin. He put his hand on the grass to get some grip. Big weight. On the
charge is Martin looking closely at it.
It's
He's
trying to
close.
hold. Oh, goodness gracious me.
He had that. I was sure. 6 feet out, he had that.
He was less than a bowl off there. And look at that, Sheldon looking pretty calm, walking back towards the camera.
So now in the turnaround of the women's singles, I can see in that final between Nelson and Auckland, it's Joe Edwards now who's leading Linda Ralph by 11-6, 11-6. It is Olivia Bloomfield leading Val Smith by 15 shots to 3. And Kirsten Edwards leading Ashley Jeffcoat after 6 ends by 6 shots to 3 in the women's in the women's final. So here is going to turn the bowl over. Won't matter really. Wouldn't have only got one roll, but the most out of it is the one. I'm sure that's what I heard the call. Just the one.
Measuring for, well, sort of looking for the second one. He's happy with
one.
one.
It is. It's just the one.
As we see, I think that's some of the Bar Plenty men in the background with the Huia on their shirt.
That's something we learned today.
I'd like to know the story behind why there's a Huia on the Bar Plenty. Was that a bird that was, I don't know.
Don't know.
Oh well.
Mike Kernan had the, I'll never forget it, the world champs when him and Ali Forsyth won the gold medal in the fours with Mike Nagy, Blake Signal. The Australians sort of struggling throughout the match, and they decided they're just about to start a bit of a chit-chat at the end of the green, and Mike Kernahan, in his sort of very clever way of doing things, just sort of wandered over. Everything okay, chaps? You're good.
He's great.
Gamesmanship personified, did Mike Kernahan.
I'm sure they were chuffed.
Oh, yeah. He was always wanting to say to an opposition player, my goodness, you were unlucky there. But you have to be a good player in your own right to be able to do those sorts of things. Kernahan was and still is.
For sure. One of the few people to have won a New Zealand Gold Star as well. The singles win at Browns Bay.
That's
over,
right.
Whoever it was, Alvin Gardner maybe. And Ray Martin on the forehand.
Martin trailing by 2. Needs to be inside the Sheldon Bagley Howley bowl. Just not quite going to do so.
If we just quickly, sorry Kev, if we just quickly have a look at the women's final, it is looking at this early stage like it may come down to the fours result. With Joe Edwards running out to an 11-6 lead, 11-7 lead over Linda Ralph. Doesn't sound quite as good as 11-6 if you're an Elsonian. And Auckland 15-3 up in the pairs. So 6-3 in the fours. It may come down to that fours match.
And I'm sure you'd agree, Alex, Joe Edwards is one of those players that if she gets a little break on you, let's say 4-6 shot break on you, very hard to claw them back.
Very, very hard to
You know,
claw back.
it's you have to be there all the time with a player like Joe Edwards. You know,
Ray Martin needs it to hold.
and how far will it go? Got a feather on the jack on the way past, but will still remain as the jack level bowl of Sheldon Begley-Harley as shot.
Just having a little laugh that it's a toucher there, I think. Or maybe he's got hay fever. One or the other. Sheldon Begley-Harley had good weight. No, this isn't a good bowl.
And he knows that.
Just a little lapse in concentration from Sheldon Begley-Harley, and Ray Martin with a very open head here, opting to switch to the backhand side. Very open head. He'll expect himself to draw the shot. You'd be disappointed if you didn't draw the shot here, wouldn't you, Ken?
Yeah, what he's literally, if you take it either side, he's got the best part of a metre to get a result, and he's going to be close to doing so. Or get to the jack, and be very close to get to the jack clean, and would more than likely make 2 shots of it, I would suggest.
Very good bowl. So we saw a fire, a drive, and the 4's thumbnail at the top right. We heard a noise and a bang. Marker Vincent Chia just putting some chalk spray on that bowl, and Sheldon Begley-Harley now on the forehand by the looks.
2 down.
Oh, backhand, sorry, just must have been the camera angle that was confusing there.
And how long is this going to hold on that ditch side line? Needs to be
Not
inside the
convinced,
blue.
Kev.
Not going to do so. He's going to sit outside it. Now, here's a chance for Raymond Martin to hit the front.
So Sheldon Begley-Harley was 11-3 up, and he scored 2 points in the same time that Ray scored 9.
He's got a chance right now of going to 14.
Absolute switch around, isn't it?
Well, it's a matter of hanging in, isn't it? Things will change in a game.
That's what we were saying.
Hang in, things will change.
Yeah, that's it. And when Sheldon was 11-2 up, and you're playing someone as good as Ray Martin, you know you have to extend the lead as much as possible.
You've only got a temporary loan.
Yeah. Like I said, I'd be surprised if either of these players didn't make it to 20. I'm expecting like a 25-23, 25-22 scoreline.
So here is Martin on the backhand, as we thought he would be, of course. Looks to be on that good line. And we found the other day with Raymond Martin, once he sort of got into his work, as he's just done again there, he started to put ends together consistently in bundles, and all of a sudden we've got a new leader.
I think I heard Ray say don't move it as well as he was approaching
it looked quick about 6 feet out.
Approaching the jack.
So what's your thoughts, Alex, as we go into this Australia event that we've got a number of new players. I'm talking about the men. So many new players in this international side. What do you reckon their thought? What's your thoughts for those guys? That we're playing against some of the best in the world, and it's a big challenge.
Yeah, I mean, I can only speculate, having not played for New Zealand myself, but I would imagine that it's got to be pretty exciting, doesn't it? And these players, it's not like they've been given a chance early in their careers. Everyone who's playing for New Zealand in a week and a half's time, they've had to work really hard for this opportunity.
Very hard.
Some of them harder than you would have thought they would have had to work.
Absolutely.
So they must be excited, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to go, because I can't think of a group of players, both in the men and the women, who are more up for that challenge.
Well, I personally feel with the men, and the women's pretty settled, but I personally feel that the men are going to surprise a lot of people. because I think that they'll cement themselves, especially having the likes of helping you along there throughout the week. Peter Bellis, Mike Kernahan, coaching you along, etc. I think people might be, I'm hoping they'll be pleasantly surprised. I think they're going to go pretty good.
Yeah, I agree. As we see Ray Martin here on his backhand. Of course, these two men both are going to be in Australia playing for New Zealand in that week and a half. And Ray needs this bowl to come back even around around the short stuff is good. If it just keeps running.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that. That's come just
Right.
literally half a bowl jack high. And Sheldon Begley Howley electing to play that ditch hand. And this looks just going to depend on weight on the way down. Looked on a good line, it is. Well, that's the shot itself, sits inside. So does Raymond Martin here. He's changing to that hand because that's a jack option playing that hand now, isn't it? If he plays with the reaching weight, it's a jack option for sure. Now on that forehand side, stays down, like the way he stays down.
He
needs
to
hold.
He needs it to turn.
Not now, not going to do it for him, but it was the right idea.
Lovely weight too he played that with.
Controlled.
So we see Sheldon Begley Howley on his forehand now. He's got two, holding two. Still got a bowl to come. And Ray Martin feels reasonably committed to that shot selection.
This is well down again from Sheldon Begley Howley. It's going to nestle in there. Doesn't change the view from the mat for Raymond Martin, really. And the other thing is this to play inside a wee bit more. Even if he doesn't get the jack, Alex, he's got the chance of reduction of 1 or 2 of those bowls. Of course, go on the other side, you get fresh air, you get nothing. So he can more than likely afford to go a bit quicker and get down on that line. And even if he doesn't get the jack to get reduction, and we'll see now, wipes his hand, it's the rag, making sure he's happy with it. There's the Wellington singles player. 10-4, Southland lead, Wellington in the fours. Well,
keeping the weight the same, but taking a tighter line. It should turn. It should turn. He's close here, Ray Martin. Little feather off the front onto the jack.
Well played.
Brilliant.
Brilliantly played. He was always, if not right on target, only a smidgen out from it. And as you rightly said, Alex played that with that controlled weight, and that just held the bowl up, jack straight back.
What that weight meant is that if he hit any of Sheldon's bowls first, his bowl wasn't shearing off at a right angle.
It wasn't going to disappear, was it?
Gave him big chances of following through onto the jack. That was a lovely bowl there from Ray Martin. If he'd gone quicker, he may have missed the jack entirely because he would have flicked off that bowl at a righter angle.
Interesting now, though, Alex, that four side of the Southland four side of Elliot Mason, Shane Elliott, Nick Butter, Dan Fiveash. They've now jumped to a 10-4 lead over the Wellington side. And is it going to stay up? What a wonderful effort.
Good shot.
What a wonderful effort. It's another one to the Wellingtonian.
That's the hard thing in singles, isn't it? Because he would have, it was probably possible for Sheldon to draw the shot there. But if he'd gone into the ditch, you're dropping a 2 or a 3. So it's just about drawing second.
So that was well played, and it's the they're up against the Wellington side. Blake Signal, Finbar McGuigan, Caleb Hope, and Robbie Bird. Strong fours side, and it is the Southland side after 9 who are leading by 10-4. The woman, as you can see, Joe Edwards leading in the singles 13-7 in the race to 25. And Olivia Bloomfield leading Val Smith 16-3 after 10. And in the fours, it's Kirsten Edwards leading 6-4 over Ashley Jeffgate, 6-4 after 7 of 15 ends.
We see this first bowl here on a nice line. I'm not sure about the weight. Just a
Needed a metre.
Sheldon Begley Howley on the back end.
It's interesting, he has moved to that back end. He's played a lot of bowls now on that backhand side. So Raymond Martin now, who's done what he's done in every game that we've seen. Alex just put that middle patch together, and that highlights somebody who's, I'm not saying is on top of their game, but certainly got confidence in their game, that they know that they back their own ability, and the rest in changing as well to that backhand side. Definitely a different weight, and it's going to stay on the wider side.
Yeah, just a bit loose there with those two bowls. Worked hard to get 15-13 in front. Very pensive there.
Mike Carroll and Rod Leach. I can see the Wellington management guys, selectors, and what are sitting there watching. Very serious look on their faces.
Certainly the fours will be working hard to close that gap. And
Yeah,
look
they have to.
And see Ray has done all that work. He's gone from 11-2 down to 15-13 up. As a fours team, you'd look across and think, well, we've got to lift here.
Absolutely.
Got to lift, got to help him out.
On the backhand is Raymond Martin again. Needs to pull now inside the counting bowls of Sheldon Bagley Howley. More than likely had good weight, had perfect weight.
What a bowl.
Perfect weight, sits down.
What a shot.
They'll be asking the question, who's got shot? And it is the shot, that bowl that just came in. It is the shot. Came around the front bowls and drew the shot, did Raymond Martin on that backhand side of the rink. Sheldon Bagley Howley now will just try and bring that line in fractionally, and this is on a good line too, especially if he gets inside and gets that inside slide, which he'll duly get, and gets a toucher off it right to the jack.
And he's finishes a front toucher here. This will be interesting shot selection from Ray Martin.
Well, just fell over as well, which took that vision away. I see now just won the difference in that women's fours now. Auckland now trailing Nelson just by the one shot, 6-5 after 8 of 15.
Here we go. Ray on the forehand side. I mean, he was really looking just for a good second. If he guts this one square.
He's more than, well, he's got a good second, and I'm sure we'll see Sheldon Bagley Howley endeavour just to try and draw inside. He's not looking, is he, to get to the blue?
It's interesting because he's got first, third, and fourth shot here.
So
you do look at a way, don't you?
Yeah, well, so can he play down under the head?
I suppose the blue
face the bowl out.
Yeah, it's the blue that sits at 3 o'clock to the jack. If it rolls 3 times, it's no longer in the count at all.
That's correct.
You look at it, and then you just weigh it up in your head, don't you? You know, how
what
easy
do
is the shot versus.
But if I remember I'll say the young old Sheldon Bagley Howley of the past, he would be trying to play the 4-shot opportunity.
Oh, you wouldn't have to ask him twice.
And it's interesting, he is going to that hand where we think that shot option is on, Alex, and that's exactly what he's playing. That's exactly what he's playing.
It's not far away. Sheldon Bagley Howley looking for this bowl square. Needs it to hold. Needs it to hold. He didn't hold. He didn't get a 4. Probably with 3. I mean, to be fair, it would have been worth a 3.
With that weight, it would have been 3. Absolutely, because it was fairly quick. It scores the 1, and that's the shot. And if you think about it, Alex, during these sorts of games, you don't have perhaps a number of options to, with the last bowl, with no more bowls to come, having the last scoring option. So he took that, and I'm looking at that Pears game next door. Alex, we can just see, can't see it all at the moment, but they all look to have white bowls.
Yeah, I just saw a mat turn into a frisbee as well, so I would indicate that's probably not a good sign. They all have white bowls over there, so it's almost the entire reverse of what we used to have, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just looking, and they're all Jack's not up.
There we go. So Sheldon trying the met up and the Jack on the 2. What was I reading? There's there used to be photo news. Used to be a thing.
Yes.
And there was one in Gisborne, and they've archived the entire Gisborne photo news from the mid-30s through to 60-something when it stopped. And there was a man who played out of Poverty Bay in the late 40s, I think, who was visually impaired, and his friend worked in the plastics industry and created for him white bowls.
Really?
And it made the photo news. He had white bowls. I thought, isn't that cool?
Really?
It must have been just about the first and only coloured bowls, just about in the world, I would say.
Absolutely. There was black and brown.
Yeah, and white if you're the one man.
Yeah, the one man. Yeah.
Gisborne. So you can see his bowls. I thought, what a cool little story.
So what's the story now with indoor, Alex? Are we still? Is the uniformity of colour now? It's still.
Yeah, so indoor bowls is the one on the little 24-foot long mats, and we have black bowls, brown bowls, yellow bowls, orange bowls, and blue bowls.
Right.
But all the team has to play
But
with
the
the
team
same
plays with
model
the one-
and the
the
same
colour,
colour.
yeah.
So there's no differentiation.
Right.
Every bowl does exactly the same thing, and it's easy for team games because one plays with one colour
Yes.
and one plays with the other. Yeah, we did. We've stepped into the 21st century. And we've got some different colours now, Kev, so you can see from a distance who's what instead of squinting with.
Well, it is.
the
Yeah,
brown.
that's great from a viewing point of view. Absolutely. So Bagley Howley, 15-14 it is. Raymond Martin in the race to 25, 10-5 in the 4s. It is Southland who are leading.
Sheldon on the back end here, 15-14. This has been a great game of singles. Although the story, if you tuned in 45 minutes ago, you may have tuned out again thinking that Sheldon Bagley Halley was going to run away with this game.
Absolutely. Full marks to the perseverance of Raymond Martin out of the Victoria Club. He's just stuck to his work. And coming down towards the centre line, and it's 2 metre mark, and Jack, that'll be the shot itself. Just sits literally Jack level. It's along from the Jack. Sheldon Bagley Howley will follow that bowl on his forehand. Certainly out on a wider line.
Needs it for it to have a clean run. It's not going to be.
Not going to. It'll finish Jack level. Chance here for Raymond Martin to hold a couple. Put the pressure on the last bowl of Sheldon Bagley Howley. So here's Martin on the backhand. And by the way, Alex, I'm not sure you were caught up with it yesterday, but Dave Worsley, myself, Taranaki, the Taranaki side, they win the prize for the best provincial shirts.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they look really cool.
Yeah,
it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, theirs was the multi-mural aspects of Taranaki.
So you've decided that that's the best one.
Yeah, they win the prize. They haven't decided what the prize is as yet, but they
can just be grateful for us to have said that they've got the prize.
And a nice little addition to their shirts, of course, was having all of the clubs of the province all listed on the back of the shirt. So well done to Bowls Taranaki.
There's some pretty cool stuff you can do now with uniforms. Of course, with the sublimated shirts, you can have any design you want. As we see Sheldon Bagley Halley here, he's 2 down. He thinks he's got it. He doesn't think he's got it. Found the gap. That's one of those times where you almost would have thought, I'll pick the gap between the Jack and the bowl with the 3 feet on.
I was sure he had contact with one of the two.
Yeah, and he would have aimed for in between them and accidentally got it, I think.
So Raymond Martin with a chance to move out to a 3-shot advantage.
Interesting how this game's turned on a dime. Ray on the forehand. Will really want to make this count. Rub a bit of salt into the wound.
What I do like from Raymond's point of view, regardless of what happens to the result, and it's really good to see the resilience and fight back, and just
Little
to
inside out.
needs it inside out, and will get it. And you know, to me, that highlights the maturity that Raymond Martin presents in his game. You know, there's 18-14 now. So, you know, the scoring numbers in his favour have been quite significant over the last, let's say, 45 minutes, Alex.
It's been interesting. It's been very interesting. Yeah, on a run, really, if we think that Sheldon has scored 3 points in the same amount of time that Ray's scored about 15, that would indicate a run home unless the momentum switches again, which it could. Sheldon's capable of having 4 or 5 ends in a row on form.
Well, I'm sure you're right, no, and that's why I'm sure Sheldon Beggar-Halley would love to get hold of the jack, because we would certainly see a change of length, no doubt. On the forehand is Raymond Martin, leading now 18-14 in this final of the New Zealand men's Intercentre, Wellington v Southland, in the race to 25. And remembering that it is Southland, we know, who lead in the fours by 10-5 after 10 of the 15 ends. And the last count as well, it was Southland leading in the pairs, but we don't have that score in front of us right now, so we're not going to try and guess that. Is it the jack? Yes, it is.
Little snick.
But not all the way clean with it, which was really what he wanted.
We see a bowl just flying and then out of screen.
Yeah, not story was there. So Raymond Martin, jack's been moved off the centre line. This looks pretty good. This bowler Martins, as it comes down towards the, this is going to pull up jack low, but one would imagine is the shot. And we did see Wellington scoring in that fours encounter.
As we see Sheldon Beggar-Halley here on the back end side. Of course, Caleb Hope, who is in the Wellington fours team, will feel quite at home having played his formative years out of Southland.
Correct, certainly did.
2 down, says Vincent. I don't think that's what Ray wanted to hear.
No. The former cyclist, Caleb Hope.
A very handy darts player as well.
Really?
I think he got second in the Southland darts singles or something.
Did he not line up in this year's Indoor Nationals?
Yes, he lost the New Zealand singles final at the Indoor Nationals, Caleb Hope. So he's not a bad, I think, an all-round sports person. He goes pretty good.
I didn't realise it was the final. I knew he got pretty well down in the numbers. So, yeah, well.
Yeah, he grew up in Southland, so Southland's a very strong indoor and outdoor centre, and they've got the indoor hall there, like I said earlier, with the level perfect. It's the best floor in New Zealand. It's a concrete level floor. So he would have spent a lot of time there, I'm sure, learning his trade with Gary and Graham Lowe, who was, I think his wife Jan Lowe was in the Southland Women's Intercentre team. I saw her in the background there.
Really?
Top indoor bowling family, as we see Sheldon on the back end.
Is that last bowler Raymond Martin's? Was that shot?
Was close to it.
Because I just wondered with the weight then that Sheldon tended to play with that.
We're talking about the bowl at 5 o'clock on the screen. I think it must be the shot, the way it's sitting, Kev.
Yeah, just the way it was played at, and I just wonder.
And Ray lining up on the forehand now.
Well, that indicates to me that he's holding and get to the mauve bowl, get a turn on this bowl here, Alex.
Very close here. If it
get
holds,
a turn on that, and he can make three of it. Touched it.
It literally rocked it, Kev. It's so close.
That could have been a 3-shot opportunity there for Raymond Martin.
And the weight he played it with. was absolutely perfect, wasn't it? It was just sort of 3 bowls past, and 1 to Wellington indicates our marker, Vincent Chia. 1 to the red, which you can see on your scoreboard is Wellington.
So 15-11 now in that women's singles match. Joe Edwards v Linda Ralph, the Auckland player Linda Ralph up against Joe Edwards and Nelson. 15-11 now. 16-5 it is. Olivia Bloomfield leading Val Smith in the pairs, and 6-5 to Kirsten Edwards. Oh, this is cutting quick, but it might.
Just found fresh air there.
Found fresh air and dipped real quickly. 6-5 to Kirsten Edwards over Ashley Jeffcoat in the women's final after 8 ends. And we'll certainly be updating those as our people get the scores. We'll see an update there. I'm sure we'll see an update shortly on that women's final.
We see Ray score again, 18-14 now. Really on a run.
Well, all of a sudden, if you're the Wellington Fours side, Alex, 10-6, 4 behind. We're playing in 11. Right, but we've got a big part to play here now, because our singles man's now, a chance of getting us home. We've got to take our lap. We've got to get us home.
You're within Curry, aren't you?
Yeah, within Curry, absolutely.
Thereabouts. As we see.
Well, there's a change as well, Alex. I see now it is now 19-5 to Auckland in that pairs match. 19-5. So as you said earlier on, this could well come down to, well, singles are certainly not over and out, and the fours at 6-5. It's certainly it's anybody's match at this point in time.
And the interestingly, the pairs, which we can see to the left of our screen, Craig Murley's here on the mat. The pairs between Southland and Wellington, the score 15-8 now to Southland. So the Wellington team making a late charge in that game. 6 ends to go.
Well, Craig Murray had uniform 1 on perhaps for the first half, and might have uniform 2 on for the second. So Raymond Martin, he's certainly applying some pressure, and this pressure, by the way, as well, Alex, it moves to the other rinks as well, because all of a sudden, as you rightly said, if you looked at the scoreboard 45 minutes ago, things are looking 100% for Sheldon Bagley-Howley. He's going to draw the shot here. Well played.
Classy.
Right to the 2-metre mark.
Indicating 1 down, and Ray will stay on the forehand side. He's got a bowl to rest on.
Well, he can reach it. He's comfortable to reach it.
Just giving himself a chance to settle down a little. As we see in that thumbnail while we're waiting. Pretty good bowl.
He's watching what was going on in that. There was a Wellington bowl coming to rest that he was taking a great deal of interest in.
Now Ray Martin here on the forehand. He's more on the probe now. When's it gonna let go? He's very close to perfection.
This is the jack. Close to the jack here.
God, that swung a lot at the end, didn't it?
I thought he was in the middle of I thought he had the jack literally right in the middle.
Tell me how you can put a bowl on the ditch, go around the jack and underneath the shot bowl, and move nothing.
Look good all the way, actually.
Never ceases to amaze me this game, and Sheldon Bagley-Howley won't mind. He's gone, well, that's cool. I'll see if I can put another bowl close, and when he does score, we will see a change. Something will change. Either the metal come up or the jack will go shorter, and he's disappointed with that bowl.
Well, I'm sure Raymond Martin now he'll go at that again. That's shots.
I was just looking to see if the plant works. I don't think it does.
No, I don't think it does either. He's better just to try and straight drive the shot bowl.
Well,
because if he straight drives the shot bowl, he has a chance to get the back bowl as well. So
yeah, And you stay on the same hand there.
Absolutely, it's percentages, isn't it?
If he felt like it, you could almost just play exactly the same bowl because he was within probably a blade of grass. If he does go for the plant, it'll be interesting to see because those two bowls aren't quite touching. So it depends where you hit the front one as to what happens to the second bowl going through. So we see another bowl on the fours, just waiting for Ray to play. Now he's opted to play the forehand, so he's just checking the plant as a matter of course, just to make sure he hadn't missed something.
So he'll be endeavouring to get that jack.
Wider line this time. Giving it a chance to turn. I think he's got more green and less weight. It's going to turn too quick. He might accidentally get the plant.
Well, he might by accident, you're right. And
Just
feathers. And
if those two bowls had been touching, it just about would have been enough to roll one up for the shot, but not to be. And Sheldon looking like he's going to score for the first time in what seems like a long time.
And a long time. And I know he's standing there looking at it. My view now, Sheldon, is just to try and draw another shot.
Make it two.
Make it two and get the mat, get your length, own your length, and go from there. So Sheldon Begley-Harley on the mat, trailing 19-14 versus Raymond Martin of Wellington. Holding one shot is the Southlander. You know, in the fours, it is Southland leading 10-6 after 11 as we play end 11 of 15.
No,
He'll take the one.
He didn't make it in for the bonus, but Sheldon will just be happy to have scored a point there. And now let's see, where does he put the mat? Where does he throw the jack?
Well, we've got two mats at the moment. I think it'll be, well, surprisingly, Matt's stayed down. So one would think he's going to play a shorter length. Is he going to?
So the mat's about a third of the way up. The jack has been thrown. That's probably longer than he would have wanted to have
Absolutely.
thrown it.
That Nelson v Auckland women's singles game's tightening up, Joey, with Linda Ralph 15-12 now.
Unsurprising, isn't it? You know, how good is Linda Ralph at bowls? She has a silver star, Linda. We were talking about. She goes real close to winning lots of national events.
She has done.
A silver star, she has. So just an indication of how consistent she's been for so long.
And I see Wellington has scored again by the looks in that fours match over there, Alex.
Yes, the pressure is a funny beast.
We'll see that scoreboard change in but a moment as well.
Ray Martin on the forehand. Just had a sip of orange juice after I had some chocolate, Kevin, and it's not good.
Well, nor is this bowl of Raymond Martin, because he'll be very disappointed with that.
I take no responsibility.
Changed, I think it was just the one. 10-7 now, Southland leading Wellington as we play in 12 of 15.
Sheldon on the forehand. Bowl hanging around.
And just be great if we could get an update on that woman's fours. 6-5 was the last we had after 8. 6-5 to Nelson. The 8 of 15.
Maybe that there's been a few killed ends there or something.
Possibly.
Certainly.
21-5 now it is Olivia Blomfield leading Val Smith.
That's a good bowl there from Ray Martin. Great correction.
Draws the shot.
You essentially start again when you miss your first bowl in the way that you missed your first bowl, eh? You sort of go, well, I'll forget about the weight and the green I used for that and just approach it as a fresh head.
I noticed the Blake Signal coming straight over and applauding his singles player when he drew the shot there. Sitting on 19 is Raymond Martin, 19-15, trying to get that first W locked away for the Wellington side. Of course, the last time Wellington won the men's Intercentre was in 2018. They were victorious. So Sheldon Bagley Howley looking at the head. Well, really, all there is that draw. Alex, I don't think there's many other options on there.
No, I don't think there is. I think there's too many spaces, too many gaps for anything other than a dead draw on the forehand. Like you could consider trying to play something on the backhand side, but it's all just a bit spaced out, isn't it?
Percentage outcome's not that good on that other hand, really, Alex.
Well, he's opting to play the backhand though, so he wants to be right in the area. If he hits something square, anything could happen. He'll be disappointed with that.
Well,
he's pushing.
That's the first sign of what I would say, the bit of frustration there from Sheldon Bagley Howley, because it wasn't really what I would say a productive shot option, and it does leave an opportunity now for Raymond to try and draw another one. Leading 19-15. So here's Martin on the mat, the Wellington singles player out of the Victoria Club, about to make his New Zealand debut. A week's time on the Gold Coast. Needs to sit and stop now, won't do so. In fact, this time next week, Alex, play will be underway, won't it?
Yes, yeah. What day is it today?
Sunday today, yeah.
I've lost all track.
Yeah, it's a bit long.
Too much bowls going on. We see, was that just the one there to Ray?
Just the one.
Those bonus bowls, you hope you don't rue those at the end of the day.
No,
oh, that was a good shot in the thumbnail there if anyone saw it. Wellington on the charge. And that's what you can sort of, it's the momentum, isn't it? The momentum that we get from these teams.
Well, Raymond Martin's also giving them that momentum now.
Just going to say that. Yeah, absolutely. Because as a fours team, looking across, or even the pairs team of mounting to come back, Ray's done so much hard work here.
Absolutely. He was down on the mat. You know, really, Sheldon Bagley Howley had him pinned in the corner. But he's fought his way back, now sits with a 20-15 lead. Fours have started to come back, only 3 the difference. I see now in that Auckland v Nelson women's final, it is 6 apiece now in that women's. I think could well be the all-deciding match. In fact, in that Nelson-Auckland match, Joe Edwards leading 16 shots to 12 over Linda Ralph. Certainly not out of it as Linda Ralph at 16-12. We've then got Paris Baker and Olivia Bloomfield leading Colleen Earl and Val Smith by 21 shots to 5 at 14. And then the fours, that's the side skip by Ashley Jeffcoat playing that of Kirsten Edwards, and they're locked up at 6 apiece. So you're not going to call a winner there, eh?
No. We'll just wait and see. We'll see who comes through. And, of course, the broadcast won't stop until we know the winners. So stay tuned for as long as that takes. We'll hang around until we know who our 2 winning centres are. And if we look in the background, Kev, Wilson, the basketball, now has a hat. So he's been smart.
Sun
smart on the bench.
Sun smart, well done.
Sheldon Bagley Howley.
He's under the head.
Walked away from that one. Ray Martin going to have a little sniff of a chance here if he can. He's on to 20. If he could score a 2 or 3, you just want to finish strong, don't you?
Well, you do, and he knows psychologically that he's got. I'm not saying that he's on top of Sheldon Bagley Howley, but he knows that he's got him compared to where he was, say, 3/4 an hour ago. He's got him sort of working hard for every shot. Holding the shot here is Raymond Martin.
Well, Ray scored 17 points in the same amount of time that Sheldon has scored 4.
Oh, that highlights.
So that's been largely one-way traffic, really, since Ray threw that long 2 to 2 metre head and picked up a 2 or 3. And has
here's a good bowl here breaks down towards the jack. Still going to be slightly low, but certainly a counter. And he held one. There you can see the shadow from our marker,
It's
from
interesting.
Vincent Chiat. That is definitely a two to the Wellingtonian.
Sheldon on the forehand. Did not to play with, well, he's played with some aggression here, isn't he? He's taken an aggressive line.
It's gone though.
I wonder if he briefly considered trying to put the jack in the ditch there and then decided to draw it and accidentally took the jack in the ditch track.
Well, I just wonder, after all the good things that we'd said about Sheldon, whether all of a sudden with the turnaround with Raymond Martin, it sort of put Sheldon in mixed minds about his shot selection. Thus his lines change, and yeah, just Raymond Martin will be endeavouring here to put more pressure back onto the Southlander, Sheldon Bagley-Howley.
Yeah, I mean, if he could score a bundle here, be pretty pleased, wouldn't he? So Ray will be really wanting to turn the screw on his forehand side.
So here is Raymond Martin on his forehand. And the yellow and black of Wellington. How far has he go? Well, he's got this out pretty good, has he not?
Every chance.
Coming down now towards the centre line. It will go
A little
by.
snick around the corner. Snick around the corner. That's brilliant.
That's
Absolutely brilliant bowl.
That's got to lie three, surely, Alex. Would you agree?
Yes,
that straight line through, no, not the fourth, but
the challenge here is that it's a very narrow target, and there's no plant set up. You could have a flight a bit, chip one out, still drop a 2 or a 3. What does Sheldon do? What's his shot selection? What would you do, Kev? Is he having a go at it, or is he trying to draw?
well, if he looked at just in another ring, Southland just played a really good shot to get into a scoring position.
He's having a go.
Yeah, well,
15, 20
good
in the
luck.
race to 25. He's as quick as you'll see a bowl. That's as fast as he could have played that.
Absolutely, still 2 down. I'm not sure about that third front run, definitely the 2.
Fair enough call, I think. I think it was hard to draw as it was to hit, so you may as well wind up. But Ray Martin looking like he's well and truly in command of this game.
We'll see what the marker had to say.
Let's check out this replay. Look how fast this bowl goes. This is in slow motion. it's
yeah.
going slow. So little feather, bang, bang, cannoned 1 out, 2 out. And we think that might have actually been a 3 there. 23-15 now.
We'll see whether Vincent confirms that. Well, it's up on the board as 23-15. So this has been, the game's certainly not over, but this has been a remarkable turnaround.
Dire straits.
From Raymond Martin.
Dire straits for Sheldon Bagley-Howley here. He's going to have to go to his bag of tricks and see what he can find. At the same time that Ray scores 2 points, we need Sheldon to score 10. And he hasn't been looking like he's going to do that for the last few ends.
So Martin again just coming low of the jack.
Sheldon on the forehand.
Just going to be wide. Well, early pressure here on this head, Alex, from Raymond Martin.
And Sheldon will be feeling that pressure, I can assure you.
And this looks pretty handy, this bowl of Raymond Martin's. Just going to go past the jack, but that's fine.
Well, that's all. He's holding the game. He's holding the game. He's holding 25 points.
He certainly is.
Exciting times.
Now, Not sure what happened next door, but I see Wellington. This is going to saunter through the gap, Alex. I see Wellington has got the mat again. 10-8. 10-8 now in that fours game.
Oh, it's going to come right down to the nitty-gritty here.
10-8 in the fours. Raymond Martin now at 23-15, and in fact holding game.
Of course, we will stay live broadcasting until both the women's and the men's champions are found for this event. And after this game's finished, if it finishes, of course, before the other ones, we'll switch across to the fours. It might not yet. Sheldon could stage a comeback. You know, I mean, anything's possible until 25 points is reached.
Yeah, you don't run out of ends, do you?
That's the beauty about the singles game, is you have to get to 25 points.
And is it going to fall underneath the pole? Sat on the and behind it. Asking the marker, holding 2. That's match for the Wellingtonian. Magnificent comeback here from Raymond Martin to hold game. Changes to the backhand. 1 bowl left for Sheldon Beggy-Howley. The good sensible thing is Raymond Martin playing on that backhand, Alex, it takes the shoulder or the charts.
Oh, he's not setting up anything extra for Sheldon to do here.
So
now, this is it. This is it. This could be the last bowl we see in the singles match.
Well, here we go. Women's. Joe Edwards leading Linda Ralph 16-14. Olivia Bloomfield of Auckland leading in Val Smith 21-7. And now we have got Ashley Jeffcoat leading Kirsten Edwards after 10 ends by 10 shots to 6. So it's been a turnaround.
Oh, it's exciting times. Now here we go. This is it. Sheldon Begry-Howley. He's 23-15 down. He's gained down on the head. Bad timing for a bit of noise tapping there for Sheldon. Just going to refocus himself. This is to save the match, to keep his chances
on
alive.
The charge.
On the forehand, Sheldon Begry-Howley.
Gone. And there it is. Raymond Martin gets the first win for Wellington in this final of the 2023 National Men's Intercentre. Shaking his head is Sheldon Begry-Howley, but he held such a command early on in that game. And Raymond Martin, as we have seen throughout this event, he just really, to be fair, just showed his tenacity and just really just
classy, really.
Just class.
He set his own length. He played well to it, and Wellington takes first blood. So with that in mind, what we're going to do now is cut to some highlights, and we'll be back shortly with the rest of the fours. And that was the highlights of that singles game, where we saw Sheldon Begry-Howley start off with a pretty good lead, but Ray Martin through to his length, picked him back, and they've taken the first one. He's taken the first win for the Wellington team, and we join now the fours match on this, the 13th end of 15. The score is 10-8 to Southland, and I couldn't tell you who's got what colour bowls, Kev, but it's something to do with the stickers.
This is a bit of we'll have an idea, and by the moment when the skips decide who's going to play what, we'll get an idea of what's the pairs. Southland leading 16-9. That's the Andrew Kelly one. Now there's the Auckland one, as you can see up there, 16-14. Joe Edwards leading. Olivia Blomfield leading the pairs 21-7, and Ashley Jeffcoat leading 10-6 in the fours as we get now to this all-important fours encounter, because this is what is going to decide the men's.
Finbar McGuigan on the backhand.
Well played.
The front toucher.
Well, I'm going to say it now, Alex. Finbar McGuigan to me to be one of the most impressive of the younger players I've seen, especially with consistency. He's been, in my view, he's I see him as a real bright star of the future. Lovely guy, and I think he's got a great sort of disposition as well. So on the mat,
Shane Elliott here, great bowler.
All three.
well, how did he peel the back of that?
Not sure.
How did he get that to go backwards?
I'm not sure what happened there. That's okay. So Shane was right in the area, just maybe a bowl wide. Still played a good bowl. And Blake signal.
So Blake signal saying to Caleb Hope, you played a good one, gives a 1.5 foot. Let's see. Wellington former player, selector, Wellington board member, John Earls, the sheriff, standing from the Wilton club, standing in the behind there, supporting his Wellington side. Good to see him down there, the sheriff. And
Bowl from Finbar. We know Wellington's taken out the singles match. And this fours is bounced on a dime, 10-8. And Wellington must be holding based on that call, I would say 3 or 4.
that's the indication. I think they've just got to be careful here, though, if they are, from Shane Elliott's point of view. Don't want to waste too many bowls trying to get a result.
Here we go. He's close to the jack. He's chipped out one.
Well, the difference is now, if so, for example, if Wellington are playing holding 2, just makes that head now far more, just more difficult for Elliot Mason, the skip for the Southlanders, because I'm sure we'll see Blake signal. He'll endeavour to draw to that outside and just cuts the shot options out there. You'll see the woman again. It's up there. 21-9. One's looking at this stage as Auckland hold a pretty commanding position in the pairs. That's tentative lead. 4-shot lead in the fours, and Joe Edwards holds a 3-shot lead in the singles. So the pairs is looking good for Auckland, and the other 2 disciplines at this point in time, 3-shot advantage to Joe Edwards in the race to 25, and a 4-shot lead after 10 ends to Ashley Jeffcoat of Auckland. So Blake signal now on the mat. The Wellington skip.
Yeah, played for New Zealand. He's done pretty much everything you can do in the game.
World champion. Part of that winning fours team with Mike Nagy, Mike Kernahan and Ali Forsyth. Of course, just recently moved back from Australia.
Very welcome back in New Zealand as well. It's been well received.
And in
home.
his role as general managers at the Wellington Bowls and doing all sorts of things, running marathons, giving up smoking, doing all sorts of. Yeah,
he's got
be
it.
outside.
He doesn't got it. But he's chipped another bowl off, so there are only 2. There's Blake, another one with a good indoor background, Kevin. Get on board that bandwagon.
Is that Elliot Mason or?
Nah, Blake Signal. He played for the North Island
team.
Oh,
that's right.
In 2003, he played for the North Island team.
Comes from a very, yes, correct.
So sort of one of those other, it's another bowling family, isn't it? You've got them.
It is. Yeah, Brian, yeah, the Signal family have been, yes, very much so. And like the Rainers.
Yeah.
They're sort of entrenched, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Now, Blake just put another ball past the head where the jack is going if it's hit. And if they're only holding 2,
Well, this should be 3.
Holding 3, that's a good bowl. Is it a draw to save situation now?
I think it. Personally, I think it is, especially with that third bowl going in, because it being on the other side of the head, Alex. Now, to me, that's why. And so here is Mason now, but he's still looking for that.
He needs it to hold.
Jack.
He needs it to hold.
Gone.
Quarter, or not even a quarter of a jack. This can be the frustration, and I think
a new leader.
Shane Elliott.
A new leader. They were well behind Wellington.
They were. Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny how the tide can turn, and the 3 of the Southland team coming down for a walk and a conversation. I like that. That's smart.
I just think that in the women's fours, I might have seen Nelson pick up a few shots there, because I did see the Nelson side. There was a conference going on. 10-7, there it is. 10-7 at 10.
I was just going to say, can we send a carrier pigeon to Blake to tell him to move out of the camera's way? But he was just waiting for the jack to be delivered, Kev. So
look, full marks to Blake. Blake Wallace is in Australia, and he decided to give up smoking, but get on this fitness campaign. And he started run marathons now. He's done all sorts of sort of athletic-y type things.
Yeah. And he'll be okay walking up and down a green.
He will be, and yeah, a welcome addition to Bowls Wellington. In fact, I had reason to ring him the other day for some information, and he was ever so helpful, and good to have him back. And of course, joins that very, I suppose you'd say, strong Stokes Valley family, isn't it? It's a very strong family of players. Now 11-10. Wellington now. We saw Wellington come behind in the singles. We saw Raymond Martin come from about a 9-10 shot deficit. Fours were also in trouble. They've now come back, hit the front as we play in 14-15.
Realistically, the winner of this game is going to win the men's Intercentre. And I say that, I'm probably wrong, but if we look across at the pairs at the top right, 18-9, so a 9-point deficit.
I'll put that in the bag for Southland.
Yeah, it's a big ask for Wellington to come back, isn't it? So it's the fours is the focus here.
Well, but I come back to the Raymond Martin situation. He's given the team that confidence now. These boys were behind before. And, you know, okay, Blake Signal's played international bowls. He knows what it's all about. Caleb Hope won New Zealand titles. They know what it's all about, Alex. And, you know, I take my hat off to this Wellington fours side. They've hung in there, came from behind. And it's certainly not over, nowhere near over, but they're certainly creating a good opportunity for Wellington to get to that gold medal position.
Yeah, and we can see here the Wellington bowls. So we just have to just pay a bit of attention as they come up. It's like you're watching a game as a player. So the Wellington bowls, the blue ones and the white ones in this situation.
So Nick Butter using the same bowls that he won a New Zealand fours title with Ryan Bester, Crystal Eve and Bruce McNish in Christchurch. And playing, of course, on the green, or the club where he first started, and of course his late father, who represented New Zealand, as New Zealand coach, did everything, did Stu, and of course Stu Butter Pears, aptly named after Stewie.
Caleb Hope just running through here. If it stops, it's good.
Yeah, Blake could be quite happy with that. Clear all the way through.
Asking for it to keep going. So Wellington's holding the shot at 9 o'clock to the jack.
They do need to get another bowl on the head, though, Alex. Because you know the Southlanders have shown that they're not frightened to sort of, you know, attack, charge at bowls. So Nick Butter with this bowl, his second bowl on this, the 14th end.
Wants a clean run.
It's going to just go by.
Oh, head nice weight, really. It's just that a couple of feet wide, 3 feet wide.
I'm pretty sure that Blake Signal would be quite happy if Finbar McGuigan got a touch on the jack as well on this and just moved it around the corner and just cuts that eye line off on the way through. Here's McGuigan now. Blake Signal trying to encourage the bowl into the head. Needs to be inside the bowls, not going to do so. Number 3 for Southland making his way back now. That is Shane Elliott. See what shot he's going to play as we play in 14 of 15 with Wellington leading 11-10 in the Nelson Auckland game. I can tell you now that singles is now tightened up. It's Joe Edwards leading Linda Ralph by 17 to 15.
Is that going to come down to the last one? Is it going to come down to the singles? Kev, Linda Ralph already has done it once for the Auckland team in the semi-final. Is she going to have to do it again?
Fours leading 10-7 for Auckland, Auckland as well, and the pairs leading 22-9. As we watch Shane Elliott trying to going to be on the outside. In fact, we'll get Nick Butterbowl.
That's a slice.
Turned it in.
It's gone well. I mean, that's essentially where they probably would have wanted his bowl to finish.
Yeah.
He's just done it in an entirely different way.
Blake Signal sort of not giving any indication, and Caleb Hope having a chat to his Southland mates, I suppose you could call it.
Yeah, they'll know each other well.
Watching this bowl, McGuigan's trying to get to the bowl, doesn't do so, goes by.
Quite a loose head, really, isn't it? The way it's just sort of the way it's ended up falling on this particular end. No short bowls.
Still there. That indicates that it, to me, is it's still 1-2. Oh, covers out in the slips and the covers there from the Nelson v Auckland game. Bowls going all over the place. So here now is Shane Elliott
on the backhand side from the Edendale Bowling Club.
Oh, this is on a pretty tidy line, Alex. This is on a pretty tidy line. Definitely one to the Wellingtonians.
The good thing is that Southland has second shot at 4 o'clock, third shot at 10 o'clock, and maybe fourth shot at 8 o'clock to the jack. Whereas Wellington's just got the one that's just hanging on in there as the shot.
Just hanging on. So Blake Signal makes his way back. Edendale, of course, with one of the first dairy companies in New Zealand at Edendale.
Oh, there you go.
So on the backhand is the former New Zealand player, won the World Fours. And how's this line look, Alex, as it comes down towards trying to get
Needs
to
it
the
to rest
red?
on something.
Needs to, well, that's fine.
Well,
because it actually is more likely, would that be third shot?
I'd say it's third shot. So the Wellington bowls, they've got the blue bowl that sits at 9. And then Blake's last bowl is the next closest.
So Elliott Mason, who is not frightened to be adventurous in his shot play.
Yeah, they're he's a good bowler. He's been around for a while now.
So also plays out at Forbury Park in Dunedin. Needs to start working back now. By
It's
goodness,
close
it
here.
is. Needs to work back now to that jack and just goes by.
What he's set up is a very big bowl with his last one, isn't it? You know,
Certainly is.
He plays the same way, trails the jack back. That's a 3. And Blake Signal just getting down into his work on the backhand side. I think he made the semi-finals of the Australian Open singles last year.
Yes, he
Kev.
did.
So he's still in good form.
Needs to work now. Needs to come back now. Going to get to his own.
Overplayed that one.
Well,
here it is, I think.
here is a chance of
So they're looking at it. Same bowl here. That's exactly right. So you play the same bowl, same weight, trail the jack back, your happy days. If you miss narrow, you're through the blue bowl.
He's
of
through the
Wellington's
roof,
that's at
absolutely.
9. This is a huge bowl in the context of the game.
11-10. Is this a match deciding bowl?
Well, what you want to be, if you're either, is sort of more than, you want to be multiples up in the last end, don't you?
You do.
I think Craig Merrill's just played a pretty good bowl on the pairs in the thumbnail, so it is going to come down to this fours game.
I'll see Tinklet putting chalk on. Here's Elliott Mason now on the backhand. And he's on that, is he on that same line as his first bowl?
Got to be close here. Elliott Mason for the Southland team.
Is it
He's
going to
gotta be close.
hold? No, it doesn't.
That was agonising. That was agonising to watch.
So 12-10 now to Wellington, playing the last end of the final of the men's Intercentre, knowing of course that Raymond Martin, who came from behind over Sheldon Bagley Howley and came from behind to run out quite convincing winner really in the finish. The pairs, we know that Southland have got quite a handy lead, and now all down to what happens right now on this last end with Wellington leading 12-10. And in the women's, I can tell you, 17 all in the singles. Joe Edwards, Linda Ralph, 17 all.
I love this event, Kev.
22-9 now, Paris Baker and Olivia Bromfield leading Val Smith and Colleen Earl. And 10-7 after 11, Ashley Jeffcoat over Kirsten Edwards. So the Auckland women's side certainly putting up a very, very good display.
So here's a question. Is this the last end? Or does Southland get a 2 and we go maximum high drama and have an extra end, Kev?
I'll go the extra end.
I was going to say, I'd quite like an extra end as well. And 2's very doable.
There
2's
you
a
go.
very doable thing.
I'll go the extra end.
Brilliant.
So here's 10-5 Ash. As we saw the bowl of the lead bowl of Robbie Bird just go through. Pretty good opening bowl here. How fast is it going to go? Got some meter on it. So this is the bowl now for, this is the bowl for Robbie Bird, the 9-eye player. Let's get it right on top.
Yeah, Wellington's just scored. So Southland just scored in the pairs. I'm not entirely sure why they. If I was them, I wouldn't be playing.
The big thing is here, the Robbie Bird draws to the front of the jack, which he's not going to do, really makes even 2 shots difficult, Alex, because it's just a psychological thing that he does. Robbie Bird will be disappointed with that. Left the gates open. Caleb Hope will follow for Wellington. Let's see what Dan 5 Ash can do with his last bowl on this, the 15. Or is it the last end?
Southland needing at least a 2 to force an extra 3 to win. And if they win, it's fair to say they will probably win the New Zealand National Intercentre title for the 2nd time in 3 years.
Trying to get the slow down is out at Mason, not going to do so. So Caleb Hope, the former Southlander. Well, I presume you're always a Southlander, aren't you? But
now,
but resides now in Wellington, plays out of the Stokes Valley Club.
Lovely delivery, is Caleb Hope.
Won a New Zealand Fours title, part of a New Zealand winning Fours side. So here is Caleb Hope on his forehand. Certainly got it out with plenty of width on it. How far is now? Is it? Looks to have a bit of speed on, and does. It's just got jack scare on it, I think. Yeah. Alex.
And we've just had an update in the pairs. It's 21-9 to Southland by the looks in the pairs. So I mean,
that's home run.
I wouldn't be playing. I'd be watching my team.
That's home run. Now, woman, big turnaround. Nelson Falls at the front, 12-10. 12-10. 17 all in the singles. Auckland have been leading all the way in that fours match. 12-10 now.
Oh, look at this here. No short bowls. That's it. Is it adrenaline there? No short bowls. You're going, oh, this is going to make the difference. So Shane just.
Caleb Hope will be doing his utmost here to get close to the jack for his skip for Blake Signal. Blake's looking at this as it's breaking now towards the centre line, right in the middle of the centre line.
Shot. Now, you know these Southland bowls, the 2 red ones.
I see, well, Rod Leach and Mike Carroll, they're going end to end now. They're leading over the scoreboard there at that far end. And what now can Nick Butter now playing on his forehand after that well-played bowl. Well-played bowl there from Caleb Hope. Looks under to me. Where do you go now if you're Wellington? Alex, where's your shot?
One's great fishing. Even one down's great fishing. Don't want to build a target here on the backhand. There you
That's
go.
the idea, drawing in amongst that sort of massive bowls in behind there for Finbar McGuigan. That's the call from Blake Signal. John Earls, Wellington Life member, keenly watching from behind. Here is McGuigan with his first bowl.
Needs it to hold. Needs it to hold. Now there's...
Doesn't want to give a natural slide into the jack area. Is holding two, and as I say, in the fours. Now in the women's, it's anybody's now. 12-10 Nelson lead. 17 apiece in the singles, and Auckland lead 22-9 in the pairs. So here is number 3, Shane Elliott.
Very good under pressure, this man, Shane Elliott.
On his forehand. Is it tight? Is it tight? Yes, it's tight. Now, I really got to get to where Blake Signal was talking about. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he knows exactly where.
Do you think he's been clear enough there?
Yeah, definitely there needs to be that wider to get in amongst the drag bowls, as I'll call them there, where that's no doubt the shot, of course, of which Shane Elliott will be endeavouring to play. Now he's out on that wider side. Needs to get clean under this bowl, and will do so. Well, Finbar McGuigan, that's a wonderful bowl sitting in amongst that nest of Southland bowls. He's got to get it with this bowl. Really, this is the bowl that Shane Elliott's got to change the head around.
This is massive in the context of the game. Southland, if they win this game, will win the National Intercentre. Wellington, if they win it, they'll win the National Intercentre. This is a huge bowl. Southland were up. They were up in the fours, Kev.
They certainly were. Shane Elliott's got a better line here, but it's going to go now. It's just going to go outside the bowl. It does. It's half a bowl away. Had that weight to get through that. Blake Signal now, that's his spot over there, isn't it? Where those two bowls, you can see clearly the two bowls of Shane Elliott's sitting over there. Nelson now leading the women's singles 19-17. Auckland leading the pairs 22-9 in the fours. It is 12-10, 12-10. It is Nelson leading. That's the Kirsten Edwards skip side. 12-10 after 12 ends. Blake Signal on the mat, on the backhand, will be endeavouring to get deep down on that. That's where we pointed to, Alex. That's the area we said where he needed to go to.
Covering the danger area, and if he does successfully cover it, a kill may be their best option for the Southland team, but he hasn't.
Needed a couple more rolls. You can see those two green bowls sitting out to the right, deep on the rink there. Those are the two bowls there of the number 3 of Shane Elliott's bowl sitting there, and it's just sitting on a natural trail.
Yeah.
And Elliott Mason loves these sort of. This is.
Oh, it does.
This is like, I'm not saying bread and butter, but these are the sorts of shots that Elliott Mason loves to play. Here he is on the mat, on the forehand, the Southlander, trailing by 2 down on the head, trying to get to the shot bowl or jack, on its way. Certainly got a wider line than his other players. Looks to be on the real wide side though. Not going to come back to the jack. Goes by, one to go. What happened? Still get over there, Blake Signal. I would imagine that's still Blake's option, best option. What a turnaround for all around in this Wellington game. The fours were getting knocked around, weren't they, early on? So was Raymond Martin. And now look, they're holding the win.
They are. It's a real chance here, and we're going to come down to the last bowl. And Southland has to make a decision. Do they think it's a realistic chance to get a 2 to the right of our screen, 4 o'clock on our screen?
There's a big conference going on. The Wellington boys are pretty happy with that. I can see Carolyn Kay, even Craig Merrilees is over there now.
Yeah.
Sheldon Begley Howley. There's a full Southland conference going on.
The decision is, do you try and stick the jack or do you try and kill the jack? What is more
I think he'll try and play the same shot. But the problem they've got is where that last bowl to Blake Signals came, the orange bowl over there. So here he is now on the mat. Elliott Mason, the Southland skip.
He's going to try and kill it.
On the forehand. There it is. It's all over. And the New Zealand National Men's Intercentre will go in the way of Wellington after a come-behind win by the Wellington fours side to run out the winners by 14 shots to 10. And capping on that, of course, was Raymond Martin, who defeated Sheldon Begley Howley. Well, an hour and a half ago, if you had to put bets on the TAB,
It was a roller coaster is what that was, Kev, and all I can say is just a thank you to the people because it just made for great viewing. So thanks to the players. And what we're going to do now, Kev, because there's plenty of bowls to go in the women's. So let's just sit back and watch highlights from the fours. We'll be back in a minute for the end of the women's event. But well done to Wellington.
All good.
There we had them, the highlights of that men's fours match, and some great bowls played by both teams. But yes, our congratulations, Kevin, of course, go to the Wellington Centre as someone takes Wilson back there from his little seat to the Wellington Centre for winning the National Intercentre for 2023. What a great win that is for them.
Oh, absolutely. You know, they were one of the favoured combinations early on, and let's face it, even like this morning, they had a real battle against Northland. They had to work hard at the back end of that semi-final, Alex, to make the final. Then we get into the finals, the pairs were always behind. The fours were about 8 shots behind in their match. We saw Raymond Martin getting sort of beaten up, really, by Sheldon Bagley-Howley. Both sides, Raymond Martin, though, didn't get on top of his game. Way he went, draw, and really put Sheldon Bagley completely off his consistency, ran out the winner, and then we saw the fours come from behind, and there it is.
Yeah, and they were skipped by Blake Signal, who incidentally, so just having a look, Wellington's won the event twice before in its history, the first time in 2008, and that team was Kevin Rice, Rob Ashton, Ben King, Matt Gallup, Bruce Henderson and Blake Signal.
Really?
So he's been part of their first ever success, and he's here again, 2023, skipping the men's fours. I dare say he wasn't skipping the men's fours in 2008.
No, he would not have been. No. So we're now down to the women where, you know, it's I can see the Southland boys walking off quite dejected because, boy, if you talk about the one that got away.
Yeah, and I hope that it's disappointing in the immediate aftermath of anything like that.
Of course it is.
But you have to look back and think 2 times in 3 years our centre has made the final of the New Zealand National Intercentre, and we hadn't won it before. You know, they'd never won it in the entire history of their centre before 2 years ago at Wilton. So they are
they've done
remarkable.
Absolutely. But what impressed me as well about the Wellington side was you could see they were a team. You saw, you know, Mike Carroll and Rod Leach, they were with them all the way. You know, they're there, the whole team, and really their tenacity, their tenacity and resilience that they showed in the back ends of both of that fours and singles match is a credit to all of them.
I entirely agree. As we just await, we will endeavour to bring you the final few ends of the women's Intercentre, which we can see.
There we go.
How good is that timing?
Right on
Here
cue.
comes the final
Right
few
on
ends. So
cue.
this is Ashley Jeffcoat, and this is the women's fours, which is currently poised 12 points to Nelson, 10 points to Auckland on the 12th end.
See Alison Rennie, Michael Feek and Bev Crow from the Auckland Brigade sitting there, and that's a nice view, whatever that was. As we watch Jeff Coates bowl. Well, we're not.
Of course, a reigning New Zealand fours champion, Ashley Jeffcoat. She won a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago at Central Otago, Alexandra.
So obviously it was the Nelsonians that scored, who have come from behind in this game to get to the front. I see Mark Cameron, the CEO of Bowls New Zealand, up there on the right, talking to John Earls. And it's all really pretty interesting of what happens in that Joe Edwards match, Joe Edwards v Linda Ralph, which we know the last time I looked at it was 17 all. And just refresh me, Alex, it's that Auckland women's side. I thought it's different to what I saw on the sheet here. I don't, Sue Curran's not playing. Estelle Hickey, of course, that's right, was Estelle Hickey, the sister of Linda Ralph.
Yes, that's correct. So Linda Ralph in the singles, the pairs, Olivia Bloomfield and Paris Baker in the fours, Ashley Jeffcoat, Catherine Brienne, Estelle Hickey and Lisa Prideaux. So it's same, and then see Sue Curran there, the reserve in the background, watching on. So just if we just pay attention, as we did in the men's fours, we'll be able to figure out who's got what coloured bowl. So it's just like you just make sure you're watching the game of fours properly, otherwise we could get a bit confused.
So Prideaux, of course, dual New Zealand peers, won New Zealand peers on 2 occasions. And see Ashley Jeffcoat taking keen interest in what's going on in the Joe Edwards game next door. Good opening bowl there from Barb Thomason. And so it's 14-10. I think that's what I can see behind Lisa Prideaux there. It is 14-10 to Nelson after 13 ends. And good opening bowl from Barbara Thomason. Ashley Jeffcoat taking very keen interest in what's going on in that game next door. Yeah. Lisa Prideaux pretty close with this bowl.
The situation here, Kev, is that Auckland has won the pairs.
Right, one.
So if they win the fours or the singles, they go home New Zealand champions. Nelson, conversely, needs to win both the fours and the singles. And the score, as you said, 14-10 in the fours to Nelson, 19-18 in the singles to Nelson. This is poised on a knife edge.
It certainly is. There's a score up there, 14-10 as we play in 13 of 15. And 2 good opening bowls there from the Barb Thomason.
So we see Lisa Prideaux on the back end.
That face grimace that she tends to give. And coming down towards the jack, is it going to get the jack? Is it going to get the jack? Yes, it does. Turns it out to the side, and of course that's a Prideaux bowl. I see Graham Smith there as well, the Auckland president, another board member there. Good to see the administrators of Auckland Bowls down in Christchurch supporting their side.
Certainly, be a lot of support from back home as well. As we see this bowl coming to screen shortly, it'll come from left to right, I think. Oh, no, not yet. She's just taking her time.
So, this being Kay Hammond.
Kay Hammond on the back end.
Long-time player. And obviously, I'm playing a funny game here. Obviously, I just see some clapping going on. It would appear that Linda Ralph's
Great shot. What a bowl.
Linda Ralph's just drawn the shot, I think, over in the singles. It's only just tell by the body language. So, indication here to Catherine Bean, play down through the Estelle Hickey, sorry. Ooh, that was very...
No, that's how she lets, that's just her, that's it, that's her delivery. It's very effective.
Well, just going to drift away under the head and will go dead, in fact.
She will be a bit disappointed with that one, though, Kev. Like that's
well, it's...
she would like to play that.
I won't say anything. It's 2018 now. They're in the first 25 in the singles. 2018.
Oh, just exciting times all round here. Kay Hammond on the backhand side. It's the crowd.
Played a good bowl, very good bowl with the first leading 14-10 as we play end 13. Another bowl that's going to be handed. It's well played from the Nelson number 2. And just to reconfirm to you that the men's Intercentre final has been completed. And we saw what I would call a come from behind. Wellington side defeat Southland by winning the singles.
Estelle on the
And
forehand. This is a
looking for the
better. This is a
jack.
good correction here. Good bowl. Well
Certainly
played.
was.
As you said, of course, the sister of Linda Ralph who's playing the singles against Joe Edwards, and both of them the daughter of a Commonwealth Games gold medalist.
Correct.
Winning 4 skip.
Was it Pretorius?
Yes, yes it was. And a very similar delivery she had to Estelle. I've seen the video. At the same style. They won in Canada, I think, on those slow greens.
Amy McElroy, of course, former New Zealand player, the wife of Shannon McElroy. And good to see Amy back playing. Very, very good draw player. Very fierce competitor. Well, comes from a very, very competitive family. And drew the shot there, I think, did it Amy McElroy.
So a lot of work for, well, not a lot of work because there's 2 ends to go after this. Auckland essentially just wants to get 1s or 2s on the next 3 ends.
So
you don't have to score big numbers, just have to score the shot. Ashley asking this bowl to hold.
Catherine Bean.
Catherine, when Auckland last won the women's Intercentre, was the pairs skip, I think.
With another Chinese lady.
Ling Q.
Yes, the tallest lady.
Brilliant.
Yes, that's correct.
That was one of the best examples of pairs that I've seen.
Yes, I remember that game.
She skipped and just played absolutely incredible bowls. So probably a good fit in this 4 and the 3 position, I would say. As we see Amy McElroy now on the backhand. This bowl will come into shot soon.
Of course, Amy McElroy and Kirsten Edwards played a lot of bowls together. Both at Stoke, Nelson, New Zealand. They've played together. Of course, have been at various times part of that very dominant Mandy Boyd fours combination. So played a lot of bowls together. As we watch this bowl of Catherine Bean, after having a good bowl with the first, see where the second one goes to. Just feather or gets tied in amongst those front. See crowd sitting in behind there, watching all the action. Pleased to see so many of the Auckland board / supporters.
You can see just there, that's a great angle, just how far back Estelle trailed the jack, because the head was originally built about 1.5 meters in front of where the jack is. Estelle scooped the jack back on her forehand side, and then we saw Catherine add one on the backhand. So that's an Auckland bowl there, sitting at 9 o'clock to the jack as we see it. And those 2 pink bowls are Amy McElroy's, the one that sits at 3 o'clock to the jack, and the one that sits at sort of, what would you call that?
Well, ideally Auckland need 2 on this end, Alex.
2 would be good if you're Auckland, wouldn't it? You know, you sort of, that means you can afford to drop the next end and then get a couple as well if it doesn't pan out as well as you'd like.
And as a life member of Auckland Bowls, I've got no problems at all with spending money on the executive and board members being down there supporting their team.
I thought you were going to tell me that you were going to be a bit biased in the commentary as well, Kev, which would be entirely understandable. Let's see.
No, it's great to see the board and others there watching. Here is now Kirsten Edwards, who was formerly played out of Wellington, out of the Victoria Club, daughter of one of the really greats of Wellington bowls, Lee Griffin.
Oh, incredible bowler herself.
Certainly have won a number of national titles. Very nice there. I see the fours team, the Auckland fours team, just give Ashley Jeffgate some encouragement, you know, as they change over for her to play her first bowl. Was Ashley Jeffgate started her bowls from Raglan.
Yes, she did.
That's in the secondary school days. Was at Raglan, and I'm delighted to see her skipping because it's a place where I think her best potential.
Yeah, so if we look there, sorry Kev, it's actually the penultimate end, the scoreboard that we can see in shot there. We've played 13, so this is the penultimate end, so they really do need a 2, don't they?
They do need a 2 here, so we'll see whether Ashley Jeffcoat can assist with doing that. Needs to get past this front.
Close.
And is going to do so. Don't get much better than that.
She clapped too soon. Or did she not clap too soon?
No,
There's
that's
clapping,
2.
so we'll call it 2.
That's 2 in my book.
That's a great shot from Ashley Jeffcoat.
So, Kirsten Edwards. Asking whether it was 2, and Dave Edwards now is the Nelson manager, coach. Hang on, girls. Hang on, I'm here. I want to have a look at what we're going to play here, I think, is what Dave's saying. Yes, I am.
And remembering that Nelson has lost the Piers rubber and is up 21-18 in the singles game.
But just for those who may not be aware, Alex, in this case, Dave Edwards is the nominated coach, whatever you want to call it, of the Nelson side's got every right. And they're going up to talk to Dave Edwards there now. He's up there on the bank. He's got every right to have a talk and say, this is what I think we should play.
Yeah.
That's his role. But it's definitely a couple to the Aucklanders at this point in time. You see Sue Curran in behind there, and another one of the board members, Sue Curran, the reserve.
As Kirsten makes her way back down. Great bowler. So many great bowlers. And it's a silly thing to say because we're at the National Intercentre final. But everyone here, just absolutely brilliant. They've had so much experience and they draw on it for these occasions, don't they?
Oh, they certainly do. Dave Edwards now just has made his way back to wherever his posse is down that side of the rink.
Kirsten on the backhand side. Always had sort of the cock of the wrist before she lets the bowl go.
21-18 now. Joe Edwards leading Linda Ralph. Kirsten Edwards is
backhand. Let's see this bowl. It's coming into shot. When's it going to stop? That's the question. She's got one clap. Oh, just passed. And now a chance for Ashley Jeffcoat to draw for 3 and make it 13-14 going into the last end. Based on how she played her first bowl, you'd expect it to happen.
Well, the biggest thing here for Ashley Jeffcoat is to make sure that she takes that width on a bowl, that doesn't try and underline herself to the centre line.
She knows she's got the weight, eh? She knows she's got that right.
She's got that weight. She knows that weight is down there, holding 2 shots as we come to the end of end 14. On its way on the backhand is the Auckland skip, as Alex said. Let the ball go well out of her hand. Can't quite see at present.
No, she let it go too good. That was the problem.
Needed to be inside the pink.
Oh.
Hang on a moment.
Well, when it's working, isn't it? And that's a good shot. A good enough bowl for 3. No, she gave it every chance there. If she'd missed that, she probably wouldn't have come back in. But
so pick me a winner now.
I don't want to.
14-13. Well done from the Auckland side. Well done.
To be fair, I would quite like. Oh, well, I'll announce
no, we won't say anything.
No. Well, for the comment, for the best thing we could possibly do for the broadcast is if Auckland has won the pairs, we need Nelson to win the 4s, and then we need to go to like 25-24
well,
the singles.
21-18 now in the singles to Joe Edwards. So
So maybe we go. I don't know. I would like it to be as stressful as possible for the people watching. Obviously, you need to sort of make these things run out, Kev.
Jack right to the 2 metre mark.
Let's just see what happens.
Lisa Prideaux now on the mat. Jack's been delivered right to the 2 metre mark. Remembering, of course, the Wellington boys are inside now, tasting the cold ones of their richly deserved victory over Southland to win the National Men's Intercentre.
Elisa on the forehand side. Almost the last end of the 4s.
Coming into view now towards the Jack, getting applause on the way down. This is a pretty good opener. It's well played on the 15th end. And we did see, of course, in that last end, we saw Barb Thomason, the lead for Nelson, draw a couple of very good bowls, but not to be able to hold on to them after we saw that Jack get moved around. Here is Thomason. Well, depends on the weight.
Lovely line. Not quite the oomph there.
Needed a metre. Lisa Breday now will stay on her forehand on her back. No, forehand she's playing.
On the forehand, yep, from Lisa Prideaux.
So I'm going to ask you, Alex, do you know the black armbands for Auckland?
No, I don't, I'm afraid. That's a good bowl.
That's good leading.
It's one of the things in bowls, isn't it? We recognise the people who are part of the community, and obviously that's something that Auckland's opted to do and play for. And I mean, you can't get much better motivation than that, can you?
No, I'm not sure what who that's representative of, but it's a fine gesture anyway. Who
see this bowl
can go into the ditch? Yes, it will.
You feel like the momentum, it just feels like it's with the Auckland team here.
For
whatever reason, it just feels like it's with the Auckland team.
Ashley Jeffcoat indicating to Estelle Hickey, you choose your hand, play what you're comfortable with. On the backhand is Hickey.
Pre-chalked her bowl.
Well, it's going pretty quick. Looks to be going pretty quick on the way through. And Ashley Jeffcoat getting it to stop. Well, that's definitely the backest bowl, that's for sure. That's the deepest bowl on the ring. So now it's up to Kay Hammond now. Remembering it is Nelson who are leading by 14 shots to 13. And I'm not sure that 22-18 now, 22-18 in the race to 25 in the singles. Michael Feek. Oh, he's got the head down. He can't watch. He's down.
Yeah. Must be a stressful time as we see this bowl here. On the forehand, going to go into the ditch, I think. No, it's going to pull up in time. That's it. I mean, we've spoken about it many times, but that's one of the nice things about this green, isn't it, Kev? There's no runoff to the bank.
Absolutely. Yes. I nearly wore today my new Auckland shirt, which they gave me as a life member.
Yes, I saw you when you came to watch the National Interclub.
Yes,
final, or the Regional Interclub final.
Yeah, they decided as being a life member of Auckland Bowls that they would.
Fair enough. Still, I can't get because they're Bowls Auckland now, aren't they? Technically.
Yes, they are. I've been reminded of that.
It's going to take me a long time.
Yeah. No, I have been reminded of just recently, in fact, at a meeting, I got reminded by the chairman of the board that
I think their shirts still say Auckland Bowls for the moment. So
yeah,
we'll claim it either. As we see this bowl here from Kay
Hammond now.
Forehand. Nelson they've lost the pairs match. So they need to win the fours and the singles.
No, it needed to be.
Pressure building now, Kev.
Can't quite. I'm picking, Alex, that it's the Jack Level type bowl which is shot. Is that right? The bowl of Lisa Prideaux's? Because you've got to understand. People understand we haven't got cameras, the same number of cameras or the same camera angles as what we had up earlier on the men's rink. As we watch this bowl of SDU, and who's that bowl that got?
Well, the fact that Ashley didn't clap it, and that was Catherine Bien. Sorry, Kev.
Catherine Bien, sorry.
Punching the bowl up. Now, what has happened?
Close to shot, I thought.
I think Catherine may have popped the bowl in.
That's it. It was Thomason's bowl, wasn't it? Barb Thomason's that bowl,
right,
that short bowl. The two bowls to either side of Lisa Prideaux's bowls.
Yeah, Catherine will be disappointed with that. But she's got a bowl to make up for it. She can play them. Watched her in the final of an Auckland Centre event to play a perfect bowl to win it last year at the Riviera Bowling Club, as we see this one from Amy McElroy, looking for the jack. Good bowl. It's a good bowl regardless.
It is a good bowl. It removed one of the Lisa Bordeaux bowls as well. Mind you, to be fair, Alex, as well, you know, Jack in the ditch isn't all bad for Auckland.
Well, I just about said it. I just about said it tongue-in-cheek with Estelle Hickey's bowl. Well, just, you know, go Jack in the ditch and see what happens.
I don't know about the body language of this particular player. It didn't look that... Oh, no, looking closely
She's
now.
interested now.
Ashley Jeffcoat's interested now.
They're interested now, Kev. Good bowl.
Well, please, someone show me. Tell me.
If it is a draw, come have a look, she says.
Come and have a look. Well, from my angle, that last bowl of Catherine Beans looks like shot to me. And
I think it is. And there was a couple of claps which would indicate that it was enough. It's getting exciting, and the singles continues to progress as well.
And it is. I can see there. That's at least two, I think, to Linda Ralph.
So Linda Ralph into the 20s.
If that's
now.
right, that's 22-20. If that was correct.
Oh, it's just. Oh, imagine having a real vested interest in the outcome of this game and how stressful it would be to watch. So I love about this event. It just comes down so often, and if we look back through this tournament that's gone for, 4 days, how many centres' hopes have risen and fallen on the outcome of one bowl, two bowls.
We saw yesterday in the quarterfinal, getting to the nitty-gritty, one shot in the pairs in two particular matches
makes the
decided
difference.
whether you continue or you get on the plane. That was
unbelievable stuff. And
Amy McElroy, former New Zealand player, always that big, deep breath. Daughter of Tim Brenton, New Zealand Masters hockey player, headmaster, and the Jundi early childhood teacher is Amy on the forehand. Bronze medalist at the Commonwealth Games on the Gold Coast in 2018.
How's the body language?
Oh, getting interested is Kirsten.
Body language is all we're going to have to be able to see. Good bowl.
Well,
I think it's just out of the count, though. I think they're sitting with a draw. I think that bowl that sits just past the jack of Catherine Bien's is the shot.
I think Catherine Bien's bowl is the shot. I could be wrong.
Yeah, and that would make it all square, wouldn't it? That bowl there, you can see at 6 o'clock to the jack. We think it's the shot. The pink bowl to the right of the jack is Amy.
And 22-20 in the singles to Joe Edwards. So that's definitely not over as well.
I can't take much more of this, Kev. It's about, I'll be at the conclusion. I'll have a cup of tea and a biscuit to calm down.
So can Ashley Jeffcoat get the barest of touches on the jack? Michael Feek, put your phone down and watch. Yeah, that's better, Michael. And
maybe he's watching the.
He may well be.
Broadcast.
Yes, he may well be. So can Ashley Jeffcoat draw into the head and get to the counting area? That's Estelle's bowl that was turned over, but it was a short bowl. Now we know very well with Kirsten Edwards, Alex, that she's more than capable of playing attacking shots as well to move bowls around. And
I still have etched into my memory. I can recall a bowls 3-5 night. Now, what did she do to it? I think she just binned the jack.
I was going to say this. I remember one game in the bowls 3-5.
Just went bang. I was like, oh, okay.
More than capable of playing what I would call those big weighted shots. So here's all the Auckland side looking, not giving much away. In fact, giving nothing away. The man with the laptop in behind there, is he sort of doing scoring updates?
He's either coding or doing the scoring updates. It's one or the other, because I know we've got a coding app now for Bowls New Zealand.
Oh, so they're back doing coding, are we?
Testing that to see how it was going. Now Kirsten here on the backhand side. Nelson has already lost the pairs, remember, so they need to win this game and they need to win the singles if they want to win the National Intercentre. And look at that head, it's so clogged up. No reaction from anyone. Short.
I hope this coding is a bit different to the old one, Alex, because really you could sort of with the old coding system suit the player you like the wee bit actually.
Yeah, no, it's been redone and it's still in the testing phases.
I'm not saying that people did, but it certainly was. Yeah. So Ashley Jeffcoat now with her last bowl. Alex and I are reasonably confident that it is the bowl in behind there, the Auckland bowl, which is shot.
So that means that as it sits, there's an extra end being played.
As the bowls sit now, we're looking at an extra end, correct. Ashley Jeffcoat. Looking now, what do I do? Where do I go? Good to see her taking the time. Here it is now. No, not quite really. It's Ashley Jeffcoat. Big deep breath. Alison Rennie. Michael Feek in between the. Well, Alison Rennie can't watch the Auckland coach. So here is Ashley Jeffcoat. Everybody's sort of.
The crowd, you could cut the tension with a knife.
Everyone's looking. We'll wait for something to come into view.
You could catch it. What's happening? What's happening? Well, something sat down.
It sat down inside the bowl of Lisa Bordeaux's. Now we're looking. What's the story?
I can't cope. The stress. Anyway, it's just. If it was driving a steam train, it'd be going pretty quick, wouldn't it? The boiler, like it'd be sort of.
They don't know.
Under high pressure.
Look,
here.
they're all looking. They don't know. So obviously, Ashley Jeffcoat was one roll away from getting the perfect result, I would imagine, Alex.
Yeah, she was. She gave it every chance in the world, and it just didn't.
Where's Dave Edwards? Look at this.
Have a team conference.
Wow.
Is Mike Kernahan going to go, how's it going?
22-20, Joe Edwards leading Linda Ralph in the race to 25 on the rink next door. Knowing in the men we know we've already got the winner. Deserved winners from their come-behind win, that being Wellington, who defeated Southland in that fantastic final. Last bowl to come here now in the women's. We know that Auckland have already won the pairs. The singles is still going, and it's 22-20 to Nelson. We think that it is Auckland holding one shot here, which means if they hold it, would go to an extra end. They don't know, Alex.
I think if you don't know, and it's going to make a difference in the negative way, you have to presume that you're down.
You're down. You're down.
Because you wouldn't be able to sleep at night if you didn't play a bowl thinking that you had the win.
They're measuring now.
What?
She played two.
She's not playing a bowl. She's not playing a bowl.
Not playing it. Correct. Not playing it.
I hope they can sleep at night, Kev. This is unbelievable. So we'll see here. So Nelson needs to win this game. Win this game to stay alive with the chance. Exciting times. Right.
So that's Nelson's win.
So Nelson's won. So it's down to the singles now. Down to the singles.
So that must have been the shot bowled out to the side.
Must have been. Do you think Ashley set it in for one?
Well, Ashley needed to get inside it. I thought she was inside it, and
all the pressure in the
Amy
world
McElroy see the big.
This is just sort of unbelievable. And Linda Ralph and Joe Edwards have played many a pressure game in their careers, and it's another one, Kev. It's come down to this. It's come down to the singles match between Joe Edwards and Linda Ralph to decide who is going to win, which centre is going to be crowned champions for 2023 in the Women's Intercentre.
Well, you know, the last look we had, it was 22-20, correct? Was that right to Joe Edwards?
Yes, I saw Joe Edwards leading off, though, so I think it's probably 20, maybe 23-20 now.
Okay.
And he won games still.
Well, Linda Ralph would think the score's 1-1.
Yeah.
She'll just keep...
Yeah.
There's Joe Edwards.
Edwards.
So that board there showing 22-20. We'll tell in a moment. Thank you to our wonderful camera crew who have moved that over now. We can see now Linda Ralph on the mat. Val Smith sitting there. I can see Dave Edwards in behind.
Linda on the backhand side. looking absolutely calm, cool and collected.
Well, not to be outdone.
Look at this.
Not to be outdone.
Oh, half a bowl. That's a great effort there. So 22-20 the score, possibly 23-20, we're not sure.
Not 100% sure, correct. And I think I see there, so yes it is, sitting there watching as well is Caitlin Inch's mother from the Canterbury area from Oxford.
So Joe Edwards with new bowls, maybe giving them a pretty good introduction, pretty good start.
Alex, if we, you've mentioned this a number of times, but if we look at these semi-finals that we had this morning and these finals this afternoon, doesn't that just completely reaffirm how good this particular event is?
Oh, it's brilliant. It's just brilliant. You can't beat it for atmosphere, for drama. You have comebacks left, right and centre. There's so many people invested in these.
Watch this.
Events. Look at this
Watch
from
this.
Linda Ralph. Look at, she's got it. She's got it.
Watch this.
She's
Watch this.
What an amazing bowl. What a shot there from Linda Ralph under all the pressure in the world.
And it was 23-20. That score's up there now. Joe Edwards leading Linda Ralph 23-20. We hope you've enjoyed this coverage that Alex and I and Dave Horsley have been able to bring you over the last 4 days. It has been, pretty long days from the Burnside Bowling Club, but it's certainly our pleasure to bring this coverage, and of course our crew, our camera production crew, Tamara, Brendan, and the lady from our friend from Bowls Canterbury,
Erica
Ears, done a wonderful job in bringing this to you and being able to move around, so to speak.
Opting for the forehand, Kev. Linda going the switch now, holding one. Brave call. Everyone watching, there's hundreds of people watching this game. It's come down to this. And more on the broadcast. That must be lower than it looks, that red bowl of Joe Edwards.
It must be just a
camera angle trick. Otherwise, you would think that Linda
out
would
there
have
at no
stayed
man. So
on the back end.
So does Joe play with the yard through the head?
Yep.
To try and pluck to the bowl or
She
get
does.
the jack?
She does, because she should be holding a minimum of, or she'll be holding the win, won't she?
That's
So Joe
and just that reaching weight through the bowl.
wants to be holding the win after this has come to rest.
Oh, she's right in it.
About five seconds,
She's
we'll
right
see
in
it. Everyone's
right
watching
in
this bowl.
Right in it. The great Joe Edwards. There it is. There it is. No, it's. Oh.
There it sort of might be. It maybe
goodness.
is.
There it was. There it's not.
And Wendy Sutty being asked.
It
You're
is
holding one, she says. Now,
what do you do?
are you brave enough?
Absolutely. Well, the backhand's the only place for her to play, that's for sure. 23-20, now 23-21 on that's as it sits on the green with this bowl to play from Linda Ralph. Does it go to 23-22? Remember, the Nelson Fours have just got up on a tape measure to win, going by as Linda Ralph. That'll be a wonder Ralph to go to 23-21 in the race to 25. So the Fours final was decided by a measure, and boy oh boy, and the Wellington win was outstanding in that they came from behind versus Southland in both of their matches, both the singles and the fours, to sort of chalk up those victories and give Wellington men the Intercentre title. The last time, of course, that Wellington won the Intercentre was back in 2009, was the last time that Wellington, and because they've only, I shouldn't say only, they've won it on 3 previous occasions. So this is another one for them. And Alison Rennie now and Michael Feek and Bev Crow, they've moved across. I see Brendan sitting there as well. They've done a great job as we've got to the back end of these games, Alex, haven't they? Moving everything around. It's easy for you and I. We just sit behind.
Yeah, it's the easiest one in the world. I've never missed a bowl from the commentary position yet. Comes out of my hand good every time, as we see on the backhand side.
And the good thing about Linda Ralph, and this is absolutely no disrespect whatsoever to Joe Edwards, but it doesn't matter who Linda Ralph plays. To Linda, it's just another opponent, so to speak, isn't it? And
that's precisely it.
And she respects everybody, totally respects them, but she's not a player to be overawed by. I'm playing Joe Edwards, etc., etc. As Edwards now comes down, sitting on 23, going to draw right to the jack and does show.
Classy. As we see, Linda Ralph, look at that, just calm. No signs. There's never any signs.
Never.
Of nerves for her.
On the back end is the Auckland singles player.
21-23 is the score.
It's the old body language twitch. I don't think she liked that very much, but it's still pretty handy, really. Just in behind the head. Now Edwards needing 2 shots to reach that magical 25. Linda Ralph, I can tell you, at the finish of the game, win or lose, she'll just say thank you.
Oh, she's one of the nicest people in bowls. You know, it's yeah, absolutely. When we talk about sort of the aspects that we all look up to in a bowler, both Linda and Joe embody those for me.
Absolutely.
Humble champions, good losers when they lose, good winners when they win. And Linda Ralph now switching to the forehand side here. Everyone watching. Big crowd. The winner of this wins the entire event.
Oh, how long is this going to hold up for?
It's holding.
How long is it going to hold up and it needs to fall in, not out?
Oh, great try.
Joe Edwards holding 1 to go to 24. Remember, Linda Ralph has still got a bowl left. We've just seen the Nelson Fours side win on a measure over Auckland. Remembering Auckland won the pairs, but came down to a last bowl scenario, really. Joe Edwards staying, what I would say, on the safe wide side. So Ralph, no doubt, will try and just improve slightly, I'd say, on that last bowl, Alex. Would you think that's the call?
I think so. I think she's going to come for a walk up. Now that's an interesting angle there. Look at that. Look at the people watching. Everyone's gone quiet. They know how important this is, Kev.
Well, Linda Ralph is more than capable of playing this shot. She'll wander back to the mat and say to the judge, it's a lovely day, isn't it? And just enjoys the game, enjoys the company.
Here we go. On the forehand side, Linda Ralph, she's trailing 21-23 in this race to 25. She misses. Joe Edwards has got a chance to clinch this for Nelson. On the forehand, Linda, same delivery every time. Hard to tell what she thinks of it.
Wide.
So here it is, the first match championship game opportunity for Joe Edwards. If she can draw a second shot, Nelson wins.
And she'll certainly be giving it every opportunity to do just that.
You don't know how many chances you're going to get, Kev.
No, that's
this
right.
Is the first one.
On the forehand is Joe Edwards, standing tall on the mat. That familiar delivery that
it's come out good.
All know so well. Down goes the head.
Here we go. Has Nelson won the National Intercentre, or do they have to wait?
They have to wait.
They're going to have to wait, and that might be the only chance Joe Edwards gets. That might be it. You might look back on this and go, that was our one opportunity to win this championship.
24-21.
24-21 is the score. Goodness gracious.
I think really Linda seemed to get caught in between of what weight to play to the shot, really. She wasn't that far away, really, with a draw with her third bowl, was she? So Jack's been delivered by Joe Edwards. And don't forget, of course, Alex and myself will be back at some form doing doing some games from the Māori Nation starting in Australia in just over a week's time. New Zealand and a collective of nations will be assembled on the Gold Coast, and we'll be bringing you something.
Yeah, bowls.
We'll
Yeah.
be bringing you
Yeah,
bowls.
most days. I think there's one day off, but every other day we'll be bringing 2 games a day.
Good opening bowl on 24 on the one of the greats, both male and female of the game. No doubt about that. Won everything.
Easily, and she's still winning. Still has.
Well, not to be outdone here. Linda Ralph trying to just get down to the jack. Just falls a couple of bowls short.
So Joe on that precipice, on that 24 points. Just needs one more to win this game. And this New Zealand title for Nelson. Nelson having won the 4s and lost the pairs.
Another good bowl here from Edwards. No, he's
Oh,
just going to get
away.
to the front, dive away now. Look to be on a good line. And remember, we haven't got the same cameras that we had on all the other matches. The cameras have just been, a couple of cameras moved around just ever so slightly to be able to bring you the closing stages of these finals of the Bowls New Zealand.
Now look at this here from Linda Ralph. She's close. She's close. She's still close.
Just got the outside.
Just passed,
Didn't
and she
want
set
that.
it down. You can sort of get an understanding of the camera angles. If you look at that chalk line, oh, that looks like the Southern Cross. Now, if you look at the chalk line, remember that's running straight up the middle of the rink.
Correct, yes.
So that's what you can use to try and get an understanding of what the angles are sitting like.
So, for Linda Ralph, we'll just have another look at that head.
So it's very tight, isn't it? Because that chalk line runs up the middle.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
And if this sits on the mark.
Back. So can
That-
Linda
is that a
Ralph
plant?
see down to the jack?
Yeah, if you could, I'd go jack, and if I'm narrow onto Joe's bowl, maybe your blue bowl gets pushed into the
I
head.
just think she's got to attack down there now and endeavour to get some contact.
There's a 3-bowl target there, isn't there? You look for the jack. If you're wide or narrow, you're big chances of a good result here.
So here is Linda Ralph having a look at their head.
Just asking how short. Oh,
So,
I think she's having a nibble on the backhand. I like the shot selection here from
yeah,
Linda Ralph.
I think it's the best shot selection to try and play with at weight, reaching down through there, Alex.
Just making sure she had the right bias. That's a good
Helps.
call.
Helps.
On the backhand, Linda Ralph here, trailing 24-21. Wendy.
Oh, that makes it harder.
It was lovely weight she played that with, and we're going to see.
I'd be up.
This is unbelievable here.
Well, if I was Linda Ralph, I'd be up having a look at that head. I don't know.
She'll come and have a look for it last bowl.
Yeah, I don't know what her full attacking ability is, but oh yes, here we go. Joe Edwards has come up.
Yeah, Linda's accurate. She's accurate.
Well,
with
I'd
the
be
weight
looking.
and
I'd
shot.
be looking at that bowl, see whether I get, and anything I get after that is a bonus.
Yeah, essentially what we're saying is you look to drive Joe's bowl, and if you miss, you're missing narrow, aren't you? Because if
Absolutely.
you miss narrow into the pack, you could get a good result
You're
on
a
either
good
of those
chance of
blues.
getting down through onto the jack.
And with the weight that Linda plays, her collision bowl's not going to pop out of the head either.
No, it's not going to disappear all over the place, is it? No.
So you've got good chances here, so that's what we'll see. But may as well go for a walk down and have a look, as Joe Edwards has.
24, 21, Joe Edwards, all but remembering, of course, we've just seen Nelson, the Nelson women's side win the 4s. We saw Auckland win the pairs. I see Mary or Bell there, head down, can't watch. Mary, it's okay, everything's all right. One of the great stalwarts of the Stoke Club, and the husband, John, trying to get to
So, how many seconds?
That's what I mean.
Is it 3 or 4 if you replace
I think it's 3.
So it'll be 24 all if she get a 3. This is a huge bowl. At the moment, Joe Edwards and the Nelson Centre are holding the New Zealand Championship in one hand. Or maybe 3 fingers. 3 fingers of one hand.
Well, again,
on the shield.
Joe wins this, that's fine, but it really comes back to go back to that 4s.
Yes.
It's decided by a measure.
Yes, absolutely.
Isn't it?
Absolutely. Here we go. Linda Ralph. Just turning the ball over a few times.
A few times.
This is massive. This is massive here.
Tries so hard, this lady, every time she gets on the green, every time she's on the mat. Really tries so hard. Absolutely fantastic competitor for Auckland.
It's come out good. Wendy. Look at this. Look at this. She's missed it.
Oh, Joe Edwards knew it was close. Well played, Joe Edwards. She's delighted, and it is great to see a player of Joe Edwards', the great that she is, how much this still means to her to win her Intercentre playoff. And to Linda Ralph, fantastic, just a great exhibition by the Auckland girls, just not quite to be. So Nelson now win their 4th New Zealand Women's Centre title. They won their last one. Nelson won their last one back in 2021, and now here they are in 2023, the worthy champions of the 2023 National Women's Intercentre Bowls, joining Wellington, who had earlier defeated Southland by 2 matches to 1 to win the men's National Intercentre. Well, Alex, I know we'll wrap up in this highlights and that, but what a fantastic few days of bowls, and really to finish the whole event with such high quality, close, tense finals. What more could you ask for?
Oh, not much more. I mean, that had everything. We had 4 days that had just had all the things, Kev. I couldn't ask for anything more. And again, our congratulations go out to Wellington and to Nelson, but also congratulations and a thank you to the 50 other centres who participated in this event, because it made for 4 great days of bowl. Thanks go to the officials, of course. We have to thank the clubs, everyone who had anything to do with it. It's just a great job from all. So I suppose on that note, just thank you, Kev, for joining me, and Dave, who's I think commentating beach volleyball
He's
today.
In beach volleyball, he is.
So thanks to everyone, and we'll finish it there. But be sure to go back to the Bowl New Zealand YouTube channel and rewatch this to your heart's content.